This is Audible.
That Ring, That Boy, Book 5 by Jillian Dodd. Narrated for you by Wyatt Baker and Kate Marson. November 1st. Danny. I'm in a shitty mood, which is not improved when I see Lori pulling into the attorney's parking lot at the same time I do in the white Mercedes coupe I bought her last Christmas. When she gets out of the car, I see she's wearing the fur I surprised her with on her birthday. "See, you got the fur out," I say, trying to be pleasant but also thinking she's nuts. It's 60 degrees this morning. But the good news is, when I get back into my car after our meeting, we will have signed our divorce documents, and in about a month, this will all be over. "Well, there's a chill in the air, and after being so warm in Bermuda, I don't want to get sick," she replies politely, which is better than her usual snarky attitude. We make our way into the conference room where our attorneys and a mediator join us. "I understand you've come to an agreement on everything?" the mediator asks, causing both our attorneys to nod. The mediator then continues to go through the basics with us. Everything is going smoothly. We review the asset split one more time, me giving her much more than is required based on our prenup just to get this over with. Lori is agreeing to everything, as well she should. She's going to be a very rich woman. "Next document involves custody of your children," the mediator says, reading our previous agreement. How I get full custody of the kids with Lori having visitation rights. And although not in the agreement, we privately discussed being flexible in this regard. "Very well," the mediator says, setting the stack of papers in front of her. "It looks like all is in order." "Actually," Lori says. "Actually what?" I ask. "A situation has come to light," she explains. "I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the custody arrangement." "What?" I ask, trying not to blow a gasket. "I gave you a lot of extra money that is above and beyond the prenuptial agreement to help make you comfortable with the arrangement." "Danny, these are our children," she says in that tone, the one that is eerily calm and collected, the tone that makes her sound very respectful to the people around us, but is like nails on a chalkboard to me. "I'm not going to neglect their well-being based on our financial arrangement." "What has come to light?" my attorney asks flatly with no emotion. I wish I could take the emotion out of all this, but I can't. It's all on the surface. I blink hard. "I'm concerned about the woman my husband is dating," she states. "I'm not dating anyone, and even if I do date someone in the future, it's none of your business." "It is," she counters. "If that woman makes you forget to give your children proper care, if that woman is a bad influence on you or them." "And since when have you given them proper care? They are closer to their nanny than they are their own mother. You just ditched your daughter on a special day to go to Bermuda with your lover, who you were cheating with during our marriage and you're now engaged to, even though we aren't yet divorced. You want to talk about being a bad influence? You should look at yourself in the mirror." "At least Richard is respectable," she says, still calm. "You brought a woman into our children's lives who's been in a long-term relationship with a drug and alcohol addict, and more than likely is one herself. Not only that, but you also left our children home alone with this woman, a woman you claim to barely know. So which is it, Danny? How well do you know her?" "Doesn't matter," I say. "It most certainly does," she counters. "Surely you don't believe it's a coincidence that you expose a whore with that kind of lifestyle to our children, and a few days later our 14-year-old daughter gets drunk at a party? You approved our daughter going to her cheerleading sleepover. It wasn't either of our faults that the sleepover turned into a party." "No, but to my knowledge, our daughter never drank before that. I just find it all interesting." "What do you want?" I sigh. At this point, I'll give her just about anything to get her out of my life. "I want joint custody," she says, knowing it's the one thing I absolutely won't budge on. "No, or we go back to the prenup amounts." "If we do that, you know our divorce will go to court, and your name and your relationship with the whore will be dragged through the press." I mean, how could little old me, your wife of 15 years, the mother of your children, compare to a movie star? They will know that it's all your fault and you'll lose your endorsement deals. But hey, you want to blow up the image I've helped you so carefully craft? Go ahead. I don't care anymore. Anything else you would consider in lieu of custody, Lori? My attorney asks. He can probably tell by the red color of my face that I'm about to blow. Lori pets the fur on the chair beside her and then studies the nails she has polished every 3 days in an attempt to look bored. Well, I've always loved the Ferrari. I quickly stand up, body tense, fists clenched, and walk out of the room. My attorney follows me. I take it that's a no? That's a no, I reply. Come in my office, he says, leading me that way and then motioning for me to sit. I don't. I pace instead. What is going on? He asks. Who are you dating? I'm not dating anyone. Who was the whore in your house? Jennifer Edwards. My attorney lets out a whistle. Very nice. It's not like that, I say, but I'm probably not very convincing because it is so like that. I had the best time of my life last night. She was in town staying with my neighbors. We all hung out. She had nothing to do with my decision to let Devaney go to the cheer party. How long is she staying? He asks knowingly. She left for LA this morning. In that case, I would suggest you give your wife the car, get her to sign on the dotted line today, and get this over with. I can't do it, I say stubbornly. She has always hated that car. Offer her another $500,000 in place of it. Get her to agree or I'm not signing today. Fine, he says, heading back to his door with me following. He turns around. You know what? Why don't you wait here? Maybe that will take some of the tension out of the room. Whatever, I say, dropping back into a chair. I pull my phone out, hoping to see a text from Jennifer and feeling sad when there isn't one. Then again, I walked out the door the second she mentioned her ex. I sigh, knowing I let my emotions get away from me, but also knowing that I had to let her go. Needless to say, we don't come to an agreement or sign the divorce papers. I'm irritated at practice and still pissy when I get home. Philip is in his front yard, beer in one hand, mail in the other. He gives me a wave as I get out of my car. You ready to celebrate? He asks. I'm a little surprised it hasn't been on the news yet. I hold up my palm, urging him to just stop. Oh no, did she not sign? Nope, she brought up Jennifer, suggested it was my fault Devaney got drunk at the party because I had brought a whore into my children's lives. Philip coughs on his beer. Does that mean we can take out a hit instead? I roll my eyes. Very funny. What did she ask for this time? He asks. First it was custody. Oh, that is such horse shit. She doesn't want... I know. I offered her another $500,000. She acted offended, said I couldn't buy her children's custody, but apparently asking for the Ferrari she's always loved is different. Philip hands me his beer. I gladly take a pull off it. Tell me you didn't agree to that. Are you freaking kidding me? Your Ferrari? She hates that car with a passion. She wouldn't even ride in it. I didn't agree to it, and I have no idea why she would ask for it. Maybe she wants to take it somewhere and smash it up in celebration of thoroughly screwing you over, Philip says in a serious tone. That sounds like her, I agree. Still, I've got a babysitter, Philip says. She's ordering Thai food for all the kids. Even Devaney is excited about it. We shouldn't disappoint the kids by not going out tonight. I can't help but smile. No, we definitely shouldn't. A short time later, we're walking into the same restaurant that Jennifer and I had lunch at. The only open seats are the ones we sat at. I look up at the sky, knowing the universe is so laughing at me right now. I slept with her, I blurt out the second we sit down. Philip's eyes get huge and he tosses his arms up in the air. You slept with Lori? What the ever-loving... He stops and shakes his head, catching the bartender's eyes and holds up 2 fingers. We come here enough that the guy knows it means he wants 2 fingers of 18-year-old scotch for each of us. Glasses are quickly presented in front of us. Philip shakes his head at me. I'm sorry, I can't toast, I just need the drink. Why don't I do the honors? I give him a grin and then touch his glass. To Jennifer, last night. Philip lets out a sigh of relief. That's good, because I was afraid I was going to have to beat some sense into you. Have you talked to her today? Does she know what happened? He grins. Was it good? The word good is so far removed from what it was. He nods, immediately understanding what I'm saying. So, she is the one. I rub my hand across my forehead, suddenly feeling stressed. I look down at the scotch. I've never found the answers to anything in life at the bottom of a glass, unfortunately, and this time won't be any different. I don't know. We shared the most amazing night. Like, I can't even describe the perfection it was. No, but I can, Philip says. It was utter hotness, but not in just the physical sense. It was desire, heat, and incredibly strong emotions mixed together into something so potent that it can't be accurately described with words. I should have known you'd know exactly what I felt. Does it feel that way every time with Jaden? Like I'm the luckiest guy on the planet? Yeah, it does. I mean, it's not always crazy monkey sex. Monkey sex? Yeah, the kind where you feel like you've swung through the trees and you want to pound on your chest. It's deeper. When you're pounding on your chest, you're letting the other monkeys know she's yours. It's powerful, protective, and addictive. It's sex on a whole different level. Because it's mixed with love, I laugh, saying exactly what his wife would say. Exactly. I'm talking true love, soulmates. You felt Jennifer was your soulmate when you met her and you didn't have to sleep with her to know it. Have you talked to Jaden today? I ask. Of course, the meeting went really well. Tripp is shutting down the hotel to start the renovation. Jaden's crew is promised a hard open on August 1st of next year, but Jaden plans to finish by June 1st. They'll be working 3 sets of crews round the clock. Can she deliver on that? She said it was such a big project. She doesn't promise what she can't deliver, part of why she's been so successful. Was Jennifer being there helpful? Yeah, I'm told she seems quite passionate about the project. Why is that, I wonder? Well, my wife says that Jennifer sees the importance of restoration, specifically the personal kind. Like her life? Have you talked to her much about her relationship with Troy? He asks. I pick up my glass and take another sip. No, that's the last thing I want to talk about. Danny, you have to understand where the woman in your life has been to understand where she's going. If I hadn't known about the way Jaden handled her parents' deaths, I would have allowed her to break off our engagement when she tried to more than 4 years later. Instead, I knew the hurt was still inside of her. I knew it was affecting our relationship. I knew she hadn't dealt with it. Jennifer was with an on and off again alcoholic. Her father was an alcoholic. She has baggage just like you. And understanding how that baggage affects the two of you going forward matters. I know all those things. It's just, when I'm with her, I feel this almost desperation. Is that because she's not coming back with Jaden? Because she's staying in LA to help get Troy to rehab? No, I didn't really talk to her about that. I hate that she's even going to see him. We had an amazing night last night. Hell, we had one hell of a morning, too. I asked her to go out with me tonight. That's when she started rambling about Jaden needing her, about everyone needing her, except me, so I walked out. Danny! I know, but she's different. It felt like rejection. I can't take it from her. It messes with my head. We are undefeated, Philip. I can't let my wife wanting my Ferrari or the girl I'm in love with mess with my head. This season is too important. Does she know? Philip asks with a grin, causing me to realize I just admitted to being in love with her. No, I haven't told her. It's too soon. She's only been back in my life for a few days and she's turned it upside down. And there's way too much to even consider. Where we live, my kids, my job. Rumor has it if you win the big game, you'll retire. What if you don't? Philip asks with a smirk. I want a third ring. It'd put me forever among the elite quarterbacks. While the competitor in me wants to do the unheard of and hold the record for most wins, 3 has always been my goal. And if I get it, yeah, I think it will be time to hang up the cleats. Which will open your life up. More family time, more time for love, more time to relax and enjoy life. You're thinking about it too? I ask him. About selling the company to Trip, cashing out? Yeah, Philip says, taking another slug of his drink. You don't seem happy about it. I love my job. I clink his glass, knowing exactly how he feels. Don't do it then. Getting an offer of this caliber is like winning the big game, Danny, he explains. We've had offers before. This is my 3rd ring, and I'm afraid if I don't take it because of my personal feelings, I'll be letting down my team. How would you do that? First of all, my parents still have most of their wealth held in company stock. They would have a much different lifestyle if they could cash out. I've been buying them out a little at a time, and my dad still earns a healthy board fee, but it's not like this. I also have to consider our employees, many who have been with the company since the beginning. This deal would be life-changing. I feel like I owe them. Then do it, I suggest. What will you do when you retire, Danny? Have you thought about that? Can you imagine having nothing to do all day? I'm hoping your wife will hire me. I tease, but when he doesn't grin back, I answer him seriously. I thought I'd take some time off and see what my options are. My agent, Carter Crawford, says the offers will roll in, especially if I go out on top. Network jobs, more endorsements, speaking opportunities, and it would give me time to focus on my charitable foundation, Diamonds in the Rough. I would think that's exactly what you'd want to do, actually. Take some time off and see what offers roll in. Yeah, he says, but doesn't sound convinced. What does Jaden think you should do? She would love it if we could work together, but she also said that sometimes she'd like to sell off the business side and just consult, design buildings, but let someone else handle the rest. She's also got a lot of mixed emotions about having more kids. How do you feel about that? I'm glad they're out of diapers mostly. After the terror that Madden was as a baby, she swore we were done, that 4 was enough. I always wanted 4, I blurt out as I spin my finger at the bartender, indicating we need another round. When he delivers it, Philip suggests we order dinner as well. Does Jennifer want kids? He asks. Yeah, I say, not able to stop the smile that spreads across my face. I glance down at my arm, remembering how she slid her finger across the empty space between my tattoo and my wrist. I know she wants to fill that space with me. I feel it in my heart. Deep down, I know it's right. It's the shit that goes on at the surface that seems to get in the way. Like the fact that she's probably with her ex right now.
November 2nd, Jennifer. I wake up to more texts and messages from Troy, confessing his undying love for me, which is quickly offset by an article from my publicist showing photos of Troy last night surrounded by women and booze at some club. I drop my head back onto the pillow with a sigh that has nothing to do with who texted me and everything to do with who hasn't. Danny. We had an incredible evening, followed by one of the best mornings of my life. Waking up with him was something straight out of my dreams. Although, in my dreams, I'm pretty sure he didn't leave without so much as a kiss. Things have happened fast with Danny. The way I feel about him hurts as much as the first time. I close my eyes and bask in the glory of sex with Danny. Why did it have to be even better than I'd imagined? Why couldn't it have sucked so I could have closed that chapter on my life? Why do I want to drop everything and rush back to Kansas City? Well, it could be because I don't want to face the problems I need to deal with here. I don't want to have to face reality. I want to live in a glittering, Danny Diamond-filled fairy tale for the rest of my life. Except that it's not a fairy tale. Although I guess Cinderella had an evil stepmother and mean stepsisters, and she and her prince still got together despite it all. And maybe that's the part that makes it a fairy tale, that in spite of the odds stacked against them, 2 people came together because of their love. In the movie roles I've played, I've faced much worse than that. My characters have taken down evil governments and fought aliens. They have gone against their parents' wishes, fought against civil unrest, racism, and terrorists. One ex-wife and a couple of kids shouldn't be that hard to handle in comparison, right? I decide to text him. Me. Hey, how did it go yesterday? I didn't see an announcement. Danny. Yeah, that's because we didn't sign. My heart starts thudding in my chest, my stomach feeling slightly sick. What if, after everything, they changed their minds? What if she apologized for the affair? What if they've reconciled? I'm holding my breath as worst-case scenarios roll through my head. My phone rings. It's him. Hi, I say, answering. Of course he wouldn't want to tell me over a text. He's too sweet. Look, he says with a sigh. I'm sorry I didn't call you yesterday. And I'm sorry that, after everything that happened between us, I just walked out the way I did. Why did you? I ask, my voice sounding small. I hadn't known you were going back to LA. It just hit me, you wanting to see your ex, that you were leaving. I mean, when were you going to tell me? As soon as we stopped kissing long enough to talk, I reply, with more bite in my tone than I intended. I guess I deserve that, he says, sighing again. Our relationship has only started and it's already a mess, all backward. You've said that before but never really explained it. We should be flirting, getting to know each other, dating, then sleeping together, dating some more, deciding to be exclusive, and then in a relationship, each step moving us forward. With you, I feel like I need the commitment first. What kind of a commitment? I want to know that you're as crazy about me as I am about you. I want to know that it's not just a fling, not a stopover on your way back to your old life. I don't want you to get close to my children, only to leave them. Their mother did that, and I just can't let it happen to them again. When you told me you were seeing Troy, I felt like you were leaving. I walked out because it hurt. I feel the same way about your wife. I'm sitting here on pins and needles wondering why you didn't sign. Is it because you changed your mind? Gosh, no. Nothing is ever going to make me want to be with her again. I can hardly stand to be in the same room with her. So why didn't you sign? She brought up what happened with Devani at the party this past weekend and basically blamed me. Danny, if you want me to commit to you, you have to be willing to do so in return, meaning you have to talk to me. I'm going through a lot of shit with my ex. You have no idea, and I wish I could talk to you about it, and I wish you would tell me what else your wife said because I get the feeling that it had something to do with me. She blamed you for Devani getting drunk. Said dating you has affected my judgment in regard to my children. And how do you feel about that? I ask, my anger barely in check. I think she's using it to get more money. First, she said she wanted joint custody. I told her if that were the case, we'd go back to what was laid out in our prenuptial agreement. I take it she's getting more than she should be? Yeah, I told you, my kids are my top priority. I gave her anything she asked for within reason to get sole custody. She doesn't really want custody, so she went with a low blow. She asked for my Ferrari. I thought you said she hated that car, I blurt out. She does, and it pissed me off so much that I left the room. Told my attorney to offer her another $500,000, and if she didn't take it, I wouldn't sign. She didn't agree, we didn't sign. Danny, I say softly, give her the car. No freaking way. I thought you would be on my side. I am. She's messing with you, trying to manipulate you. My guess is that she'll give the car to Dick Rash. Why do you care if he gets your sloppy seconds? He got your wife. You might as well take the car she hates. Every time she has to ride in it with him, she'll be reminded of you and how much she hates the car she's in. Only she's in a pickle then because she can't do anything about it. I like it. And I like you, I tell him. I also think you should go buy the most badass exotic car you can find as a suitable replacement. It's just that car has memories. It was like proof that I had made it. You aren't giving away the memories, Danny. That's true. I'll think about it. Tell me about what's going on with Troy. How long are you planning to stay out there? And more importantly, where are you staying? I'm at the hotel right now, but I might stay at our house. Well, His house for a few days? No, he says adamantly. I don't have anywhere else to stay once Jaden goes home tomorrow. They're closing the hotel. Yeah, you do. It's called a different hotel. Unless you want to stay with him. I just thought it might help calm him down. But you're right. It's probably not smart. He's binging, and when he does that, he can get a little out of control. With you? Sometimes. He doesn't mean it, Jennifer. I'm going to say this as your friend. For your own safety, you shouldn't be alone with him at all, Danny says passionately and with force. You're still dealing with your ex. I understand that you and the kids are a package, and their mother will be a part of that. Why is it not okay that I have people on my side I have to deal with too? I have not had even one occasion where I have been alone with Lori since she told me she wanted a divorce. Not once. My attorney advised against it, probably because he was half worried I'd kill her. To this, I let out a laugh. I doubt he was worried about that. You're too sweet. Actually, Jennifer, you're the one who is sweet. And I know this because the other night.
November 8th. Danny. The week flew by. Days spent at the stadium prepping for our game at Dallas, which we lost in overtime. Evenings at home with the kids, and late nights spent on the phone with Jennifer as she tries to rebuild her life in Los Angeles. Although I'm dying to see her again, I understand her livelihood is there. Since we've been apart, she's done a photo shoot for a magazine cover, 3 interviews, and negotiated an endorsement deal. Her agent and publicist are thrilled to have her back in town. I'm worried, though, because she still hasn't seen Troy. On one hand, I don't want her to, but on the other, I want her to get into rehab and out of her life and come back home to me. As I take a seat at the conference table in my attorney's office, I say a prayer that this will be the last time I have to sit across a table from my wife and hash out the dismantling of our life together. We've covered everything from credit card points to jewelry to investment funds. Mrs. Diamond is offering 3 options, her attorney says, getting the process started again. As a show of good faith, we've prepared all 3 documents and she has already signed them. We've also taken the liberty to prepare the press release that will go out upon filing with the court, if we come to an agreement today. She slides them across the table, first to the mediator, then to me. Before I look at these, I want to talk about the press release. I don't want to do one. Why not? Lori's attorney asks. Because he doesn't want to admit he failed, Lori says simply and probably accurately as she studies her manicure like this is all so incredibly boring. Because it's no one's business, I state. I'll agree to it, Lori says, sliding the press release over to my attorney. And I'll go a step further and allow Danny to release this whenever he feels the time is right. I grab the paper off the table before my attorney can, and I read it. It's short, sweet, and impassive. Fitting, really. But it's well written and places no blame. Let's get back to the agreements in front of us. I've reviewed them, my attorney states. They are identical to our original agreement other than 3 variations. In option 1, you and Mrs. Diamond will share custody of the children. In option 2, you retain custody but pay Mrs. Diamond an additional sum of $1 million. In option 3, you retain custody while Mrs. Diamond receives an additional piece of personal property, a Ferrari. Would you like to recess and discuss? No, I think I know which one to sign. No reason to drag this out further. I try really hard not to smirk as I grab option 3. Lori, I know how much you love the Ferrari, I say, quickly signing, and I want you to have that wonderful reminder of our life together. Wait, she says as I set down the pen. You said you'd never let me have it. I've changed my mind, I say with a shrug. I realized that my love for it came from the memory of purchasing it with my friends on a special weekend. I didn't realize you shared that love, so really, it's my special parting gift to you. She doesn't say anything, her mouth just hangs open. She probably already decided how she was going to spend the extra money. And it's the best financial option, my attorney says, adding insult to injury. It's only valued at about $150,000. Lori doesn't say another word, just storms out. I'm on my way home from practice later when Jaden calls me. Hey, you want to come over for dinner tonight? I'm making cornbread and chili. Save it for tomorrow. Do you want to go out? She asks. It's been a long week already, and I thought I'd bring dinner over. Champagne and a couple buckets of chicken. Devaney told me it's how you all celebrate. I didn't know you carried the tradition on after you were married. Yeah, well, your wife wouldn't have approved of something so gauche. We signed the papers. They were admitted to the court this afternoon. I opted not to do a press release yet. It's no one's business. If it comes up, I'll deal with it. Danny, oh my gosh! I don't really know what to say, though. Do you think it's chicken-worthy? Like celebrating the demise of your marriage? No, but getting full custody of my kids is. Does that mean you gave her the extra money? Well, I would have, but when I got there, she had signed 3 separate documents. One offering joint custody, the other an extra $1 million, and another with me giving her the car. You didn't! She squeals with delight. I sure did. I'm so proud of you, Danny! And you're right, bring on the chicken! The kids are shocked when I call them into the dining room at the Mackenzie's house before anyone else. Do you know what they're celebrating tonight? Devaney asks, her eyes wide with excitement. Actually, we're the ones celebrating. I thought it would be nice for the Mackenzies to join us. Today, your mother and I agreed on our settlement, and I got full custody of the 2 of you. It's all I wanted in the divorce. Does that mean we don't have to go stay at Richard's anymore? Damon asks, looking relieved. Not if you don't want to. It's important that you maintain a relationship with your mother, but it will be up to us what kind of relationship that is, not something forced by the court. My kids jump into my arms and give me happy smiles, which are worth more than a fleet of Ferraris. We have a great celebratory dinner with lots of laughing and joking and storytelling, and I'm thrilled that the kids are taking things so well, that they seem happy. Everything seems to finally be coming together for us. I'm sitting in the study having a second glass of champagne with Philip when Jaden comes to the door and says, Danny, can you come here for a minute, please? Sure. I set my glass down and make my way to the kitchen island where I find Devaney with tears in her eyes. What's wrong, honey? When the kids stayed with Lori while you were in Dallas, Jaden says, she'd told Devaney that you and Jennifer had been having an affair and that's why you got divorced. She said, what? Why would she say that? Devaney, honey, I say, sitting down next to her. I would hope that your mother wouldn't lie to you outright about something like this. I'm hoping it's a misunderstanding, but I promise you that our marriage did not end because I had an affair. She said you would deny it, Devaney says, her head down. Why else would Jennifer have come here? She's a movie star, Dad. And I'm a professional football player, I want to say, but don't. I invited her, Jaden says. Your dad hadn't seen Jennifer since you were a baby. Did you have an affair with her when I was a baby? My daughter asks. To answer that question, I need to tell you a story first. I want you to understand the whole story because it's important to me. Just after you were born, I went to California to meet with my agent. You know, Carter. She nods. He took me to a celebrity function. Lots of famous people were there. And that's when I met Jennifer. Sometimes you meet someone and have an instant connection. Jennifer and I both felt that way. We laughed, we talked, and we didn't want the night to end, so we hung out on the beach and watched the sunrise together. You spent the night with her? Devaney cries out. Dad, that's cheating! No, it's not. Jennifer and I didn't have sex. We just became friends that night. Like you and Chase, Jaden adds in. Mom says boys and girls can't be just friends, Devaney counters. And you know that's not true, Jaden fires back. You and Chase are best friends, just like your dad and me. So anyway, I continue. Jennifer and I stayed in touch, and she came to a Nebraska game. Was Mom there? Devaney asks. Because she says she'd never met Jennifer. No, I tell her, but she was supposed to have been. Jennifer called me at the last minute and said she was coming. Your mom canceled going at the same time. When Jennifer and I hung out again, I knew that I couldn't be just friends with her because I kinda liked her. And I couldn't like her because I was married. Sometimes life is complicated, Jaden explains, and you have to make choices. Your dad knew if he stayed friends with Jennifer that cheating might eventually happen, and he didn't want that. You and your mom were too important to me, I say. I loved your mother, and I wanted us to be an amazing family. And I haven't spoken to or seen Jennifer since I told her that we couldn't be friends. Until the other day when I walked into Auntie Jay's house for some milk. So you didn't cheat, but when you saw her again years later, you still liked her? It seems like you like her. I do like her, but if you don't want me to see her, if you hate her, I'll stop seeing her. You and Damon are the most important things in my life. I hope you don't hate her, though, and that you will give her a chance because I really do like her. Do you love her? Devani asks, brightening. I haven't told her yet because it's too soon to know for sure, but I think I might. I want you to be happy, Daddy, she says sweetly and then throws her arms around me. When she ends our hug, she asks, Why did Mom lie? I let out a deep sigh. It was the one question that I hoped she wouldn't ask. Remember how your friend Megan broke up with Trevor because she decided she liked Dylan instead? Jaden says, coming to my rescue and changing the subject. Yeah, Devani says, scrunching up her face, trying to figure out what that has to do with anything. And when Trevor started going out with Shaylee, what did Megan do? Jaden asks. She tried to break them up, Devani states, and I suddenly get where Jaden is going with this. Why? She was jealous, Devani replies. But she was going out with Dylan. That makes no sense. Why would she even care? Jaden asks. Devani shrugs and raises an eyebrow. That's what I wondered. But Megan said that Trevor shouldn't be able to get over her so fast. That he was hers first. She was jealous. It didn't really make sense. She turns to me. Is that what Mom's doing? I think so, I say, not sure how to proceed. This feels like dangerous territory. And it's not just about your dad, I suspect, Jaden says. It's more about Jennifer. Your mom doesn't want to be with your dad anymore because she's happy with Richard, but at the same time, she doesn't want anyone else to have him. I don't know why she would think that. When she asked about Jennifer, I told her that Jennifer is really nice. Jaden puts her hand to her chest. You're her baby, and she's probably feeling a little worried that you might like Jennifer more than you like her. I know it sounds silly, but even adults get worried about stuff like that. Sometimes I do, she mutters. I used to fight with my mom, Jaden says as she pulls a tray of cookies out of the oven. We never agreed on anything. I was always Daddy's little girl. I totally got my way with him. Like Haley does with Uncle Philip? He's hard on Chase, but Haley gets anything she wants, she asks. Exactly like that. But what about me and Chase? Jaden says. You're kind of a pushover when it comes to him, my daughter replies. He says he just has to smile at you or give you a kiss on the nose. Exactly. And although all I want for him out of life is to be happy and healthy, someday when he gets married, it's going to be hard for me. I might feel a little jealous. He will have been mine for the first 20 years of his life, Jaden says. 30, I cough, praying my daughter doesn't want to get married until at least then. Whatever, Jaden says with a wave of her hand and then uses a spatula to pile the warm cookies on a plate. He's going to fall in love and some girl is going to take him away from me. But I want that. I want him to fall in love and have a family of his own. It's not really rational, is it? Okay, I get it, Devani says, turning to offer me a cookie. You want some milk? I'd love some. As she's pouring it in a couple of glasses, I say, Danny, if your mom ever tells you something and you don't know if it's true or not, come to me. I promise that I'll always tell you the truth. She says. Have you slept with Jennifer? I reply. She gives me a smirk. It's okay. You don't have to give me the I'm a grown man speech. I know I'm not supposed to have sex until I'm married, right? That's definitely right, I state. And you and Mom waited until you were married? Mom was your first? I can see Jaden's chest shaking, and a few moments later she breaks out laughing. Shut up, I say to her. I see, Devani says, waggling her eyebrows at me. I think I'll take some of these cookies up to Chase's room. Once she's out of earshot, I turn to Jaden, who is still giggling. I tried to hold it in, she says. Philip comes out of the study with the champagne bottle in hand, sets it down, then walks out to the garage and brings back 3 beers. I think we might need something a little more stout after that conversation, he says. I notice you didn't bother to join us, I say. Philip just laughs. I open my beer and stand here with the bottle in the air, not knowing what the heck to say. Jaden speaks instead. Here's to our children growing up. I don't think I can drink to that, I reply. How about we drink to me going and kicking Lori's ass, Philip says. I can't even believe she had the nerve to say that to Danny, to drag her into it. Ugh, I mean, what the foxtrot? I laugh. I'll drink to that.
November 9th. Jennifer. I can't sleep. A glance at the clock tells me it's only 5 in the morning. My time here has been productive. My career is back on track, and I have 3 really good scripts sitting on the bedside table. The problem is, I'm not sure I want it anymore. I also don't know what to do about Troy. I have managed to avoid seeing or speaking to him, but Jason called me last night, and I can't avoid it any longer. He's a wreck, and if I don't do something about it, he'll end up dead. I consider calling Jaden, who I know put her kids to bed 2 nights ago and then flew here, but it's probably still too early. I pick up my phone, deciding to call Danny, who is always the bright spot in my day. Hey, I say when he answers, and I know it's for horses. How are you this morning, gorgeous? His voice is deep and gravelly, like he just woke up. Wishing I were there with you. I say exactly what I'm thinking. Then come home, he says. Home? I repeat slowly, the words sinking in. Are you suggesting Kansas City should become my home? Well, I am willing to share my bed with you, he says sexily. Are you really? What about the kids? Devani told me last night that it's okay if I date and that she wants me to be happy. That's sweet, but dating to her is probably different than me sharing your bed or moving in with you. Like, that's a really big step. There's a place close by where you could sleep if it feels like too much of a commitment. You're not divorced yet, Danny. I know your wife moved in with Dick Rash, but I can't move in with you until we're in a relationship. It just sends the wrong message to your children. Lori signed the papers yesterday, he tells me. Did you give her the car? Yeah, and she was shocked. It's so awesome that she is going to be stuck with a car she hates. I owe you for that brilliant move. We're going to have to get you a new one, I tell him. When do you want to go look? I should probably tell you about my conversation with my daughter first, he says. What happened? Devani was upset because Lori had told her that you and I had been having an affair and led her to believe that's why we were getting a divorce. I wish that were the case, I mutter, causing Danny to laugh. I was thinking the same thing, but it actually turned out to be a good talk. Jaden helped, but I told Danny that I really like you and that even though her mother doesn't want to be with me, she still doesn't really want me to be with anyone else. I have to go see Troy today, I blurt out, not able to hold it in any longer. I thought you decided not to. Yeah, well, Jason says Troy is going to kill himself, that he is afraid to go in Troy's room and wake him up every afternoon, afraid he's going to find Troy dead. If that happened and I could have done something to help, I'd feel guilty for the rest of my life. And you're hoping to sweet-talk him into going to rehab? I think I at least need to try. And you promise that you won't be alone with him? I'm not worried about you sleeping with him, but I am worried about your safety. If you decide to get back together with him, let me know so I can go cry in the corner. Danny Diamond, I purr. You are the only man I want to sleep with. It's a really good thing that we did it quite a few times that night. Reliving it in my dreams is the only thing keeping me going. My phone rings and I see that he's requesting to video chat. I smooth out my hair and hit accept. I wanted to see your face when I said this. I was going to tell you when you came back, but I'm going to tell you now. I haven't dated in a long time, but even then, I never played games with girls. I fell hard for you and walked away all those years ago. You should hate me for that, but you don't. I did the right thing for my family, but the wrong thing for me. We've been given the opportunity to change that. In football terms, when I see an open hole, I go for it. I start laughing hysterically. He looks puzzled. He's pouring his heart out and I'm laughing at him. I'm so bad, but I can't help it. You said, you said, I say, practically hyperventilating because I'm laughing so hard. Oh my gosh, Danny, I know you are being serious right now and I so love what you said, but it's all your fault. You warped my mind with your dirty football terms. I laugh some more. And you just said you were going for the open hole and… I clutch my stomach, doubling over. I don't know why this is making me laugh so hard. Maybe I needed the break from life. I am the open hole. Get it? Like, sexually? Oh my God, I'm sorry. His face breaks out into a crooked smile, like he's trying to hold it in, and then he starts laughing too. He shakes his head at me and narrows his eyes. I promise no more football terms when I'm trying to be serious and romantic. His words stop my laughter. I suck in a breath. Perfect. Keep going, please. What I was trying to say is that I want you in my life. If you want a baby, I want a baby. I just can't move to California right now. You told me that you had taken time off to travel with Troy. When were you supposed to start back to work? Not until mid-February. He gives me another beaming smile, one that reaches his brilliant blue eyes. Which gets me through the season. I know Kansas City isn't quite as glitzy as traveling to European nightclubs, but you could come here instead, maybe? We can see how things go and decide what's next for both of us. Together. If I get my third ring, I'm probably going to retire, which would open up even more possibilities. I gaze into his eyes. I'm so incredibly happy. He must take my silence as indecision because he starts talking fast. I know that's asking a lot. LA is your home and where you work. It'd be a big lifestyle change to the one you're probably used to living. I grew up in a small town, Danny. I want you and whatever challenges you bring. Let's figure them out together. I just don't want you to give up your career for me, though. Like, I'm adamant about that. My wife blamed me for her not going to medical school even though it was her choice. Never once had I even suggested it. What about your sex life? I blurt out. My old tendencies seem to have come back with a flourish. What about yours? He counters. We were apart more than we were together, I tell him. So that made it seem better than it was. It was nothing compared to how it is with you. And mine was, looking back is different than living it, he says. We had sex. Sex feels good. I loved her. But sex was always very orchestrated. The right mood, the right lingerie, a new sex toy, the right lighting. Even when we were dating, it was that way. I was used to doing it whenever and wherever in college. This felt mature, like I was a grown-up, if that makes sense. It does. That's the problem with sex. Emotions get in the way. Yet emotions are the best part of sex. The love? I dare ask. Well, the love deepens your feelings, but there are other emotions. Desire, need, hunger, and simple primal urge. I know we've only been together the one night, but I'd say sex with you is the full package. I visually swoon, clasping my hands together and holding them in front of my lips. And I very much like the package, I tease, before we say goodbye.
Danny. After I hang up with Jennifer, I head to practice. I'm feeling both happy about the fact that Jennifer will be able to come back here for the season and worried about her visit with Troy. I pick up my phone and call Jaden. Everything okay? She asks upon answering. And even though it's quite early on the West Coast, I can hear a jackhammer in the background and know she's on the job site. Yeah, everyone is fine. Do you have a minute to talk? Sure, hang on. She must put me on mute because the next time I hear her voice, she's somewhere quiet. What's up? Jennifer is supposed to see Troy today. She promised not to be alone with him, but she only mentioned that his manager, some Jason guy, would be there. If things get out of hand, I'm not sure that's enough, you know? She mentioned that when he was drunk and out of control, he could get violent, she says. There were tabloid reports this morning of him out partying again last night. The press seems to love following him, probably waiting for him to implode. Any ideas on how I can make sure she stays safe without being the overprotective boyfriend? Boyfriend, she teases in a sing-song voice that reminds me of when we were kids. Is that an official title? I didn't ask her to go steady, if that's what you're asking, but I did sort of ask her to move in with me, at least for the rest of the season. She isn't scheduled to start filming until February, so we have some time to figure things out. Danny, what did she say? She said no, I reply in mock sorrow. Jaden is quiet. I'm sorry. I really thought... She said that she wouldn't move in with me until after the divorce was final, because of the kids. I guess that makes sense. And it's a good parenting move, even though your wife... I interrupt her again. I told her I knew somewhere close by that she could stay. Oh, I see. You're calling to suck up, she teases. Kinda. It's fine if she stays. Philip's sister called yesterday to tell us that she couldn't make it for Christmas. She has to have surgery on her knee during the holiday break, so their family won't be coming down as planned. Philip's older sister Ashley works in administration at the university and still lives in Nebraska, where we all grew up. And it sounds like Philip's parents are going to help out, so the room will be free. It's like all the stars are aligning, I say with a laugh, knowing it is something she would say to me. Yes, they seem to be. I'm happy for you, Danny. And to answer your other question, I think there should definitely be some security present when Jennifer goes to see Troy. Why don't I talk to her agent? Jennifer already set it up for us to talk about some questions I have regarding his celebrity clients and their hotel needs. You're amazing, and my best friend in the whole world, she sighs. I should probably tell you now. What, I'm not your best friend anymore? I kinda maybe told Tripp that you would come to the grand opening of the hotel this summer, schmooze. Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss that for the world. Then shoot, I have to stop and add it up. A 27-year friendship is still intact.
Jennifer. He wants me to move in with him. I feel like I need to pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming. I take my time in getting ready, trying to emotionally prepare for seeing Troy today. Of course, once I'm finally pumped up to go and get it over with, I get a text from his manager. Jason, can we reschedule? Me. I'd prefer to just get it over with now, Jason. Jason. Today isn't a good day. Me. Why not? Jason. He was out last night. Just trust me. Me. Fine, but if it's not tomorrow, it's nothing. I call the realtor who is going to help me find a house to lease and ask if we can look today instead of tomorrow. 20 minutes later, and I'm in his shiny Range Rover heading out to Malibu. Hopefully, I will find a place here so I can feel settled. November 10th, Jennifer. I heard from Cade that you didn't go see Troy yesterday, Jaden says when we meet up for breakfast. Thank you for talking to him about getting security, but you're right, I didn't go see him. His manager asked to change it to today. I looked for a place to live instead, which honestly was just as depressing. Why was it depressing? Jaden asks, before taking a sip of her coffee. I looked at 7 different places and none of them felt right. Were they all in the same part of town? Yeah, Malibu. That's where I've pretty much always lived. Well, once I earned enough money. Jaden studies me from across the table. And that's where you want to continue to live? I sigh. I thought I did, but now nothing feels right. Originally, I loved the laid-back vibe. Later, I moved in with Troy, who lived just a few houses down the beach from me. And now? I love having views of the ocean, but everything I've seen feels too small, too modern, and too close together. I've also only been looking at properties for lease. My realtor says that's what I need at this point since my life is so up in the air, but I'm not sure I agree. You want something more permanent. You want to feel settled. Exactly. During most of my adult life, I've never felt completely settled. Everything has been temporary. The house I lived in with Troy was beautiful, but he owned it, so I never made any changes. I just fit my stuff and my life into it. And if this is going to work with Danny, I would need a house out here with more bedrooms, more space. Well then, maybe you need to either look at a different location or consider buying. Do you think I should make that kind of a decision without Danny? Yes, I think you need to. In Kansas City, you would be moving into Danny's house. We're completely changing it from what it was when Lori lived there, so you don't have to deal with that. But will you be able to consider it home? I helped him choose the kitchen design. I grin. Maybe I'll end up on the wall in his workout room. Jaden smiles thoughtfully. Wouldn't that be something? I think you're right. I need to buy a house. I was thinking it should maybe even have a nice backyard. Kids need space, she says with a grin. I know. I can't even believe I'm letting my mind go there. But it has been since you saw his tattoos, she says knowingly. Yeah, pretty much. I had sort of given up on the idea of having kids. As soon as he showed me that empty space on his arm, I wanted to fill it for him. I roll my eyes at myself. I'm smitten, what can I say? Have you ever been to your agent's house? She asks me. I haven't been to Caden Palmer's house in probably 6 years. You didn't know he moved then? She asks. No, he didn't mention it, I reply, wondering why he didn't. When I come to the realization, I hang my head. Why do you look so sad about that? Jaden wonders. Because I can't remember the last time I asked about his family. When we do talk, it's all about me. I used to be pretty good friends with his younger brother Cash and his wife Ashlyn. They have the cutest love story. She got dumped at a friend's wedding, got drunk and met Cash, and then they went to Vegas on a whim that night and got married, right? I nod. Why aren't you friends with them anymore? Troy was really high at a party at their house. I wanted to leave. Troy got mad and kicked the wall, putting a hole through it. I was horribly embarrassed, offered to pay, and haven't talked to them since. She reaches across the table, grabs my hand, and squeezes it. I'm sorry for all you went through, Jennifer, but only you are in charge of your life. Remember that today when you go see Troy. I will. It's hard, though. I just wish I could fix him, you know? While that's a noble cause, when fixing someone else harms you, then it's time for you to get out. I should have gotten out of the relationship a long time ago. It made me feel helpless and weak, which is crazy because I used to be. My words trail off. No excuses, Jaden says. You are out of the relationship now. That's what matters. You're moving forward with your life. Yes, just have to get him to rehab first. Actually, you don't, Jaden says. You haven't asked for my opinion, but I'm going to give it to you. He doesn't deserve your help anymore. I know, I say, even though I know I'm going to help him. I decide to change the subject. How did you know Caden Palmer moved? They invited me for dinner last night, so I got to see the new house. The reason I even brought it up is because you might like the area. It's hilly and gorgeous. It has sweeping ocean views and bigger, more private lots. He also said Palmer loves it because instead of being an hour from most of her movie studios, she's now a 30-minute drive. Where are they at? Pacific Palisades. Jaden's eyes get wide with excitement. Talk about a sunset. I love the ones we watch at our lake, but wow, the ocean looks like it never stops from there, and the view is just incredible. Is the house pretty? It has amazing bones. That's why they wanted me to see it. They thought since I was going to be out here often, maybe I'd be interested in another project. And what did you say? That I appreciated the offer, but I don't have time. Cade probably didn't take that for an answer, I bet. He's a born negotiator. That is true. So's his brother Carter. That's why Danny hired him as his agent to begin with. He's got a gift in that regard. He can get his way, all while convincing the other side they are getting a good deal. That's why I hired Cade too. Tell me about their place. It's an older estate, one of the largest bluffside properties in the area, I'm told, and it has panoramic views from Palos Verdes all the way down to Malibu. Loads of potential. A smile spreads across my face. I can see how hard it was for her to turn down the job offer, but I know time with her family is more important. So we came to an agreement. What kind of agreement? I agreed to help out a little with the design. Their architect has drawn up plans. I'm going to review them, suggest changes, and then give Palmer some finish options. I'm going to be picking them out for the hotel, so not a big deal for me to find some samples for them in the process. Something else happened yesterday, she admits. Uh-oh, why do I get the feeling you're about to give me the bad news? It's not bad news. It's just that Tripp mentioned that he wants to buy my company. You're not excited about the prospect? I have mixed feelings about it. It's hard to let go of something you built from the ground up. It's also hard to sell your baby to a publicly traded company. Even though Tripp is forward-thinking, he still has to keep his stockholders happy. He says with as much as he's paying for the hotel renovations, he might as well own the company so he can keep the profits. He wants his hands in all the pots. Pots of money, I tease. What are you going to do? I'm not sure. I'm still in shock, and I certainly know how Philip feels about the whole thing. I wasn't seeing it in the same light as I am now. It's personal, deeply personal. Maybe you should come to my psychic with me today. You believe in that stuff? She asks. I never used to until I met Serena. She's so spot on. I've been going to her for years. How is she spot on? I went to her after Danny and I met. She knew I'd met the love of my life. She also told me it wouldn't happen when I wanted it to. Wow. I went once in college for fun. It seemed hokey to me. Never tried again. Also, I really don't want to know my future. She doesn't, tell you when you're going to die or anything. It's more guidance. Big picture. Maybe you should ask her about selling to Tripp. If she's that good, she'd already know. True. I just mean, maybe she could shed light on the situation. Maybe, Jaden says, but I can tell she's not interested. Not that she disapproves or anything, just maybe it's not for her. Or maybe she isn't looking for answers like I always am. Anyway, good to see you this morning. I have a few meetings and then I'll be headed home. Need to be back in time for Chase's game. When are you coming back? After I find a place to live. I feel like I need to get settled here before I can let myself settle there, if that even makes sense. It does. It's like a to-do list that you have to finish before you can start anything else. Exactly. She takes one last bite of her avocado toast and then wipes her mouth, grabs her portfolio, and waves goodbye. I order another cappuccino and take some time to look at homes for sale on an app on my phone. I've found 4 houses that I'm interested in, and I'm down to my last drop when my phone vibrates. Jason, we're on for today. An hour work? I sit and stare at the phone, wondering if I should reply, if I should go. Finally, I reply, telling myself that it's the last time that I ever will. Me. Yeah. I call the 2-man security team that Cade contracted yesterday and meet them in a parking lot in Malibu to discuss the plan. I let them know that I don't want Troy to know they are there, as I don't want to do anything to agitate him, especially when he's been binging. They decide to put a bug in my purse and ask me for a code word I will say if I want them to enter the house. I choose avocado. Troy hates them, so I don't have to worry about it coming up in conversation. A short time later, I'm standing outside the front door of the house I used to live in, ringing the doorbell like a stranger. To my surprise, Troy answers the door himself. He's dressed up, wearing a collared shirt, freshly pressed jeans, and a plaid blazer that I bought for him on a trip to Amsterdam. I wonder if he even realizes the irony of it. Jennifer, he says, thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. Can I get you something to drink? I scrunch my nose in disgust. Is he serious? I'm not offering alcohol, he says, although he looks like he could use some. He's shaking slightly. You don't need to glare at me like that. I meant a sparkling water, or I have some of that passion fruit tea you love. Water would be great. Where's Jason? I ask, realizing that he's probably shaking because he binged all night and then took a stimulant to prop himself up today. I didn't want him to be here because I wanted to speak privately with you. He goes into the kitchen, grabs an already prepared tray with the drinks he offered, and carries it out to the back deck. You always loved this view, he says, as he sets the tray on the coffee table in front of the sectional outdoor sofa and then motions for me to sit. I take a seat directly across from him, not wanting to be close, and the view is literally the last thing on my mind. He takes his time pouring the water into crystal tumblers and then carefully adds a lime to each. He sets the glass in front of me and holds his up in the air. Here's to us. I don't bother saying that there is no more us. It's a moot point. I wanted you to come so that I could tell you again how sorry I am. Things got out of control in a way I didn't intend. It won't happen again. Troy, it is happening again. There have been photos of you out practically every single night. I'm not here so you can apologize. I'm here because Jason wants me to convince you to go to rehab. I let him think that. I'm sorry, but I knew if I asked, you wouldn't come. So, does that mean you are going on your own? For 30 days. I'm checking in tomorrow. Yes, I've binged a little the last couple of days. It was my last hurrah. My last drink ever. I promise, Eddie. I was serious when I said never to call me that again. I cringe. I'm sorry. I forgot. I've called you it for so long. Shit, this isn't what I wanted. I have a lot going on, a lot to tell you. He tells me what Jason already told me about the residency offer in Vegas. He speaks eloquently, much like the man I fell in love with all those years ago, with conviction and hope. And it's glimpses like these that pull at my heartstrings. I know I have a problem, and I'm very sorry for everything I did in the past to hurt you because of my addiction, but all that is going to change. I'll do rehab and get better, and then we're going to have a normal life. We'll buy a gorgeous place in Vegas with a whole lot of bedrooms that we can fill with children. I'm serious. I want to have a baby with you. Heck, we could have 2 or 3, whatever you want. I sit silently and listen. It's like he's having an intervention with himself, and I can't help but feel like he was coached about what to say. What do you think? He asks. About having children? About all of it. Moving, finding an awesome place to live, having a few babies, maybe even getting a dog. You can decorate the house however you want. Maybe we could even build one. I don't know about that. I don't want to upset him by turning him down flat, not when he's agreed to go to rehab. Jason would kill me. I get it, Troy says, standing up, walking toward me, taking my hands in his and pulling me to stand. I really understand. I know that I embarrassed you. I know that I embarrassed me. I know what I did was disrespectful to you and our relationship, but you have to give me another chance to prove to you that I'm still the man you fell in love with. He drops down on one knee. And I'm going to do it by doing something I've never considered. It's not that I haven't always loved you. I have. It's because our love was so amazing that I didn't want to ruin it with a title. But that was before. This is now. Now I want it all. With you. Jennifer, will you marry me? When I don't say anything, he pulls out a black velvet box and opens the lid. Nestled inside is a simple ring. And it takes me back. We were sitting out in the ocean atop surfboards, just in front of this house, which he'd bought when his band hit it big. It was my mother's wedding band, he said, showing me the ring that he wore on a long gold chain. She passed away a few years ago, and I miss her terribly. She was my biggest cheerleader, my biggest fan. She'd be so proud of everything I've accomplished. A lot of people think Twisted Dreams was an overnight success, but they don't know how many crappy little clubs we played in, how we worked during the day and then played at night, how when we got done playing, I would stay and DJ. My mom knew. She bought me my first set of drums when I was 7, listened to me beat on them, even when she had to be sick of the noise. This ring represents everything we worked toward together, and I hope to keep making her proud of me. It's my mother's ring, Troy says. I know, I say, shocked he would consider parting with it. That's how much you mean to me. We can get a pretty diamond to go with it, but I knew this would mean more. My mom wouldn't be very proud of me right now, and she wouldn't be proud of how I've treated you. I'm going to fix it. It's going to change. This ring is not only me asking you to forgive me and marry me, but it's also a promise that I won't ever let you down again. Troy, I shouldn't be the reason you go to rehab. That should be because you want it for you. I do. I want it for both of us. I swallow hard. Here he is, down on his knee in front of me, something I wanted for so long. But I can't lie to him about this. It wouldn't be fair. I can't agree to marry you, Troy. I'm sorry. I appreciate everything you said, and I know how much the ring means to you. That's what Jason said you would say. He snaps the lid shut and stands up, looking pissed. Why can't you just fucking forgive me? I'm pouring out my heart to you. What more do you want? You write songs, Troy. They're just words until someone sets them to music. He strips his jacket off. He's sweating, and I can tell he needs a fix. Are you saying that I need to write you a song? I'm saying that you can't ask me to commit to any of those things until you can prove that you're in a place to be making those kinds of promises. Go to rehab. You bitch, he says, and I know what's coming next. Avocado! I scream. Troy grabs a handful of my hair, pulling me toward him. I've had enough of this shit. We're getting back together. We have to announce it so they will sign me. That figures, I say softly, refusing to get worked up. I know all that will do is elevate his anger. In other words, you still don't love me the way I deserve to be loved. Let go of me. He doesn't. He gets in my face and yells at me more, spittle flying from his mouth. I can't even tell you how ugly he looks right now. Get your hands off her, one of the security men says, coming up the back stairs. This is none of your business, Troy fires back. Get off my property or I'm calling the cops. And we'll have you arrested for domestic violence, the man says. We? You think she is ever going to say that to a policeman? She loves me. She'll do anything for me. Won't you, Eddie? Tase him, I say to the other man who Troy has no idea is standing behind him. He's about to get more violent. So he does. And I have to say, I kind of enjoy watching Troy writhe in pain. The second I'm out the door, I call Jason. Of course, he doesn't answer, so I call his assistant. Is he in the office? I ask. Yes, ma'am, but he's with a client and he cannot be disturbed. Bullshit, I say, hanging up and getting in the car. I give my driver for the day the address to Jason's office and tell him to go there. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind and let him know that Troy is all his. I'm completely out. I then decide to call my realtor. If this visit with Troy has solidified one thing in my mind, it's that I do want to buy a house. A big house with land and privacy and lots of bedrooms for friends and family. We're nearly to Jason's office when we drive by the street where my psychic lives. Stop, I tell the driver. I instruct him to make a quick U-turn and pull up in front of the house she rents. When I walk in, she says, I've been expecting you. Which I guess shouldn't be a surprise, but it is. And you want to talk about love. I nod my head and take a seat at Serena's table. It's covered in a blue velvet cloth with little silver stars. The walls of the room are painted violet, and the space is the definition of gypsy boho. She takes my hand in hers and closes her eyes. It's said that we really only fall in love with 3 different people in our lifetime. I believe this is a way in which the universe guides us, for each love teaches us something. Consider your first love. You dated him in high school. It broke both your hearts when you left for LA to follow your dream. I nod somberly, remembering how traumatic our breakup was. Serena's gaze meets mine. In this type of love, how others react to the love is more important than your true feelings. I'm sure all your friends thought you were the perfect couple. Yeah, I mean, he was a great guy and sweet, and I loved him, but in love, there should be no buts, she says in a lyrical way. Serena has a soft, hypnotic voice. A person's second love is their difficult love. It is a love that hurts. Troy lied to you, manipulated you, and caused you pain. But hopefully, he taught you an important lesson, Jennifer. What often happens is this second type of love becomes a cycle of finding someone with the same issues, each time thinking the outcome will be different. In your case, you loved the same man, but each time you tried to love him, it ended up worse than before. Trust me, if you go back to him, things will continue to deteriorate. The cycle will not be broken. This is an unhealthy love, one where trying to make it work becomes more important than the love itself. I'm not taking him back. I don't want to be in that cycle ever again, I tell her. That's good to hear, because it means you are prepared for your third love. What's that? The kind of love you never see coming. Not everyone is lucky enough to experience this type of love, but it is what I see in your future. This love will come to you so easily that it doesn't seem real. You will have the kind of connection that is so intense, so right, that it will shake you to your core. This is love that fairy tales are made of. I believe you have met this man in the past, and I believe it is the same man that first brought you to see me years ago. How do you know that? It is my gift, and I can see it in your eyes. I'm not saying that it will be an easy journey. I do see a few roadblocks ahead, and I see a snake in your future, one with two heads that will rise up to keep you apart. But in the end, if you open your heart to him, this man will show you that true love exists. And Jennifer, my dear, when you find that kind of love, you don't let it pass you by, especially if you were lucky enough to cross paths for a second time. 14 years ago, I fell hard, fast, but he was married, had a new baby. He chose them. It destroyed me. You still had lessons to learn. So I should be with him? I ask, desperately waiting for her answer. You should follow your heart, she says, in a way that sounds more cryptic than I hoped. But he lives in Kansas City. I live in LA. It's where my work is. I happen to know that not every working actor lives in LA. In fact, I believe you know someone who uprooted his life for love. Knox Daniels, I mutter. Yes, Serena says. When was the last time you spoke to your old friend? It's been a while, I admit. Serena nods her head toward the door, suggesting it is time for me to leave. I decide to hell with Jason and have the driver take me to my garage. It's not a typical storage facility. It's got space for my cars, along with a place to store the clothing that my stylist has retired. I glance at my watch. It's 11, meaning if I leave now, I could be to Asher Vineyards before 7 this evening. Earlier if I drive fast. Now, which car do I choose? One immediately catches my eye. The car Riley Johnson sold me. The Bentley he once let me drive on this exact trip many years ago. I get in the car and go before I have time to change my mind. I think about Keaton, Riley, and Knox. I first became friends with Riley Johnson, who was CEO of Captive Films, at a boring industry party when I flirted and then left the party with him. I was young, bold, and unstoppable. When I wanted something, I went for it. I had heard through the grapevine that Captive Films was getting ready to cast a role that I was dying to play. Riley and I had a little fling, but it was pretty much a disaster before it started because he was in love with his high school sweetheart, Ariella Ross, who had just come back into his life. I got the movie role regardless, and I about died when I learned that one of my co-stars would be Knox Daniels, an actor I had crushed on for years. I'll never forget our screen test. No one recorded it as it was totally on the fly, taking place in Keaton's office. Our chemistry was off the charts, both on and off screen, but we were destined to just be friends. It's been a long time since Captive Films moved their headquarters to Sonoma County, where award-winning actress and screenwriter Keaton Arrington and her husband Aidan own a successful vineyard. Knox and his wife Katie moved out there as well, along with Riley and Ariella, who are now happily married. I first met Troy at Keaton and Aidan's wedding, and I haven't really talked to Knox since he won an Academy Award that following year. Keaton and Troy were good friends when they were young, but she put distance between them due to his behavior and lifestyle, and that included me. Even though the role I had done for Captive was a huge success, I was never asked to be a part of their other projects. Of course, that might have been because we had to shut down filming for 2 weeks when I had to be with Troy the first time he fell off the wagon, which was very early in our relationship. I should have known then. I must be crazy, but I'm going anyway. I'm drawn back to them like I'm drawn to Danny. The question is, which one of them should I call? I contemplate that for the entire drive. In the end, I find myself pulling into the winery. The parking lot is full, and there are numerous couples having picnics on a large veranda. If I didn't have to pee so bad, I'd probably turn around. I spot someone leaving, pull into their vacated stall, and race to the winery to use the facilities. But when I get back out to my car, someone familiar is leaning against it. "Jennifer," Riley says, rushing toward me and pulling me into a hug. "I knew this was my car." I'm pretty sure it's been my car for quite some time. "It will always be my car," he teases. "What are you doing here?" "Actually, I shouldn't have asked that. We heard about what happened with Troy." Seriously, how are you? Tears flood my eyes, and I launch myself back into his arms. I'm thinking not so good, he says. Why don't you come with me? He leads me to a tricked-out golf cart. Where are we going? Somewhere other than here, he says, eyeing the people milling about who have definitely recognized us both. I probably should have driven the Prius. I laugh. Screw that, he says as he takes off down a cement path. We drive for quite a few minutes before he pulls up to a building out in the woods, one I've seen pictures of but whose location is supposedly a secret, Captive Films Studio. I can't believe you built all of this out here, I say in awe, taking in the whole spread, which even has outdoor sets. That's not why I brought you here, he replies. I just ran to the vineyard to take my beautiful wife some flowers. That's so sweet. She has her event planning office there, doesn't she? I read about it in a magazine. Yeah, she does. He leans in and whispers to me. No one knows yet, but she took a test this morning. She's pregnant. It's very much an oops baby. Our son Mason just turned 13, and our daughter Emerson will be 12 next month. Congratulations, Riley. I'm so happy for you, I say sincerely, my eyes filling with tears again. I so wish I had a family. Look who I found at the winery, he announces as we walk into the studio. She even drove my car. You know what that means, don't you, Jennifer? Keaton says, standing up and heading my way. He's going to want to take it for a spin. She gives me a hug. I'm sorry about what happened with Troy. Thanks, I say. A moment later, I'm face to face with Knox Daniels, who also gives me a hug. It's been too long, sugar. You finally come to your senses and leave the idiot? Knox, Keaton chastises. Don't be so insensitive. Knox raises an eyebrow at me in question regardless. Yes, I say. So what brings you here? Keaton asks. Come, sit down. I follow them into a lounge and plop into a comfortable suede chair. I'm not sure why I'm here, I answer. Actually, that's not true. I need to know how you did it. Did what? Riley asks, handing me a glass of chilled Chardonnay. Left LA. Like, is it working for you? I mean, that's a stupid question. Of course it is. You swept the Academy Awards with your first project filmed here. You're still making major motion pictures, but you're not that far from LA. Like, a quick plane ride and you can be back. What if you had moved farther away? Like, say, somewhere in the Midwest? Would you still be able to make movies? Are you glad you did it? Do you like the lifestyle? Is it slower? Better? Do you have time for your families? Like, could I have time for that sort of thing? I word vomit. Keaton taps her finger on her lip, studying me. What's in the Midwest? Honestly, someone you know. Someone I met at one of your parties a very long time ago. Danny Diamond? Aiden asks from behind me. I didn't hear him sneak in. Danny Diamond? Keaton repeats. But he's married. Well, technically, Aiden replies. Are you having an affair with him? Keaton asks. No, she's not, Aiden says to his wife as he sits down next to her. I assume Aiden is one of the few people Danny told about his impending divorce. I guess we all need to be filled in on the situation, Knox says. Danny's a good guy. Heck of a quarterback. I immediately spill my guts, telling them everything that has happened, from when I first met Danny to when Jaden texted me and to the psychic reading that led me here. I believe that, Keaton says. About the love part. Me too, Riley says, as Knox raises his hand in agreement. That's why I came to talk to you. He has 2 kids that he can't uproot. I'm trying to figure out how he could make it work logistically. Jennifer, Riley says, how's your financial situation? Good, really good. I mean, I could live very comfortably for the rest of my life on what I've earned so far. Then why are you even questioning it? Knox asks. Because I love my job, I fire back. Would you give up doing something you love for love? In a heartbeat, they all say, causing themselves to laugh. But the point is, Knox says, we didn't have to. Neither do you. You only take roles that fit into your new world. Or better yet, you start a production company and create the roles you want. Or you work with us, Keaton says. A long time ago, you told me you had a drawer full of scripts that you'd never let anyone see. Maybe they have been waiting for this moment. Like, write scripts and not act? I'm not sure if I could do that, I say. Knox waves his hand at me. The script I wrote that went on to sweep the Oscars was supposed to be set in New York. And I suggested that we change the setting to somewhere closer to our studios, Keaton adds. You could do the same thing. Set the movie where you want to be and star in it yourself. But I don't really know how to do that. Like, I don't know anything about the business side of it all. I think Keaton's point, Riley suggests, is that it's possible. If the script is right, maybe we could team up. Trust me, love and happiness are worth it. Hell, I can't even hold it in any longer. Ariela's pregnant. We just found out this morning. Oh boy, that's a big surprise, Keaton says with a laugh. How does Ariela feel about it? She cried, cursed, decided she was incredibly happy, cried and cursed some more. It's safe to say she's a tad emotional. He says, she's just still in shock. Literally last night she was talking about how different our lives will be once our oldest goes off to boarding school. I still want to have babies. Do you think I'm too old? I ask, wondering what people would think about me just getting started. Of course not, Keaton says. I've actually been thinking about it a lot lately myself, if I'm ready to be done. Oh no, Aiden says with a laugh and a beaming smile. It impresses me with how in love they still seem. You'd think with 5 children already, it would be enough, Keaton says. A woman's body can be so frustrating. We got pregnant with the triplets so easily, had a miscarriage in between our 4th and another one before our 5th. But, Riley, I have to admit, you just made my day. Now I can enjoy the pleasure of having another baby around without having one myself. Aiden dramatically wipes his brow. My heart feels full when I'm around them. They give me hope that maybe I could make it work. But one thing is eating at me. I gave up so much of myself to be with Troy. Would I be doing that again if I was with Danny? Keaton takes my hand. You know what? Why don't you see this in action? I need to go up and check on my babies. Join me. Okay, I agree. And while you ladies go do that, why don't you give me your keys? Us boys need to go drive my car, Riley says. My car, I stress, handing over the key fob. Keaton and I get into another golf cart, and as she winds through the trees, she gives me a tour, pointing out Knox and Katie's house, Riley and Ariela's, and her grandparents. Pretty soon, she parks in front of one of their guest houses that I remember from the last time I was here. When the children were young, we turned this into our daycare facility. When they were old enough for school, we made the decision to homeschool. We wanted to keep them here, in a safe and protected environment for as long as we could. We also wanted them to be able to travel. The private restaurant club that Aiden started when we were first married has expanded from the first one in London to 20 countries around the world. The kids also use this as their hangout after hours. She touches her fingerprint to a door, which then clicks to let us in. We go inside, and she points to the room off to our left. It functions like an old-fashioned one-room schoolhouse. 2 classrooms. This is for the younger kids, ages 6 through 9. She points to the right. And this one is for the older kids, 10 through 13. How old are the triplets? I ask. 13. They will go to Eastbrook Academy, the boarding school where Riley and I first met next fall. Time goes by so fast. Danny's daughter is a freshman. She seems to like me, but I think parenting a teen is going to be difficult. Parenting at any age isn't easy, but it's fun. You just treat your children with respect and teach them to be respectful of others. If you can do that, they seem to turn out pretty good. She laughs. At least, so far. We hear a little commotion. Let's see what's going on upstairs. Mommy! An adorable boy runs up to her. She gives him hugs and kisses and says, This is our youngest, Ashton. He's 9. There are 5 children of various ages sitting at a table, working on art projects. 3 are painting, 1 is sketching with charcoal, another is using colored pencils. In the corner, a teen girl is working diligently on a potter's wheel, and a teen boy is lying in a beanbag, plucking strings on a guitar. You're here, the guitar player says. Does that mean Romper Room is over and I can get out of here? Paisley can watch them. Afraid not. I'd like to introduce you to Jennifer Edwards. Jennifer, this is our oldest son, Asher. What's up? He says. not bothering to get out of the beanbag. I can tell Keaton is about to scold him for it, but the painters yell out, "Aunt Kiki, look at what we're making." After we see all the kids' projects and I'm introduced to everyone but the Potter, Keaton says, "Why don't you all start cleaning up? Asher, make sure you get everyone home and then you are free." It's amazing that you set up a space just for them, that you've been able to keep them close. Jennifer, if you truly want it all, you can have it. You just have to be flexible. Think out of the box. Figure out how to make it work. Trust me, it's worth it. I've never been happier in my life or more fulfilled. On the flip side, it's also okay to not want it all. She points at the girl still working on the potter's wheel. That's Knox and Katie's daughter, Paisley. I can tell she's in the zone and don't want to interrupt her. She's a very talented artist. Katie chose to give up her teaching career to come live here, but in the process, she achieved her lifelong dream of being a published children's author. She has like 14 books out now. And Riley's wife, Ariella, had built up a big business planning celebrity events. After their baby was born, she decided it was just too much. She's still doing what she loves, but she chooses only a select few events. And she sometimes pitches in on events that take place here at the vineyard. She leads me down the stairs. When will Danny's divorce be final? They signed their divorce agreement and filed with the court this week. His wife is engaged already. She was having an affair with her plastic surgeon. I didn't really know her, but I never cared much for his wife, Keaton says. She was a bitch, I ask. I was going to say entitled, like the world owed her something. Danny is such an upstanding guy. We've worked with him over the years through our Moonwish charity wine. Even when we weren't donating to his foundation, he was always willing to do what he could to help. I'll never forget it, even though it was so long ago. There was this girl I met through the Dreamwish Foundation. Her dream was to spend a day with my little sister, actress Gracelyn Stevens, and Gracie asked me to join her on the set in St. Louis as an extra surprise for her family. When they showed up, her little brother was wearing one of Danny's jerseys. I thought it was cute, so I texted Danny a photo and told him the situation. He asked how long they would be there, and then he dropped everything and flew down to meet them. The family had previously lived in Kansas and were all huge fans, but moved to Houston for their daughter's treatments. The following week, Danny sent a plane and flew them up to a game where they were able to get on the field with the team during warm-ups and then were hosted in a nice warm skybox with the team owner. And if that wasn't enough, he sent them to Disney World for Christmas. She lowers her voice a notch and looks down. He also attended the girl's funeral when she passed away a few months later. That's incredible, I sputter out, tears dripping down my face, so touched by Danny's compassion. He's way too good for me, isn't he? And I was thinking just the opposite, Keaton says. I was thinking you'd be way too perfect together. If I recall, you did something similar for a fan. That was a long time ago. I've changed. The Jennifer I know would still do it, she says, wrapping her arm around my neck. Don't let the way Troy treated you take away your self-confidence. You are awesome and you deserve better. Danny got full custody of their kids, I counter. And you've always wanted kids. Now you can have an instant family with no stretch marks. Danny has this tattoo on his arm. I point to the inside of my own elbow. He started up here with the dates of his children's birthdays, thinking he'd have a lot of kids. But then his wife wanted to stop it too. And it made me sad for him, like for that empty space. And maybe you're the one to help him fill it. Am I being crazy? Things are so complicated. No, they're not. They are much less complicated than when you first met him. And you know it. You're just scared. Probably. What was that line from your movie? It doesn't matter where you've been. What matters is where you end up. Do you believe that? Not only do I believe it, but I'm also living proof of it. And I think you will be too. We get back in the golf cart. We'd better go check on your car. I want to go back, I blurt out. Right now? Yeah. Could I leave the car here? I need to fly back to LA and find a house. If you don't mind a few miles put on it while you're gone, I'm sure Riley would gladly watch it for you. I nod, finally knowing exactly what I have to do.
November 11th. Danny. So, I say to Jennifer when she finally answers the phone on Saturday afternoon, I've been trying to reach her since yesterday, and she didn't call or text me back. And I will admit, I'm a little irritated about it. Okay, a lot irritated. So what? She replies. Why didn't you answer my calls or texts? Did you get back together with Troy? Have some amazing reunion? Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I have a lot to tell you, but I'm actually kind of busy right now. Can I call you later? Sure, why not? I say, slamming the phone down and cursing. What's wrong, Dad? Damon says, coming into the family room from the shambles that is currently our kitchen. Last week, the workers basically gutted the room after I decided that it was silly not to replace all the cabinets as they were 15 years old. It also gave Jaden the opportunity to slightly tweak the layout by taking down a wall separating it from the family room and adding an additional island. I will admit, though, Jaden gave them a tight schedule, and so far everything she put on the list of what would be done and who would be here each day has happened. Everything was moved out of the living room, dining room, kitchen, and family room. The floor has all been replaced with the same wood we did throughout the rest of the house and is covered with brown paper to protect it during the remodel. The walls have all been painted in what Jaden refers to as a light French gray, and the trim is a bright white. The new white cabinets were installed this week, as well as the deep blue painted islands and the industrial wood and metal hood that sold me on the design. Today, they brought out the honed Calicotta marble countertops. I love their matte finish and low sheen. Everything in our renovation has been about less shine and more about natural beauty. Tomorrow, they'll be installing the marble tile backsplash with ribbons of mother of pearl that Jennifer thought was so gorgeous that she gasped over it. Nothing, I say. Are you mad at Jennifer? He asks astutely. Did you break up? No, but I've barely spoken to her, and I know she went to see her ex yesterday. And you think they got back together? I don't know, son. I hope not. I don't think they did, Dad. He pulls his phone from his back pocket, presses a couple of buttons, and hands it to me. This is supposedly from last night. I look down and see a photo of Troy with his arm wrapped around a redhead coming out of a club. I skim the article. It mentions that Jennifer is nowhere to be seen. I can't help it. I let out a sigh of relief. How did you happen to see this? Oh, I have a Google alert set so that whenever something is posted about Troy or Jennifer, I get notified, he says proudly. Why would you do that? So I can be the first to know. I have one set for everyone in our family, too. Still amazes me no one knows about you and Mom's divorce. You shouldn't believe what you read in the tabloids, Damon. I know, Dad, but I still want to know what they're saying. And when the news does hit about you and Jennifer, I just want to be prepared. He shoves the majority of a cold Pop-Tart in his mouth. You really like her, don't you? Yeah, I do. I asked her to move in with us. Really? That's cool. She said no. Bummer. Why? She not like you back? She doesn't want to live with me until I'm officially divorced. She thinks she's going to set a bad example for me and Danny, huh? Dad, we're not little kids. We know all about sex and relationships and all that stuff. You don't have to pretend like you don't have sex with her. If she were my girlfriend, I'd have sex with her all the time, dude. Don't call me dude, I admonish. It's disrespectful. All the time, sir, he repeats in a sassy tone. I swear, he is just like I was at his age. My mother says it's my payback. Do you have a girlfriend? Me? Dad, he says, rolling his eyes. I have 2, possibly 3 chicks on the line. I'm sorta talking to 2 of them, but I like the 3rd one the most. She acts like she doesn't like me. Maybe because she knows you're talking to 2 other girls? Oh, shit, you might have a point. I mean, shoot. Golly dang it. Or should I be like Uncle Philip and say, what the foxtrot? Damon, sit down. He looks up at me. He's gotten taller this past year, almost up to my chin. We've had discussions about condom usage. You heard me, right? Don't tap it unless you wrap it. That's what Chase says. I nearly choke. Have either you or Chase, needed to wrap it? No, not yet. Do you think you'll tell me when you're considering it? Probably not. It's a personal thing, Dad. I see. You're freaking out a little, aren't you? Yes, kind of. Well, since I don't have anything to tell yet, let's talk about you. How old were you when you first had sex? I rub my face, feeling stressed. It's okay, Dad. It's a natural thing. You know, when you're in love and all, he says, repeating almost word for word what I told him when we last discussed it. I was in high school, I reply, hoping he doesn't ask for anything more specific, because technically it was the summer before high school. Madeline Rivers, long-legged brunette cheerleader, 2 years older than me. Summer before high school is what Uncle Philip said. He was older. I'm going to wait until I'm older, I've decided. Uncle Philip says to enjoy just kissing girls while I'm young, that sex complicates things. Plus, I've got goals, college, first pick in the draft. I'm also thinking of taking guitar lessons with Chase. Rock stars are our backup plan. Although Mom suggested that I start modeling. What do you think about that? I want to laugh out loud. Only my son would consider rock star as his backup plan. I think if it interests you, you should pursue it. I always tell you that about life. He says. You're right. I should stop talking to Heather and Brittany and start pursuing Brandy. I should sign up for some guitar lessons and tell Mom to find some hot model to show me her ways. This time, I do laugh. Sounds like a plan. What do you think of the way the house is turning out? He asks. I really like it. Me too. It's more comfortable, like the feel of a perfectly worn baseball glove. Auntie J let me pick out the new sectional couch for the family room. She took Chase and me to sit on it, test it out. Oh my gosh, Dad, you are going to love it. It's the most comfortable couch in the world. Chaise at one end. We're going to watch a lot of football on it. And I picked out big leather ottomans instead of a coffee table, so you can put your feet up and just chill. He holds up a finger when I start to say something. And don't worry, you know how I am about my snacks. We got these really cool trays with handles that we can load up in the kitchen and put on the ottomans. Best of both worlds. I can't wait to see it. What color is it? The one we sat on was white, but Auntie J had a bunch of swatches. I think the ones she liked were a gray and a light teal color. She said she's going to surprise us. His phone buzzes and he glances down at it. Oh, hey, I gotta go. Where are you going? Pick up flag football game? All right. Actually, I need to get going too. I'll see you when I get back from my game. Damon gives me a hug. I can tell your mind is on Jennifer, but remember what you always tell me. Once you're on the field, that's where your focus is. You need to beat Washington if you want home field advantage in the playoffs. I ruffle his hair. We're definitely going to win. But he's right. I need to focus on something other than why Jennifer is too busy to talk to me.
Jennifer. Sorry, I say to my realtor Eric as I hang up the phone from Danny's call. Although I could hear the irritation in his voice, I didn't want to talk to him with someone listening. I have too much to say, so much I want to tell him. What did you think of that one? He asks as we get back in his vehicle. Still too small, not enough backyard space. First you wanted to lease in Malibu, and now you want to buy in Pacific Palisades. What's with the sudden change? He asks me, and it's a valid question. I decided that I want more of a forever home. Eventually, maybe a family. Are you going to adopt or something? I haven't really gotten that far yet, but yes, something. And I want more privacy. I should be able to swim naked in the pool if I want. All right, I have 2 more places up here to show you, and I have a new build in Beverly Hills that might interest you. It's about double your budget, though. I'm not that worried about budget at this point. I just want to find the right house. Eric smiles as he pulls up to another house. I'm pretty sure I just said the magic words. No, I say. No what? He replies. You can tell just by looking at the outside that it's too modern. Every house you've ever lived in has been modern, Jennifer. Yes, but I told you I want cozy, warm, a happy place. Okay, we need to get on the same page here. Everything I lined up for you to look at is modern. They have the bedrooms you like, the ocean view, and backyards. Now you want a completely different style home? Yes, that's what I'm saying. I take his iPad from the console. Do me a favor. Just pull up all the houses in this area and let me take a look at them. That way I won't waste your time. You're not wasting my time, Jennifer. My job is to help you find your dream home. I just have to be clear on what that is so I show you the right properties. He hands me back the iPad with listings on it. I scroll past 8 listings and then stop. This one. Do you want to look at the pictures of the inside first? No, I can tell by the front of the house that it's going to feel right, and I want to experience it for the first time in person. Let's see if it fits your criteria, he says, taking the iPad back from me and checking the listing. 7 bedrooms, 8 baths, pool, views of both the Pacific Ocean and the Santa Monica Conservancy. It's also a new build, which should mean no one is living there. Let me call the listing agent and see if we can get in. Drive there while you talk. I want to see it. He does as he was told, and when we pull up, I just know it's the one. I haven't stepped foot in it, but it's love at first sight. The outside is dressed in cream-colored shakes with copper gutters adding contrast. Combined with the thick white trim around the windows, it reminds me of a house you might see in Nantucket, the kind of beach house generations visit year after year. All right, Eric says. We got the okay to check it out. Are there any other offers? Not right now. Good, because I'm going to buy this house today. He chuckles. Let's go see the inside before we write up an offer. He unlocks the house and I follow him in. Not a very spectacular entrance, he says. Interesting how the staircase is on the back side. But all I see is beauty. Thick white crown molding, gorgeous wainscoting, beautiful hand-hewn wood floor, lots of light, and comfortable furnishings. It reminds me a little of my room at Jaden's house. Cozy. Perfect. The rest of the house doesn't disappoint. From the large white kitchen and informal living area to the master bedroom with private balcony. There's an awesome hangout space at the top of the stairs for kids, a home theater, billiards room, wine cellar, and private gym. Still like it? Eric asks as I wander around in a daze, littered with the dream of filling this place with kids, family, and friends. And a dog. I'm definitely getting a dog someday. Let's go outside, I say, not verbally committing just yet. Oh my. I take in the cerulean blue infinity pool and spa with an amazing 180-degree view of hills and ocean. There's grass for children to run around, an outdoor kitchen and pool house, and what might be my favorite spot of all, a large deck on the cliff with glass railings set with couches and chairs like an outdoor living room. I can see why they put it here. It has the most panoramic vista of the lot. I'll take it. I'd like it as is, fully furnished, whatever it costs, all cash offer, Monday morning closing. As your agent, I can't let you pay full price for this. It's been on the market for 80 days. We'll offer 90% of the list price, including the furniture. Do your thing, but I want to close on Monday. What's the rush? I have somewhere else I need to be after that. Alrighty, let me make another call. He paces across the grass, talking and gesturing. I just feel at peace, like I finally have a place in the world. But yet, there's something in my brain that is telling me that I need to go home. And I just realized home is not in California anymore. It is wherever Danny is. He accepted our offer, Eric says to me. He hands me a card with an address written on the back. Meet me here on Monday morning at 8. I throw myself at him, give him a hug, and then start crying. Thank you. Once I'm back at the hotel, I try to reach Danny, but he doesn't answer his phone. November 12th. Jennifer. This morning, I call one of my old friends. Rachel stood beside me after Troy's first stint in rehab and gave me some tough love advice about him, and when I didn't listen, we grew apart. She agreed to have brunch with me, and I'm so incredibly happy about it. About life, really, right now. I'm on my way to meet her when I get a text from Jason. Jason, you were supposed to say anything necessary to get him to go to rehab. I thought we were on the same page. Me. He told me that he was checking into rehab yesterday, that he let you think he wasn't going to, even though he was, so you would convince me to go talk to him. Jason. Yeah, well, he didn't check in. Says he proposed, you said no, and he doesn't care anymore, that he's ruined his life. Me. At least he's finally accepting responsibility for it. Jason. That's a little cold. Me. That's the truth. I'm done, Jason. Please don't text me again. When my phone rings in my hand, I assume it's Jason, but I'm excited to see Danny's name. Hi, he says. How do you? I reply. I tried to call you back last night, but you didn't answer. I was traveling to DC for our game today and had team meetings and all that. Look, I just need to know before I go out on the field. Why couldn't you talk to me? Are we through? Oh gosh, Danny, absolutely not. And I've been so excited to talk to you. I found a house. I'm closing on it tomorrow morning. Closing? I thought you were going to lease, like until we figured things out. This is going to maybe sound silly to you, but maybe not since you love where you live. I need a place to call home. I hope with all my heart that you and I work out, but I lost myself when I was with Troy. You told me you didn't want that to happen to me with you, that you didn't want me to give up my career for you because you don't ever want me to hold that against you. I didn't like any of the places I saw. They felt temporary, and I'm tired of temporary. I want roots. Because of my career, I have to have at least some of my roots here. I pause for a moment, not sure how much of this to tell him. Be brave, Jennifer. The house I bought is like a dream. I'm dying for you to see it. It's big enough that friends and family could stay with us when we are here. It's got a backyard where kids can play. It's cozy and comfortable, and I am so in love with it, just like I'm in love with you. You love me? I know it's crazy. I feel the same way, Jennifer. You do? Oh my gosh, this sucks. It sucks that I love you? No, I never should have told you over the phone. I want to kiss you. I want to see your face when you hear me say it. I'm thrilled you told me. I've had a shitty couple of days wondering what was happening. That's why I called you. I just needed to know before I went out to play. Danny, I'm so sorry. I've just been so busy. And I went up to Asher Vineyards. To see Keaton and Aiden Arrington? Yes, I needed to see for myself how they juggle work and family and not living in LA. And when you called yesterday, I was with my realtor, and I just didn't want him to know who I was talking to. Like, I would love to shout it from the mountaintop that I'm going to Kansas City next week and that you wanted me to move in with you, but I wanted to be respectful of you and your kids, so I just sort of cut you off. I'm so sorry. When are you coming to Kansas City? This week is my bye week, so we'd have a lot of time to spend together. I'll be there on Tuesday, and hopefully I will be coming in Kansas City. You're naughty. I have to go warm up. And I'm going to watch your game. Win for me. I might have to test you to see how closely you watch the game. How's that? Maybe I'll give you a sign. Okay. I'll watch closely. I love you, Danny Diamond. And I love you. I'm practically giddy when I see my friend Rachel in the restaurant. How are you? She says, pulling me into a hug. It's been too long. I'm sorry for everything you've been going through. No, you're not, I say back. You know as well as I do that I brought it on myself. She looks up at the ceiling. While that is true, I would never wish heartbreak on you. She studies me. Wait, what's going on? You're like beaming. I left Troy for good and I just bought a house, and I'm kind of seeing someone who makes me very, very happy. Wait, what? Were you cheating on Troy? Not that he didn't deserve it, but you are just so darn honest. I can't believe I wasn't cheating on him. Remember that guy I met a really long time ago, like 14-ish years ago? The married guy you thought was your soulmate but you wouldn't tell me who he was? She asks, sliding her sunglasses atop her head in a way that pushes back her auburn hair. Yes. And? I'm happy because of him. No way. Oh my God. Wait, we should order mimosas first. Then you have to tell me everything. She raises her hand and waves for a waiter. 3 come running. Rachel is quite beautiful. 2 of your bottomless mimosas, please. She looks up at me. Pancakes with strawberries and whipped cream still your favorite? I can't believe you remember that. We had brunch here many a time, many good times. I'm so glad you're back in my life. She reaches across the table and squeezes my hand, and then quickly orders our meal. You are? I ask, trying to hold back my tears. Yes, and I have a lot to tell you too. The waiter brings back our mimosas and I raise my glass toward her. To old friends who love you even when you're dumb. I kind of abandoned you, probably when you needed me, but I just couldn't watch it. I'd watched my mom do it. I know. Water under the bridge. Tell me what's exciting in your life. Not work. I've seen all the movies you've made since we last talked. You were a great superhero, just saying. Thank you. That was quite the big break for sure. My life. Regardless of what the tabloids say, I'm still with Derek. In fact, she lowers her voice and discreetly flashes her left hand in my direction. We're getting married. Shh, it happened this weekend, and we aren't telling anyone yet. He just signed a franchise contract, meaning he'll be pitching for LA until he retires, so we're in escrow on a new home. Oh, Jennifer, you should see it. It's up in Pacific Palisades. Has a gorgeous view of the ocean. Remember all the fun we used to have hanging out at your house in Malibu? Is that where you bought? I laugh. My house is in Pacific Palisades, too. Are you serious? What's the address? I tell it to her. We are literally on the same street. We're going to be neighbors. I'm dying here. How does that happen? It's so fate. Tell me about the guy. Can you finally tell me who he is? I probably shouldn't just yet. He's still going through a divorce, although somehow they have kept it out of the press. So he's famous, she says with a gleam in her eye. I nod. Actor? She guesses. No. Model? No, he's a professional athlete. She lets out a little scream. Oh, that's even better. He and Derek will get along perfectly. Wait, does he play baseball? No. Is he located in the area? No. Kids? 2. Do you like them? Do they like you? Derek's kids are 10 and 12 now. They like me, but they have to act like they don't because of their mother. I really like them. Are his kids there full-time? Yes. I don't know the details, but it sounds like he gave his wife more than they had agreed in their prenuptial agreement in order to get custody. That was the most important thing to him. She smiles at me. He sounds like a good man. He is. He's actually playing today. I glance at my watch. I told him I loved him over the phone just before I got here. Jennifer, that's huge. I know. And I have to watch the whole game because he said he's going to, I don't know, give me some sort of sign. She narrows her eyes at me. Oh, so he's a football player. Yes. What time does the game start? 4 o'clock Eastern, so 1 o'clock here. She glances at her phone. That's in, 40 minutes. Why don't you come to my house to watch it? Derek will have the game on, I'm sure. You just want to try to figure out who he is, I tease. Damn right I do. I could just tell you. No, it will be more fun this way. Hurry up and finish your pancakes and down your mimosa. We need to hit the road. Once we're at her house and settled in for the game, I'm sitting on the edge of my seat next to her husband while she's scrolling through both the Kansas City and Washington rosters, narrowing down her options based on age. The game feels like it goes on forever, mostly because it seems to be more of a defensive battle with neither offense proving to be very effective due to the start of the city's first snow of the season causing a slippery field. I started out trying to cheer for both teams so as not to show my hand, but by the end of the first quarter, I can't stop myself. Kansas City player for sure, Rachel says, crossing half of her list off one side of her paper. We're down to 5 possibilities. They sure aren't passing it very much, I note, wishing Danny would just air it out and score already. The game is currently tied 6-6 with only a few minutes left in the fourth quarter. With the weather conditions, Derek explains, it's a safer strategy to run the ball. But I am surprised Kansas City hasn't passed a bit more. Danny Diamond is quite an accurate thrower. Seems like it, I try to say non-committally, but I can't hide my smile. Rachel narrows her eyes at me, causing her husband to laugh. What? She asks. You don't need that list, Derek says, shaking his head. I figured it out as soon as you guys got here. How did you do that? She asks him. Because you said they met over 10 years ago at a party thrown by Keaton and Aiden Arrington. There's only one guy on the field who, as a rookie, would have been invited to something like that. It's, don't you dare say it, she says, threatening him with a long, manicured finger. I'm going to figure it out on my own. She She grabs an iPad, enters her remaining 5 candidates, and is pulling up photos of them along with their marital status and trying to determine if they look like my type. I'm going to ask what she thinks my type is when Danny throws a gorgeous, long bomb halfway down the field. "Go!" I yell at the receiver, who is racing through the snow on his way to the end zone. "Finally a touchdown," Derek says. "About time. All the points so far have been field goals. That means Kansas City will take a 7-point lead with only a minute and a half to go, providing they make the extra point." "Looks like they are going for 2 instead," Rachel says, looking up from the iPad. "Gutsy," Derek says. "If they don't make it and Washington goes down and scores, an extra point could win the game." I watch with anticipation as Danny lines up under center, calls the play, and then rolls out like he's going to pass, which is just long enough to open a hole for him to run the ball straight up the middle and into the end zone. I jump up and scream. Derek cheers. The television shows Danny in the end zone. He looks at the camera, forms a heart with his hands, and puts it in front of his chest. I start crying, and Rachel goes, "Oh my God, was that for you? Danny Diamond? Really? He's totally your type, but I ruled him out right away because he has the perfect family. I was just reading articles about them. What happened?" Putting my hand up in the air, I watch the last minute tick off the clock. Washington quickly moves the ball with passes down the sidelines before stepping out of bounds. Another pass allows them to score. With 2 seconds left on the clock and neither team with a timeout, Washington goes for 2 to tie the game. Their quarterback drops back and passes the ball to the corner of the end zone, where he has a receiver literally standing there, waiting for the ball to drop into his arms, when all of a sudden, a Kansas City defender flies across the air in front of him, snatching the ball and intercepting it. The KC players rush onto the field to congratulate him on sealing their victory. "All right, they won already. Explain," Rachel says. "His ex was having an affair and left him for that guy. It's been about 6 months, so he seems like he's in a good place. They have agreed and signed everything, but the divorce won't be final until mid-December. After I close on the house tomorrow, I'm going to stay with him. Well, next door at his friend's house, because I just don't want to be sleeping with him in his house with his kids there until we have some kind of commitment, or at least until the divorce is final." "He's really hot." Rachel fans her face. Derek, who I thought was engrossed in the after-game interviews, grabs her and kisses her. "Is that so?" "Not as hot as you, baby," she says, grinning. November 13th. Jennifer. I wake up early, go to the closing, and then take Rachel to see the new house. She loves it, but I'm dying to show Jaden. She will be a better litmus test as to if Danny will like it. I want to believe that he would love anything that I chose, but I just want to be sure she thinks he will be comfortable here. And she knows him better than anyone. After Rachel leaves, I give Jaden a quick call. I know she flew in this morning for a meeting and will be flying back to Kansas City tomorrow. I'm planning to go with her. "What's up, Jen?" she says upon answering. "I bought a house," I blurt out. "Closed on it this morning." "Wow, you found something really fast. I'm impressed." "Thanks to you, I looked at a different area. It was a love at first sight. And I mean it. I wanted to buy it before I even walked in the door." "Don't ever do that," Jaden jokes. "Any chance you have some free time today? I would love to get your opinion." "The fun part starts now," she says. "Decorating, choosing furniture, art." "It was furnished and I loved the look, so I bought it fully furnished." "Now that's what I call move-in ready," she says with a laugh. "I'm free at 3. I do have a dinner to go to tonight, though, so I'll have to be back by 6. I give her the address and then wander through the house, familiarizing myself with every nook and cranny. "I love the exterior architecture," Jaden says when I open my door to let her in at promptly 3 o'clock. "The copper gutters and roof trim is a really classic and visually appealing touch." I give her a hug. "Okay, I want your complete and honest opinion on everything. Biggest question is, do you think Danny and the kids and you and your kids would be comfortable coming to stay here?" One thing I can say about Jaden is, she is meticulous. She doesn't just wander aimlessly through the home, thinking it's pretty. She notices every detail and comments on it, which makes me happy. And when I finally lead her outside, she says, "Everyone is going to love it. Maybe I can rent a room from you while I'm in town. The view is so incredibly relaxing. Wow, it's breathtaking. She smiles at me. You did good. Really, really good. Really? I say, tears filling my eyes. Do you think Danny will like it? Danny and the kids will love it. I don't think you would have to do too much convincing to get them to visit. Heck, this view makes me want to move. She takes a seat on the patio and sighs contentedly. I bet sunset will be gorgeous, every single night. Would you like a glass of wine? I ask. The realtor had some food basics delivered earlier today. I'd love that, she says as her phone rings. She answers and listens for a few moments. Calm down, Chase. It will be okay. Tell me exactly what's going on. Her eyes get huge, so I sit down across from her instead of going to retrieve the wine. I can tell, even though her voice is calm, something is very wrong. She doesn't say anything for a few minutes, just listens. I can hear Chase's voice through the phone, and it sounds like he's crying. Finally, she says, "Why don't you go sit with Angel, pet her to make her feel comforted, and let me talk to your father?" Is it really as bad as Chase thinks? She says, presumably to Philip. Whatever he says makes her immediately tear up, and she lowers her head and presses her fingers around the bridge of her nose. I'll cancel my dinner and head to the airport. Stay with Chase. This is going to be so hard on him. She ends the call and sobs into her hand, then takes a deep breath and pulls herself together. Angel is sick. Really sick. Philip thinks she's in pain. She won't get out of bed, won't eat. I have to go home. I'm coming with you, I tell her. She calls her pilot and notifies him of the change in plans while I grab the suitcase I've yet to unpack. On the way to the airport, she sputters out, Danny's dad bought Angel for us, on my dad's birthday. My dad used to call me Angel. He and my mom passed away my senior year of high school. Danny told me the story about Angel, about your parents. I'm really sorry. She even said that Angel used to sleep under Chase's crib when he was a baby. She smiles through her tears. She's always loved Chase the best. She's been such a good dog. It's surprising, honestly, that she made it this long. I know it's time, I just can't. The kids are going to be so upset. You're upset too, I say, taking her hand in mine and giving it a little squeeze. Yes, mostly because Angel hates going to the vet, and I just don't want to take her there for the end, you know? Oh, you don't have to, I tell her, tears filling my own eyes. A co-star's dog got very sick and he went through the same thing. He didn't want his dog's last memory to be of going to the vet, so he hired a specialist to come into his home. The dog was in her bed with her favorite blanket and her loved ones around her when she went over the Rainbow Bridge. That sounds really nice, she says. We'll have to see if we can do that. Angel would certainly be happier, and I think the kids would be too.
November 14th. Danny. Heard you got in late last night, I say, sneaking into the guest room next to Jaden's office and waking Jennifer up. More like this morning. The storms really delayed us. I guess it's officially winter. How's Angel this morning? Not good. The kids all stayed home from school today. Jay said she took your suggestion and found someone to come into the home this afternoon. My eyes get misty. Angel has been a part of all our lives for so long. How are you this morning? Sleepy, she says, pulling me into her arms. And I've missed you. I've missed you too, I say, but then she turns her head away. Please hold. She jumps out of bed, wearing the cutest little patterned pajama shorts, and I find myself instantly turned on in spite of everything. Where are you going? I ask as she runs into the bathroom. You woke me up. I need to pee and brush my teeth. I can't have our first kiss after you told me you love me be with bad breath. When she comes out, she basically throws herself at me, her lips colliding with mine, our bodies quickly heating up, desire overcoming us. And yes, I know things are sad downstairs, but it's been 2 whole weeks since the first time we slept together, which was the last time I saw her in person, and I have most definitely missed her. So I lock the door and make love to her. Twice. Wow, she says when we've finished. That might have been better than the first time. The first time today or the first time ever? Both, she replies with a content sigh. I might have just fallen more in love with you. I give her side a little tickle, causing her to screech. I love you, Jennifer, I say, cradling her cheeks in the palms of my hands. She gently kisses me. I love you too, Danny Diamond. I'm really glad you're home. Home, huh? She teases. Yeah, I know you just bought a house and I can't wait to see it, but I hope that what feels like home is us being together, wherever that might be. She kisses me again. This one is different than the one that started things. This kiss can only be described with one word: perfection. She and I together are just that, and I couldn't be happier. Except, we probably shouldn't stay up here too long with everyone downstairs, she suggests, apparently thinking exactly what I'm thinking.
Jennifer. The kids, along with Jaden and Philip, are all in the study. Angel is lying in her bed in front of the fireplace. Chase is lying down, and her chin is resting on his chest. His eyes are red and swollen, and he's gently massaging a spot behind her ears that must be her favorite. We are just getting ready to tell Angel about some of our favorite times with her, Philip tells Danny and me. Have a seat. Danny takes a spot on one of the open chairs, and I sit on the floor next to it. Who would like to go first? Philip asks. Me, Damon says. One time, when Chase and I were about 7, we accidentally left the gate open, and when we got back from playing with the neighbors, we noticed it. Angel was nowhere to be seen. We immediately panicked. We rode our bikes all over the neighborhood, on her morning run path and to the duck pond, thinking that might be where she was. We were both crying at this point, and it wasn't because we were little or because we thought we would get in trouble, but we were afraid she was really gone. She'd been our best friend since we were born. We were stupid. She could have been hit by a car or kidnapped. Anyway, we came back home and we were going to go inside the house and tell Auntie Jay, but when we slammed the gate shut, we see Angel's head pop up in the treehouse window. To this day, we don't know how she got up there. Probably after a squirrel, Chase said, nodding. She got up there but maybe couldn't get back down and was just taking a nap or something, Damon says. And we hugged her and she gave us sloppy tongue kisses. We never forgot to shut the gate again. The thing that's cool about Angel is that even though I didn't live here, she loved me. It's like she knew I wanted a dog really bad and that my mom wouldn't let me have one, so she tried being my dog too. Do you remember the times when we were all really little? Devaney says, putting her hand on top of Chase's. And we would make her dress up with us? You always had a whole trunk full of costumes in the playroom, from superheroes to firemen, and even princess gowns for me. She was the best dog. She let us put her in a mermaid costume. I even put the shell tiara on her head, and she would just wag her tail. She reaches around and digs in her bag. I even have a picture. She's got tears streaming down her face, but at the photo, she laughs. Look at her face. You can tell she's just like, oh my God, what are these kids doing to me? She never left. She sniffles and then says, and I have one more. It's recent and personal, but when we came home from our trip and Daddy told us he and Mom were getting a divorce, I came over here to Chase's room and cried, and Angel stayed with me. She kept licking my face until I finally started laughing. She starts crying harder and sputters out, she is a really good dog, and I love her. Chase wraps his arms around her and pulls her close. She lays her head down next to Angel and sobs. I'll go next, Danny says. Do you remember the time Jaden had all the Christmas treats spread out on the kitchen island and had to run upstairs? And when she came down, Angel had eaten over 3 dozen peanut butter chocolate chip cookies. Chocolate is supposed to be really dangerous for dogs, Devaney says, but it was all the protein in the peanut butter that made her sick, right, Auntie Jay? Yes, that's correct, she replies. Those were 10 grand and a week at the vet's office cookies, Philip adds. And what about the time she ate the whole Thanksgiving turkey but left all the bones? Chase says. I remember Grandpa Mac was so impressed that she was smart enough to not eat them. When she was a puppy, Jaden says, she would steal my underwear and swallow them whole. One time when I picked her up from the vet, After they had made her throw them up, they gave me a little paper bag with my underwear back. "Oh, that's so gross," Damon says with a laugh. "Ryder, how about you?" Devani says. "What's your favorite thing about Angel?" "She's my bestest friend," he says. "She always fetches the ball when I throw it, no matter how many times. She never gets tired. Is Angel tired now, Mommy?" he asks Jaden. She picks him up, sets him on her lap, and wraps him in her arms. "Yeah, baby. Angel is very tired." "And she's going to sleep and she won't wake up because she's so tired?" Ryder continues. "Not because she's tired. It's more because she's old and her body is just giving out." "She'll go to heaven," Chase says, "where she can chase squirrels all day and steal cookies and Cheetos." He turns to his mom. "You told me that when people die and go to heaven, their family meets them. Will your mom and dad meet Angel?" He starts crying hard. "I just don't want her to be alone. She isn't going to know what to do. She always has people around her and she needs someone to throw the tennis ball for her and take her for jogs like she used to be able to do." I can't even stop the tears from rolling down my face. Of course they will be there. I promise you, my mom will love on her, but she will be strict about treats and make sure she gets exercise. My dad will be a softie and sneak her treats just like you do. And, I looked a lot like my dad, and you look a lot like me, so Angel will recognize them. She'll know she's a smart dog. "I go now," the littlest Mackenzie, Madden, says, raising his hand. He runs into the kitchen and then comes running back. "I drew a picture of all my favorite things about Angel. She gives me kisses." He points to the side of his cheek. "Right here. She eats my green beans under the table because they are yucky. She sleeps on my bed when Mommy makes me take a nap. One of my most favorite things is when she jumps in the lake. It makes me laugh every time because she goes whoosh." He makes his hand fly through the air. "And then splat, and then she comes back and shakes cold water all over Daddy." "And she's the smartest dog I know," Ryder adds. "She can high-five and fetch a beer for Daddy and Uncle Danny out of the cooler." "One of the best tricks I ever taught her. What about you, Haley?" Philip says, turning to his daughter. "Would you like to say anything?" Haley has been lying in the corner, between the window and the dog's bed, her entire body pressed against Angel's. "I don't want her to die," she cries. "I don't want her to be in pain. She was whimpering this morning and you said there was nothing we could do." "None of us want her to die, honey," Philip says. "We gave her pain medicine this morning. She's not hurting right now." "Anyone else have a memory to share?" Danny asks, seemingly trying to take the pressure off Haley. "I do," I say, surprising everyone. Like Danny, Angel was there for me when I was going through a rough time. When I came here to visit you, I was pretty sad, trying to figure everything out. And I would come in this room where it was so peaceful and sit and look out at the lake, and Angel would just lie next to me, like she knew I needed her. And it was really sweet of her. And Devani mentioned that labs don't usually live to be so old, but that Jaden says she has because of all the love she gets from you guys. And I just hope you all know how much that dog adores each and every one of you. I wipe my tears, because it's so apparent. Danny reaches out and grabs my hand and squeezes it. "Thank you, Jennifer," Jaden says. "That means a lot to us. Angel has loved and protected the kids since even before they were born. She was always careful of my stomach when I was pregnant. She slept under all of your cribs when you were little. She's licked away your tears with those sloppy kisses of hers, and she's made you all laugh. And every night when you get tucked into bed, she comes and tells you goodnight. She lies on your bed for story time and she tries not to snore. We're all going to miss her, but we have to be strong. For her. We want her to know that when she leaves us, we're all going to be okay, because that's the one thing that is most important to her." The kids seem to take what she says to heart, wiping their eyes with the backs of their hands, or in Chase's case, the sleeve of his shirt. "Wait," Haley yells out. She hasn't shared a memory and seems to really be taking it hard. "I have to tell Angel something. Last week when I got grounded because I went home with Maddie after school, I felt really mad. Angel came up to my room and wanted to give me kisses and I slammed the door on her face. Like, I didn't hit her, I would never. I just wouldn't let her in. She cries harder. What if she dies thinking that I don't love her anymore? Philip gets up, picks up his daughter, and hugs her. It's okay, Haley. She still knew you loved her. That's why dogs are such good friends. They can read our emotions. Just like she helped Danny and Jennifer when they were upset. She understood. Are you sure, Dad? I've been lying next to her and just keep whispering in her ear over and over how much I love her. I'm positive, sweetie. Angel opens her eyes, holds her head up, and just stares into the girl's eyes. Haley jumps out of her dad's arms and rushes to the dog's side, bending down next to her. Did you hear me, girl? Do you know I love you? Angel responds with a small lick on the face, which is all Haley needed. Then, Angel puts her chin back down and closes her eyes. The doorbell rings. Philip, who is still standing up, says, The doctor is here, and goes to answer the door. Do you guys want to be alone as a family for this part? Danny asks Jaden. Danny, you are our family, and you left Angel too. Did you call your dad? She says. I meant to call him earlier and then was busy with the kids. He'll be upset. Not just because of Angel, but also what she represented, you know? Yeah, I know. He still misses your parents. I'll call him after, he says. Jaden turns to the children. This is the part where the doctor is going to make Angel go to sleep and she won't wake up. It's okay if you don't want to be here for that, but if you don't, you need to go play quietly in your room. All the kids stay put. Part of me wishes I could go play, but I know I have to stay and wish Angel farewell. The doctor enters the room. He's wearing a white lab coat that makes him look official, and he has kind eyes. I can see that Angel is a well-loved and special dog, he says. I'm going to give her 2 shots. This first one is a sedative. This will just make her very sleepy. I just need a little space to get close to her. What happens after she gets sleepy? Chase asks as the kids move to make a little path. You can all say your final words and give her a kiss, the doctor replies. After that, I'll give her another shot that she won't wake up from. My puppy is going to heaven, Madden says to him. The doctor nods, gets between the kids, and administers the sedative. Angel was awake for most of the eulogies. She just wasn't really what I would call alert. Now she drifts into a medicated lull. The kids each give her another kiss and hug. The older kids are crying like crazy. I am too, as Danny, Philip, and I pay our final respects. Jaden sits down next to her first baby, the dog that wasn't really an angel but brought her so much joy and laughter, and now heartbreak. She leans down and kisses the dog on the head, whispers in her ear. I wrote a little poem, Mom, Chase says. Can I read it now? Of course, she replies. He takes a piece of paper out of his back pocket, unfolds it, and then reads, Angel was a special friend. She wasn't just a dog. A tennis ball in her mouth, out for her morning jog. Angel had a heart of gold. She liked everyone, and never passed up a treat, no matter who it was from. She knew that she was loved, and that we'll miss her so much. Now go to sleep, our sweet angel, and when you get to heaven, tell Grandpa to feed you lunch. The last line really makes Jaden cry. She nods at the doctor. Philip gets on the floor with her, and together, they tell her goodbye as the doctor injects the overdose of anesthesia that will ultimately end her life. When the doctor finally nods his head, indicating that she's gone, Chase and Damon go into the garage and bring back a wooden casket. The 2 of them help lift Angel into it. Haley and Devaney go into the dining room and retrieve a loose bouquet of brightly colored flowers. Starting with the youngest, it appears each child is to choose a flower and then place it in the casket with Angel. Madden adds a picture he drew of himself and Angel in the backyard. Ryder adds a chew bone. Haley has a photo of them together, sitting on the dock and sharing Cheetos. Damon adds a flower and then starts to take off Angel's collar. Chase shakes his head and breaks down again. No, Devaney says. Chase changed his mind. He doesn't want to keep her collar. He wants everyone where she's going to know who she is. Devaney and Chase approach the casket together. She's holding his hand tightly. and it's so very sweet. You can just tell they're always going to be best friends, just like Jaden and her dad. But the way she looks adoringly at him, I wonder if maybe they will be more like Philip and Jaden. Either way, friends for life. After they choose a flower and add it, Devani lays a soft blue blanket that looks like it's seen better days on top of Angel, tucking it in on the sides, and Chase sets a worn stuffed bear who is missing its eyes along with it. Danny nods his head toward the door, indicating to his daughter that they should all file out. Once the kids leave the room, Jaden stands in front of the casket. "I wondered what he put in there," she says. "Look, it's the blanket he wouldn't let go of when he was a toddler. The one Angel would always steal, but somehow knew never to chew up. And Wings, the angel bear whose halo and wings Angel did destroy. But the bear remained," Philip says. He wipes his eyes. "This is tough." "Yeah, it is." Danny walks up behind them, putting one arm around each of their backs in comfort. For a moment, I feel a little left out, but then he turns and motions for me to join them. And it means more to me than the heart sign on the television or him saying "I love you." Because with one simple gesture, he literally made me feel like part of the family in the same way Angel did. November 15th, Jennifer. "It seems so weird not to have Angel begging for some of my breakfast," Chase says this morning as he's eating toaster waffles at the kitchen table while I wrap my hands around a warm cup of coffee. "I was thinking the same thing," I tell him, "and I haven't been here that long. Are you doing okay?" "Yeah, I didn't want her to suffer, but it's hard to let her go. I have 2 tests today that I haven't studied for with everything, so I'll be busy during school trying to prep, which hopefully will take my mind off it. What are you doing today?" "It's Danny's bye week, so I think we're going to hang out." "Well, have fun," he says, getting up, rinsing his plate and putting it into the dishwasher before heading out the front door. "See ya." I've moved into the study. Jaden is up in her office making calls, and I'm nursing my second cup of coffee and looking at the lake. It's gotten cold, and the water has a frosty look that's really pretty. "Hey," Danny says, coming into the room and sitting on the ottoman next to me. "I just wanted to stop by and say hi before I headed to work." "But it's your bye week. I thought you were off." I pout. "It's considered a recovery week. Our goal is to heal up but stay in good condition. We still have to practice. It's just a little less strenuous. And," he says with a grin, "I'll be home by 1. He leans over and kisses me hard. "And I need you to be ready when I get here," he says, taking my hand in his and grinning. "We have somewhere to go." "And where's that, Danny?" I coo, assuming he's referring to my bed. "Dallas." "Oh," I say, surprised. "What for?" "Where's Jaden?" he asks, looking around. "Up in her office." "Cool, because I don't want her to hear this. So there's this dog breeder who raises and shows English Labradors. Her name is Carrie, and she's incredible. I touched base with her years ago when I was hoping to talk Lori into a dog. Now I'm obsessed with following her on social media. Her dogs are so well trained." He grabs his phone and scrolls for a few moments. "Watch this." While I watch, he narrates, and I can tell he's watched the video multiple times. "See, it's this dog's birthday and they're all celebrating. But look how she sets out 10 little individual birthday treats, how the dogs wait until she tells them to eat, and they only eat the one in front of them. Not only are they well trained, but they have good manners too," I tease. "And look at this," he says, pulling up another video. "In this one, she's lying in a chaise by the pool. Each dog is lined up with their own ball and waiting for their turn for her to throw it in the pool so they can retrieve it. And once they do, they take their ball and go wait at the end of the line." "It is pretty impressive," I say with a smile. "And don't even get me started on the puppies. Look at these babies," he says, showing me more photos. "They are adorable," I gush. "I called her yesterday. I want to get a puppy for the Mackenzies. I've already been vetted, and I told her the story about Angel. It just so happens that she has an older puppy she thinks would be perfect for them. And because she's a little older, the puppy has the added benefit of being almost completely potty trained. We'll go down there, see if we like her, and then bring her home with us if we do. He shows me another photo. This is her. She's even yellow like Angel. She's beautiful, Danny. That's so sweet of you. Thank you, he tells me, and I know he means it. I'd love to go with you. I also wanted to thank you for something you did for me yesterday. He smirks. You mean late last night? I grin back. Well, that was amazing as always, but I was referring to when you hugged Jaden and Philip and you invited me in. I put my head down, feeling overcome with emotion again. A lot of people say they love you, but you showed me last night. I just want you to know how much I appreciated it. He puts his finger under my chin, gently lifting it, and then finds my lips with his. I appreciate that you appreciated it, he says sweetly. Wish I could take you to bed and stay there all day, but I have to go. I wrap my arms around his neck. I'm going to need a really good kiss to tide me over then. I'm surprised that Jaden didn't question us about why we needed their plane this afternoon. Normally, she would be all over whatever lame excuse Danny must have given her, but she's probably got a lot on her mind right now with the hotel and the kids. Not to mention her own grieving. I haven't stayed at their house all that long, and even I feel the lack of Angel's presence, and when I took my coffee into the study, I cried over her again. I think what you're doing is wonderful, but do you think it's too soon to get them a dog? Like, do they need to grieve a little first? I'm not trying to make them get over losing Angel. They've had a puppy ever since they lived in their house. It seems odd not to have one. But Jaden is traveling all the time, and Philip works hard and travels too. With the kids in school all day, the puppy would be alone. Plus, you don't want to add to Jaden's stress. Philip and I hung out the other night. He told Tripp the only way he would sell the company is if he became chairman of the board and gave up his role as CEO. It would allow him to retire but still help oversee the company he helped to build. What did Tripp say? He agreed. Now they just have to get it all on paper. That's crazy. Tripp talked to Jaden just the other day about buying hers too. I don't know if she's even told Philip. I'm sure she has. She tells him everything. Always has. He leans his head back in the seat and smiles happily. What? I was just thinking about the timing of all this. I'll retire after this season. Philip takes on an advisory role, and maybe Jaden gets to slow down some. The constant travel is rough on her. She works the whole time she's on the plane. She says she gets a lot done. But what about until all that happens? What about the puppy? Angel went to work with Philip every day until recently. As she aged, it seemed to wear her out, so he kept taking her less and less. Mostly because if she went to work, she didn't have the energy to play with the kids when they got home from school. She loved her car rides, though, and she was like his company's mascot. His employees will be thrilled if he brings a puppy to work again. I think if you like the puppy, you should bring her home. When we get to Carrie's farm, we meet a whole lot of Labradors of varying ages. All are sweet and well-mannered, and I can't even fathom how this woman's house stays so tidy with all of them, but it is. Come on, kids, she says to all the dogs who greet us outside. Go play in the backyard while we introduce these nice people to Winger. Winger? I ask. Yes, that's her name. She was pretty rambunctious when she was little, high-spirited. She would try to keep up with the older dogs, jumping, running, just throwing herself into everything she did. That and her perfect bone structure led me to believe she would be a great show dog. One of the trainers who helps me used to tease that she did everything on a wing and a prayer. She got the nickname Winger, and it stuck. On paper, she is Lady Guinevere. I was going to call her Winnie, so it's close. Hang on, I'll go get her. Wasn't that the name of the stuffed dog that Chase put in the casket with Angel? I turned to ask Danny. No, that was Wings, but close enough. They can call it either. Carrie returns with a chunky puppy trotting behind her. Danny and I sit down on the floor to meet her. She barrels straight into Danny's face, hitting his nose. Ouch, he says, but then he grabs the dog and picks her up. Aren't you the cutest thing ever? When he sets her down, she waggles her tail and comes to check me out by sniffing my crotch and then jumping on my lap to lick my face. I think she likes me, I joke. I understand your backyards open up to each other, so it sounds like the puppy can run around in a pretty big area. That's correct, Danny says. And one of these days, I'm going to get her a friend. How about a cousin? Carrie suggests. What do you mean? I know that you were waiting until you retire to get a puppy, Carrie says, but I have one ready to go home. The family who was supposed to adopt her called a couple of days ago, and due to an illness in the family, they didn't feel like they could handle her right now, even though they were heartbroken. I also think Winger is one of those dogs who would benefit from having a sister. She's used to being around a lot of dogs here. Yeah, I say. Your kids would go crazy. I cried when they talked yesterday about how their mom wouldn't let them have their own dog. Gonna take a look at her? Danny asks. Carrie comes back with the most adorable puppy. She's smaller than Winger, and she has black fur. She's got a piece of red rickrack tied around her neck instead of a collar. Carrie sets her down, and the two puppies play with one another, running around me and Danny, jumping over our laps. After a few minutes of hard exercise, the black puppy comes and plops down in Danny's lap, panting hard. Winger follows, curling up next to me and promptly falling asleep. The little puppy on Danny's lap chews on his finger for a few minutes, and then looks at me and licks my face, which is easy since I'm bent over as close to the little thing as I can get. She has puppy breath. Is there anything better? Can we take her home? I realize what I just said. Can you take her home? Are you a couple? Carrie asks. Danny and I look at each other, emotion filling our eyes. We're friends, I say. It would be his dog, of course, but I'm going to love her too. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just very particular as to where I place my babies, she replies. And that's exactly why you're the only breeder that I called, Danny says, flashing a grin that causes Carrie to practically swoon. I put my head down, nuzzling it into the dog's head to hide my smirk. There's something very sexy about Danny Diamond being charming. The crazy thing is that when I met him, he was all young, cocky charisma. He's still got swagger for days, but he's grown into it, like he almost doesn't realize its potential anymore. Whereas before, he'd power it up on purpose. Now it seems to sneak out of him in the most endearing ways. And I love it. Actually, I love him. Danny quickly fills Carrie in on our situation, telling her the truth about our past and his upcoming divorce. Have you had a dog before? Carrie asks me. No, but I've always wanted one, and I just bought a new home in LA for when we would be there. It's got a nice-sized backyard and it's fully fenced. I take out my phone and show her photos. And I checked. The iron rails are pretty close together, so once a puppy grows a little bigger, you won't have to worry about her getting out, although I would never leave my dog alone outside. I would worry about other wildlife in the hills even though it's a suburban setting, Carrie says. They also shed a lot. As if in a show of solidarity, the puppy leaps out of Danny's lap and into mine, nipping me on the nose while giving me a big kiss at the same time. You little rascal, I say, cooing at the puppy. Oh, look at her paws. They are huge. Her calves run straight into her foot. She has cankles. I crack up. What are you going to call her, Danny? What makes you think I'm taking her home? He replies. I roll my eyes at him. Because there's no way you couldn't. I mean, if Carrie approves. The puppy jumps off my lap, runs in a circle, chases her tail, and then goes to pick up a toy, bringing it back to Danny. Look at her. Already a retriever. My kids are going to die with happiness. How do you think the Mackenzies will take it? I ask. Carrie, you have more experience with this. Is it too soon? Do they need more time to grieve? Will they feel like they are betraying Angel? No, I don't think so. There's nothing that heals a broken heart better than a puppy. I'd very much like to take them both home then, Danny says.
Danny. The puppies are good on the flight home. Of course, neither one wanted to be in their kennels. They're much more content while curled up in a ball on our laps or nibbling on our fingers. You look happy, I say to Jennifer, who is gently rubbing our puppy's ears as she sleeps. I'm overcome with love and joy and happiness. 'Cause you're here with me? I grin. She points down at the puppies and gives me a smirk. I think I love them the I shut her up with my lips before she can finish. And although it was supposed to be a quick, fun kiss, it heats me up. I deepen the kiss and pull her closer. She pulls away. Can't do that with the kids right here. Plus, you didn't let me finish my sentence, and it was important. I'm all ears. I was going to say that I think I love them the most, but also that I can't imagine how it must feel to hold your baby. Our baby, I want to ask. I would love to make babies with this woman. Saying it's amazing doesn't do it justice. It's this fierce, unconditional, and mesmerizing love. Maybe someday I'll get to experience it. I hope you do, I say, just as we land in Kansas City. I just talked to Devaney, I tell Jennifer. My kids are over at the Mackenzie's house, and everyone is home, so we'll go straight there. And just so you know, Jaden thinks we went to Dallas to see a Dream Wish child. You lied? She teases. And use sick children as your excuse? I want them to be surprised, and I didn't want her to think it was callous of us to ditch them the day after their dog died, you know? And that was the one thing she couldn't get mad at you about, she asks. Right. I glance at my watch, and I timed it about right. She told me she would feed the kids dinner, but that she and Philip would wait to eat with us. How are we going to do this? Jennifer asks, apparently needing me to set the scene. Just walk in with the kennels? Like, do you have a plan? I haven't really thought about it, but no, I say we leave the kennels in the car and just carry the pups in. So, we just walk in the front door, not ring the bell or anything? Yeah. She says, seemingly not thrilled with my plan. What if we sneak in, close the door, and then let the puppies go? I bet they'll run around playing with each other. We'll just hide and wait to see what happens. She turns to the kennels strapped into the back seat. What do you think, girls? Will you be good and play along? Go racing into the room for the kids? Winger responds with a yip, wanting out of her kennel. I think that's a yes, she says, wrenching her arm into the back seat and putting her finger in between the kennel grates so that she can chew on it. A few minutes later, we pull into the drive, take the puppies out of their crates, let them pee in the yard, then sneak in the front door and set the puppies down. At first, they just sniff around a little. Go make your big entrance, I whisper to them. About that moment, Winger nudges our yet-to-be-named puppy and drops her face to the floor, leaving her butt up in the air, a sure sign she wants to play. They take off, running across the room with Winger yipping the whole way. What the heck? I hear Chase say. Puppies! Haley yells. Mom, look! Puppies! Jennifer and I sneak around the corner to find Chase, Haley, and Devaney down on the floor, looking at the puppies play in awe. Dad, Devaney says when she sees me, did you bring puppies? Puppies? Jaden asks, coming up the stairs from the basement with Ryder and Madden in tow. Puppies! The little boys shrill and rush toward the dogs. Puppies! Puppies! Danny Diamond, what did you do? Jaden asks, picking up the yellow puppy and then the black one and nuzzling their noses before setting them back down to play with the kids. Where are Philip and Damon? I ask, not wanting to tell her the truth until everyone is here. They're out in the garage working on a project for woodshop, Chase replies. I'll go get them, Jennifer offers. Puppies! Damon yells the second he sees them. Why are there puppies here? Oh my gosh, they're so cute! Aren't they so cute? Yes, Danny, Philip says to me. Why are there puppies here? Jennifer and I didn't really go to Dallas today for work. We went because the breeder who I've always wanted to get a dog from is there. After Angel passed away, I called her to see if she had any litters coming up because I wanted to get you a puppy. Turns out the yellow puppy was available, so I went down to meet her. Jennifer and I liked her, so we brought her home. She's for you. She's 4.5 months old, and her name, if you want to keep it, is Winger. Winger? Chase says, picking up the puppy. That's like my lovey toy, Wings. It is, Jennifer replies. Her full name is Lady Guinevere. Winnie was supposed to be what she was called, but when she was being trained to be a show dog, she failed. By the way, the trainers used to joke that she did everything on a wing and a prayer. thus the name. I love it, Chase says. She looks like a show dog. I mean, just look at that face. The puppies are having a ball. Ryder runs over to the basket that still holds Angel's stash of tennis balls and grabs one. He tosses the ball toward the puppies. Both of them take off running after it. Winger powers her way through to it, takes it in her mouth, and returns it to Ryder. She already knows how to play fetch! Ryder screeches with happiness. Can we keep her, Mom? Can we? Madden, Haley, and Chase say in unison. What about the black puppy? Devaney asks. What do you think, Jaden? I ask. I don't want to be disrespectful to your love for Angel, but I also believe that she wouldn't want her family to be without a dog to love. Jaden stands across the room from me, and I watch as tears fill her eyes. She nods her head, wipes away a tear, and says, I do think Angel would want that. But, Philip says to the kids. We know, Dad, Haley says. Having a puppy is a big responsibility. We promised to take good care of her. Then yes, Philip says. We can keep her. However, I'm with Danny. I want to know about the black puppy. What do you think of her? Jennifer asks Devaney, who's holding the dog up and talking to her. I think she's beautiful. She has the softest fur and puppy breath. I love her. Good, Danny says. Because she's ours, we just have to name her. Ours? Devaney asks. Are you serious, Dad? We get a puppy too? To, keep in our house? Dad, don't joke about something like this, Damon says. It's not nice. Your dad isn't joking, Jennifer says. This puppy is 12 weeks old. Her mother and Winger's mom were sisters, so the puppies are cousins. The breeder suggested that because Winger is older and is used to being around other dogs, it would be nice if she had a sister, so to speak. And since your backyards can open up as one, they can play together all the time, just like you kids do. You just have to decide on a name. I nod my head, agreeing with everything Jennifer just said and fighting back tears. The look of joy on my children's faces is almost overwhelming, and I feel so bad for not standing up to Lori about this before. Damon scoots over by his sister and pets the black puppy. What's her full name? Austin Aurora, Jennifer replies. Aurora is the goddess of sunrise, Devaney, who has been studying Greek literature this year in school, states. Haley slides on over next to them. I've been researching puppy names all day. You have been, Jaden says in surprise. Yes, I was going to petition for a new dog, but I wanted to come up with a name first, something that honors Angel, but there can never be another Angel. So I have a few ideas. Destiny. Philip, who is now standing next to me, gives me an elbow nudge and stifles a laugh, reminding me of the Thanksgiving when Lori was pregnant with Devaney. We were getting together with a bunch of friends at the bar. The guys were all a little tipsy after doing a few shots. Jaden asked Lori if we had thought of any baby names yet, and it took a turn for the worse. I think Damon is my favorite for a boy, Lori said. Damon Diamond, I like that, Jaden replied. Another big D, Joey said, slapping me on the back. Really, it should be double D, I joked, which caused all the guys to hoot and holler. Neil yelled, Double D! Aw yeah, baby, gotta love those. You should definitely pick a D name for your daughter. Lori's got big cans, so maybe your daughter will too. All the guys laughed and started coming up with D names. They threw out Darcy, Daisy, Daniela, and Danny. We can't give a girl the same name as me, I argued. That would be dumb. I do think Destiny would be kinda cute, though. Joey giggled. Destiny Diamond. That totally sounds like a stripper name. That'd be so hot. You know, I've been kind of freaking out over being a father, but then I read in a men's magazine somewhere that as long as you can keep your son off the pipe and your daughter off the pole, then you've done a good job. We had no idea what life with kids would be like, I say to Philip. We were blissfully clueless. And now we're blissfully crazy, he laughs as Haley continues the name game. I looked up names that mean angel, Haley says. Some of my favorites are Angelica, Evangeline, Ariel, and Serafina. Ooh, Seraphina's really pretty, Devaney says. Haley says to her, if we named our new puppy Angel, it would seem like we're trying to replace her. If you named your puppy Angel, it would be out of respect. And if we did that, we'd have Angel and wings, just like our parents' tattoos, Damon says. Yeah, Chase says, looking emotional, which is why Angel's name meant so much to our family in the first place. I love it, my daughter says, agreeing, which is why it's the best choice for our puppy. We loved Angel and would love to honor her in that way. Haley picks up the little black puppy, holding it in front of her face and talking. If you're going to be named after the best dog in the world, you have a lot to live up to. But Angel could be naughty. Actually, she could be naughty a lot, but she loved us so very much, and that's what mattered. So all you have to do to be like her is love us as much as we already love you. The dog licks her on the nose and proceeds to piddle on her lap. I'd say she qualifies, Chase says with a laugh, while Jaden throws her a dish towel. Let's all take Angel and Winger out to show them their new backyards, Philip suggests, which causes all the kids to jump up, excited to do just that.
November 16th. Jennifer. I sleep in late, and when I go downstairs for coffee, I find Jaden baking up a storm. And based on the disaster that is her kitchen, I'd say she's been at it for a while. There are 3 pans filled with homemade iced cinnamon rolls, trays full of cookies. What I assume will be a layered cake is cooling on racks. Flour, sugar, and chocolate chips share the island with mixing bowls and spatulas. The microwave door is open, the room hot from the oven being on, but it smells incredible. I take a seat at the bar, remembering how Danny said this is what Jaden does when she's stressed or trying to solve a problem. Can I help? I ask her. Yes, actually, you can. Go grab a couple of beers and sit at the bar and talk to me while I bake. It's only 9 a.m. She shakes her head. Really? Sorry, I've been baking since like 4 this morning. It feels like noon. Philip took the kids to school and both the puppies to the office with him. He couldn't wait to show them off. Danny is at practice, but said to tell you he'd be home in time for lunch. So, what's wrong? I ask her. Danny said you cook when you're trying to work out a problem. She smiles at me. Yes, I do. I've already solved a couple of them. One had to do with elevators. Because Trip was in such a hurry to start and because you never know what you're going to find when you start ripping walls out, we knew basic space requirements, but I'm having to adjust minor details on the fly. For example, some of the baseboards in one section were rotted. We looked for days trying to find a match, finally gave up, and are having custom millwork done. Expensive, but no big deal compared to the scale of the project. The marble distributor that I've used for over 10 years just folded their business. Apparently, the owner's wife and his accountant were having an affair. The accountant embezzled a lot of money and then quit and took off with his wife. They left a few months ago and he just now discovered the money side of it. He's going to have a court battle on his hands and it will be really messy. He suggested that I fly to Argentina and source it myself through his distributor. Tripp is so enthusiastic about this project that he's already bought another historical hotel. Luckily, this new one is in Fort Worth, so a little closer to travel to. But the real question is, how would I feel about letting my company go? It should be an easy decision. Stay home with my kids more, see Philip more. Danny said Philip is going to take Tripp's deal, that Tripp agreed to let him promote someone within the company to CEO, and that Philip would stay on as chairman of the board. He also wanted a spot on the board of Tripp's holding company. Are you saying that Tripp agreed? That's what Danny said, but he also said you would know because you and Philip tell each other everything. We do. She nods her head. But after getting the kids calmed down and to bed after the excitement with the puppies last night, I think I kissed Philip, laid my head on his shoulder, and was out, which is very unusual for me. Does it make a difference in what you're baking? I ask. Actually, it does. She smiles and drops her whisk. Will you stay here and take that batch out of the oven in 6 minutes? Sure, I say as she goes racing to her office. I wait 6 minutes, take the cookies out of the oven, and then pour myself a glass of milk. When in Rome. I pile a plate with 3 cookies, sit back down at the bar, and bite into the warm goodness. the melted chocolate and peanut butter combination tasting like heaven. After enjoying the treats, I figure I might as well make myself useful and clean up the kitchen. I'm just wiping the counters off an hour later when Jaden comes back. "Jennifer, you didn't have to do all this," she exclaims. "I know, but I figured it's the least I could do. I'm really sorry about Angel." "Thank you, and I really appreciate it. Did you at least eat some cookies?" "3, with some milk. I wasn't sure what you wanted to do with everything." "I think I'll let Devani frost the cake when she gets home from school. I taught her how to use a bag and tip, and she's pretty good at it. We can have it tonight for dessert. The cookies will fill up the after-school jar, and then I'll send some home with Danny and the kids and freeze the rest. With the holidays coming up, it will be nice to have them ready to go." It's hard to believe Thanksgiving is almost here. Troy and I usually travel during that time. What do you do? Our Thanksgivings are basically filled with friends, family, food, and football. Will you be here for the holidays? Is that okay?" I ask. "I didn't even think about that. You probably will need your guest room back." "Philip's parents will be over for Thanksgiving dinner, but his sister and her family won't be down, so you're clear to stay through the divorce. Or however long you feel comfortable with it." "When is the divorce final?" I realize I don't even know. "December the 6th. Providing what? That Lori doesn't change her mind about anything." "Can she do that? I thought they signed and everything is official." "Yes, but they still have to go in front of a judge and tell him that they agree to it in person. If one of them doesn't say they agree, the court recesses, and they have to get another date and try to come to a new agreement. Since Danny surprised Lori by giving her the Ferrari instead of more money like she had hoped, it's hard to say what she'll do. She's a wild card, erratic. You just never know. Hopefully, she is crazy happy with Dick Rash and can't wait to marry him, so she'll be anxious to say yes."
November 18th. Danny. We're standing in the kitchen because the only furniture in this part of the house is the TV mounted to the wall and a couple of beanbags Damon brought down from his bedroom for the time being. Devani and Damon give me their sweetest grins, causing me to immediately wonder what's up and ask if they can throw a party. "What kind of party?" I ask, my mind immediately thinking of the ones I went to in high school that involved beer and cheer leaders. "Could we make ornaments and decorate a real tree this year, have hot chocolate and eat Christmas cookies and play Christmas music?" The puppy is licking Jennifer's face as she nods at me. "I think that's a wonderful idea," I say, feeling relieved. My kids are so much better than I was. While they run upstairs to start planning, Jennifer saunters over to me, with the puppy still in her arms and a grin on her face. I'm not sure I've ever seen her look so sexy. I used to watch her in movies. Now she's literally starring in my life. It's both incredible and surreal. "Do you feel like we just dodged a bullet?" she asks me. The minute he said party, I was thinking sneaking your parents' alcohol and playing 7 Minutes in Heaven and spin the bottle. I was thinking the same thing, I admit, glancing upstairs before taking her hips in my hands and pulling her tightly against me. "Danny," she says with a gasp as I push my pelvis against hers, letting her know what I want right now. "I still can't believe you're in my house," I say, lowering my head and possessively putting my lips on hers. "My room, now." "But," she says. I don't reply. I just take her hand, then lead her into my bedroom. Somehow, in my heated state, I manage to lock the door and put the puppy in her kennel before putting my lips back on hers.
Jennifer. "You two look thick as thieves," Philip says when we get to their place later that evening. "What's up?" "They are just in love," Jaden scoffs. "No," Philip says, eyeing us. "That's the we just had a quickie look." My mouth falls open. Philip laughs. Jen, you gotta work on your acting skills. You're supposed to at least pretend it's not true when you get caught." "We didn't get caught," I fire back. But the dog started howling and I started laughing hysterically. But Danny was a champ and still powered through, in spite of it all. Danny slightly raises his chin and grins, like he's posing for a headshot. Jaden is busy setting out 3 mason jars filled with bacon strips on the island in front of us as Philip passes out beer. "What kind of bacon is this?" Danny asks. "First one is pepper bacon dipped in chocolate. Second one is your favorite with the brown sugar and cayenne pepper. Third one is a new creation, a peanut butter glaze." "We might need your help with something," I say to Jaden as I try the peanut butter bacon. "Oh my gosh, this is delicious." "What's that?" Jaden asks. "The kids asked if they could have a party," Danny says. "Oh boy," Philip says. "That's exactly what I thought," I say. "And I want to do the toast." We all raise our beers. "To life's little unexpected moments." "Big moments," Danny coughs. "Yes, of course," I say with a laugh. There was nothing little about our recent unexpected moment. We're all laughing as we clink our bottles together. "I told the kids we could have a real tree this year, and they asked if they could have a party where they make ornaments." "That's so sweet," Jaden says, getting misty-eyed. "Why does that make you sad?" I ask Jaden. "Because Lori always thought real trees were too messy." "And she's having babyitis," Philip continues. "Our kids always made ornaments for our trees when they were little. Actually," he says, looking closer at his wife, "they still do." Jaden sets her beer down, all of a sudden looking at it like it's poison. "Oh my gosh," she says as the tears flow. "Oh my gosh," Philip says, his eyes huge. "Wait, oh my gosh, what?" I ask, trying to figure out what's going on. I watch as Danny's eyes immediately go to Jaden's boobs. It makes me instantly jealous. But then he laughs and goes, "Oh my gosh," too. Jaden takes a deep breath and says one word. "Philip?" "I'm on it," he says, and then races out to the garage. I turn to Danny. "Where's he going?" I ask, but he doesn't answer. Instead, he follows Philip out the door, saying he'll go with him. "What was all that?" I ask Jaden. "I swear, sometimes you 3 speak in code." "They're going to go buy me a pregnancy test," she says. When Philip said babyitis, it sort of hit me. Danny looked at my boobs, which always get bigger when I'm first pregnant, and I was just complaining to Philip about my bra feeling tight and wondered if it had shrunk. She glances down at her chest. Honestly, now that they pointed it out, it does look like she's wearing a great push-up bra. I give her a hug and feel a twinge of jealousy, wishing it were me who was pregnant. Philip and I have been talking about if we want more kids a lot lately. We sort of decided we were done. "But you've been having second thoughts about it?" I ask. "Kind of. And I didn't know if it's because I truly want more or just because of the realization that my babies are growing up." I start pacing. This is hard, isn't it? What is? The waiting and wondering? It's part of it. And although I have pretty easy pregnancies, the worry is always there, and the hormones. "The kind that make you cry over Christmas ornaments?" I tease. "Yes, those kind exactly."
Danny. I'm in the car with Philip driving to the pharmacy. "I thought you decided you were done." "We did," he replies. But Jaden wasn't sure. "No, she agreed, but she's been a little sad about it." Should I be wishing for the test to be positive or negative? Philip turns to me with a beaming smile. "Positive, definitely positive." "You changed your mind?" I ask him, thinking he needs to slow down a little. He's driving like a maniac. "I was going to tell you tonight. I signed the deal with Trip. Had a call today with the board of directors of our company, and they all agreed," he says. "I take it you got everything you asked for?" "And more. When it took him too long to reply to my last offer, I upped the price." "You got that too?" I ask, impressed. "Yes, the company will transition over the next 6 months, and other than the board jobs, I'll be retired. After 4 kids, a baby doesn't scare me anymore. I know what I'm doing. This is going to be so much fun." I let out a sigh, the kind of dreamy sigh usually reserved for my teenage daughter. Oh boy, Philip says. I know exactly where your mind just went. And where's that? I scoff. You were just thinking about how you'll probably retire soon and how you want babies with Jennifer. And how cool it would be to have babies around the same age, I admit. It would be pretty cool, Philip agrees.
Jennifer. The boys get home, and I am pretty sure they bought the store out of pregnancy tests. I can never remember which one is the best when they are all lined up next to each other, Philip says with a wry grin. Jaden quickly plucks one out of the mix. Only one? Philip questions. Yeah, I was just thinking, this is silly. I mean, I realized I am actually a little late, but I'm probably not. Wait, I say. Do we want to be or not? We don't, Jaden insists. Philip looks sad, and I know Jaden is lying, telling herself she doesn't want to be pregnant so that if she's not, she won't feel disappointed. And I know the difference. I've had a couple of scares when I've prayed to everyone I could think of to please, please not be. We sit in silence while Jaden goes into the master bedroom and presumably pees on the stick. She comes out a few moments later, sets the stick on a paper towel on the kitchen counter, and then paces around the kitchen table where the rest of us are sitting. She lays her phone on the table, and I can see she's set a timer to go off in less than 3 minutes. When it finally dings, she goes, I can't look. I can't look either, Philip says, glancing at Danny. Don't look at me, I can't do it, he says. Jennifer, will you do the honors? Jaden asks me. I smile, knowing that it really is an actual honor to them. I get up and walk slowly over to where it is sitting on the counter, doing it like I imagine I would in a movie, with drama. But when I read the results, I forget about acting and just scream out, pregnant! Jaden plops into the chair behind her in shock. I'm thinking it was a good thing the chair was there. She takes a deep breath in through her nose, and I can tell she's trying hard not to completely lose it. I'm ready to jump up and down with joy. If I were pregnant, I'd be sprinting around the house in circles like Angel and Winger do, tossing up a toy and chasing it over and over in happiness. But I come to realize as I watch Philip stride toward Jaden, drop to his knees in front of her, take her hand and gaze into her eyes, that there's more to it. The emotion I see in their faces isn't just happiness. It's a huge jumble of things, one of which is fear. And I understand that, all of a sudden, it became real, not just an idea. That there's an actual little baby growing inside her, and that alone can be fraught with difficulty. Things like miscarriages, birth defects and stillborns, complications. I realize being pregnant isn't just about having a baby. It's a bigger process. Probably a more important process of learning what pure love really is. How I suppose you have to be cautiously optimistic until you get to a certain point in your pregnancy, and even then, as Philip and Jaden well know after their experience with Chase's birth, outside sources can also affect your baby's life. I suppose it's like how in your own life, the second you feel like you have it all under control, something happens, and you suddenly realize you don't. Only this is on a bigger level because it isn't about you. It's about this tiny, sweet little creature totally depending on you. Your baby. I'm both lost in thought and mesmerized by the love that radiates between Philip and Jaden when Danny steps in front of me and wipes the tears from my face. He kisses me on the nose. Someday, that's going to be us, he whispers. Do you really think so? I ask, more tears forming from sheer happiness. Yeah, I do. He gives me a naughty smirk, although it might require a lot of trying. And I can't help but laugh through my tears. I think we need another toast, Philip says as we gather back around the island and grab our beers. Here's to my beautiful wife, the newest addition to our family, and to the fact that I'm going to be a stay-at-home dad this time around. Jaden's eyes get huge again. You did it? I'd say he did, Danny quips. Yes, Philip tells Jaden, ignoring Danny's comment. Tripp agreed to all my terms, including the increased price. The board approved the deal via conference call, and Tripp and I signed it this afternoon. 6 months. We don't have enough bedrooms, Jaden says. The kids can share, and before you know it, Chase will be going off to college anyway. Don't say that, Jaden says. He's staying with us forever. She looks at Philip and they both laugh. Nah, Philip says. But we might need to build an addition, Jaden continues. We do have that attic space. Maybe we add a third floor. Whatever you think is best, darling. Jaden playfully smacks him on the shoulder. Oh no, don't you start with that bullshit already. Is that bullshit? I ask Danny. Philip says that a lot when Jaden is pregnant, Danny replies with a laugh. Keeps him out of trouble. We haven't finished the toast, he reminds us. Jennifer and I are starting to feel stupid with our bottles still up in the air. To all of it and all of you. Hear, hear, we all say. Let's go out for dinner, Jaden suggests. We need to celebrate, get dressed up. Let me call the sitter and see if I can bribe her into canceling her Saturday night plans and coming over for a few hours. She makes a quick call, ups the ante for the babysitter, and hangs up. Negotiating isn't as fun when you're desperate, but she agreed. Let's invite Marcus and Madison to go with us. No one else will be able to get sitters this late. She turns to me, explaining. Their youngest is a sophomore at Notre Dame. Smart girl, engineering major. Since she left for college, they have been traveling and enjoying the empty nest life. Our empty nest life just got pushed back by 7 more years, Philip quips. How does this happen? I ask. Well, Philip says with a grin. I don't mean how, but like, are you not on birth control of some kind? No, we chart my ovulation with an app, and during that time, we use condoms, Jaden says. But there was a recent night after she came home from California after being gone all week, and she was going to look it up, and I didn't give her the opportunity, Philip admits. 7 years of lost, empty nesting for 5 minutes of pleasure, she murmurs. Philip narrows his eyes at her. She rolls her eyes. Okay, it might have been more than 5 minutes, after the first time. I laugh. I love these two. Jaden turns to me. Jennifer, do you have any dressy dresses to wear with you? Not really. Just that orange one, but I'd probably freeze. Okay, you come with me, she says. Danny, call Marcus and see if they can join us. Philip, call Trios and use your magic to get us a private room for 7 o'clock. Tell them we've got a famous friend in town and we want Kat to wait on us because she will be discreet. Philip and Danny both stand at mock attention and snap a salute to her. She grabs my arm with one hand, leading me toward her bedroom, while she reaches back and flips the guys off with the other. I'm wearing a very sexy black dress and think I look damn good, but whatever Hollywood sparkle I might have doesn't compare to Jaden's glow tonight. I don't know that I've ever seen her so happy. And that makes me happy. She's been such an incredible friend. When we get to the restaurant, I'm introduced to Marcus and his wife Madison. Marcus is a big guy, and I have to look up at him. He's tall, well over 6 feet of lean black muscle. Madison has gorgeous, smooth skin and a riot of long, dark curls. Her tall frame makes me wonder if she ever modeled. I used to protect your pretty boy's ass, Marcus whispers, kissing my cheeks in greeting. I heard that, Danny says. Marcus is one of the best offensive linemen I've ever had the pleasure of playing with. So, what's up? Madison asks as we take our seats. We usually don't get invited to dinner on such short notice. We decided it was a good night to celebrate. It's not public knowledge yet, but Philip sold his company today. Congratulations, man, Marcus says to him. We sit down at an intimate table in a room surrounded by an ornate wine cellar. Champagne is quickly poured and toasts are made. Jaden, Marcus says, you're not really drinking your champagne. You're not that excited about having Philip home all day? I'm very excited about that, especially because we got another surprise today. She raises her glass and toasts again. To all the fun little surprises in life. The kind that grow up, Philip adds. You're pregnant? Madison exclaims. Better be careful, Marcus says to me. There must be something in the water. I study my glass. I don't see anything. Marcus laughs. It's a saying, meaning you could get pregnant too if you're not careful. I can't stop the grin that immediately forms on my face at the thought. Oh, well, I should get to drinking then. Wait, Jaden says to Madison. Are you pregnant too? Yep, Madison says. You're all happy about it, which is great. Me, I cried and cried. We just got our life back. The kids are happy in college. We can go anywhere and do anything we want whenever we want. It's like being a teen again, only with the means to do things. We even went to Coachella this spring and did the whole VIP experience. I felt 20 again. And he had a vasectomy for gosh sake. It failed 10 years later. What do you mean it failed? I ask. I'm so virile that things grew back together, Marcus says proudly. Are you excited now? Jaden asks. How far along are you? 10 weeks. I could technically be a grandmother. I mean, I hope my daughters don't get pregnant at this stage in their lives, but the point is, I could be. I'm 44 years old. But now that it's sunk in that it's actually happening and we saw the first ultrasound, I will admit that I'm coming around a bit. I'm excited, Marcus says. We were young the first time, in college. I was working and playing football. Taking care of our babies really fell on her. I'm gonna spoil this one rotten, and I'm kinda hoping for a boy this time. I figure he'll be a hell of a football player. I mean, talk about being able to get through a defense. You mean because he got through... I spin my finger around, point downward, and then start laughing. So how about you, Miss Jennifer? Marcus asks. Are there any babies in your future? Danny always wanted more kids. His question stops me in my tracks. Danny isn't divorced yet. No one really even knows about our relationship, and I'm sure that's why we are in a private room tonight, but I can't deny that I want children. I hope there are babies in my future, I finally say. Your future? Danny says. You mean our future. She means our future, he reiterates. So you have a future? Madison asks cautiously. Danny tells them the story of how we met, the instant attraction, why he ended it, and how we met again. That's so romantic, and it sounds meant to be, Madison says. But how will it work? I mean, with your life in LA? Danny starts to answer, but I cut him off. She asked me. To be blunt, I've done well enough that I don't really need to work. I've been smart with my money, and Troy and I were not married and never commingled assets. I can be choosy about any projects I decide to do. I purchased a home in LA last week where Danny and the kids and any future kids would be comfortable, and although I'm very much in love with him, still, Danny and I are very new, and sometimes it feels too easy. Love should be effortless, Madison says dreamily. That's what my mother told me. Marcus shakes his head. She was wrong about that. Love isn't easy. Actually, I disagree, vehemently, Madison says. I've been in love with Marcus since I sat down next to him in math class my junior year of high school. Our love was always easy. We fell hard and fast, and it was beautiful. The world makes love hard. Like when he got offered a scholarship to play football at a college I hadn't applied to, when I got pregnant our sophomore year. We've been incredibly blessed, though. Somehow isn't correct. I know exactly how. Because of our love, we made the right decisions. We worked together. And if your love is as strong as it seems just sitting here with the two of you, I swear you both are practically glowing from love. Philip coughs and says, Or the sex. You'll figure it all out too, Madison finished. Thank you, I say sincerely to her. I think we will. Once dinner is over and we're waiting for dessert and coffee, Madison and I both head to the ladies' room. I didn't want to say this in front of Danny, but no matter what shenanigans Lori tries to pull, and trust me, she will if word gets out, you can't let her get to you or between you and Danny. She's like the evil lord you battled in your Sector movies, only she'll smile to your face at the same time she's pulling out her dagger to stab you in the back. We love Danny. I haven't seen him look so happy, maybe ever. Don't let the evil one ruin anything. Deal? Deal. And if you need any backup, you let me know. Thank you, I will. We get back to the table just as a delectable pumpkin spice cheesecake is being served. I'm ready to dig in when my phone lights up. I glance down to read a text from Jason. Jason, call me, it's urgent. Jason reminds me of the boy who cried wolf. To him, everything is an emergency, from an amp going out at a show to a flight getting canceled. But another text follows, this one from Damon. I quickly scan the text, hoping everything is okay. He, Devaney, and Chase were allowed to hang out at the Diamond's house while the babysitter was next door with the younger Mackenzie children. Damon. Just got an internet notification about Troy. They are saying he maybe committed suicide. Thought you'd want to know right away. Below his text is a link to an online tabloid. I click it and read. Breaking news. Paramedics were called to the scene of the Malibu home of Troy Malone for a suspected suicide. Troy was taken to CS Memorial Hospital. No word on his condition. The charismatic international DJ and his longtime love, award-winning actress Jennifer Edwards, recently called it quits after photos of him in an Amsterdam brothel surfaced. Oh my gosh, I blurt out. I have to go. What's wrong? Danny asks. I hand him my phone so he can read the news. He does so and then calmly sets the phone down. No, you don't. I don't what? I ask, confused. You don't have to go to California. You told him it was over. I stand up and slam my napkin on the table. You know if you heard that about Lori, you'd go. He looks up at the ceiling, thinking. No, I don't think I would. Richard would be the one to go. She's the mother of your children, I argue. And if the children wanted to go see her, I would take them. You're not that cold-hearted, Danny. You just aren't confident enough in our relationship to let me go. I look at him sadly. And I'm sorry, but that's on you. I pick up my bag and make my way to the exit. Jaden reacts first, coming after me and catching me at the door. What do you want? I snarl at her. She pulls me into a hug and says nothing. I fall into her arms and start sobbing, my emotions everywhere. I don't want to leave Danny or this wonderful night. I don't want to see Troy, but... You have to go, Jaden says. I understand. Why doesn't Danny? His heart is on his sleeve with you. And mine's not? I'm so afraid he's going to change his mind about me. It's new, Jennifer. It will get better. Everyone feels vulnerable early in a relationship. It's natural. Come on, I'll drive you to the airport while I call our pilots. When she drops me off, I tentatively walk up the steps to the plane. Everything in me wants to rush back to the restaurant and be with Danny, but I have to go. It doesn't help that I'm feeling guilty, like this is all my fault, that my not doing what Jason suggested and pretend I would marry Troy to get him into rehab caused this reaction. He told me he couldn't live without me, and now he's trying to prove it. Even worse is, I don't know his condition. One pilot and the stewardess have arrived, but we're waiting on the other pilot as I take my seat and get buckled in. I read the texts, scan the internet for further information, don't find any, and then call Jason. Are you on your way? He asks, his voice sounding stressed. Yes, I am. Thank goodness, he says. How bad is it? I dare to ask. Jason's voice cracks with the kind of emotion I don't think I've ever heard from him, and I immediately know the situation isn't good. It's bad, Jennifer. Really bad. He took a bunch of pills. I found him unresponsive with a suicide note in his hand. His lips were blue. What did it say? I didn't read it. I just saw it was for you and knew what he had done. You can read it when you get here. And please pray he makes it. I cry during most of the 3.5-hour flight. I'm afraid when I get there that Troy will be dead, that it will be my fault. I reminisce about the good times we had, how he swept me off my feet, literally, when we danced at Keaton and Aiden's wedding. He was so sweet and poetic. He'd write snippets of songs when we were together, always whispering them into my ear with a different melody, the tune sometimes coming to him before the words were complete. I remember the first Twisted Dreams concert I went to. They were finishing a UK tour, and their last gig was at Wembley Stadium in London. I'll never forget the fans screaming the band members' names. Most crushed on frontman Damon Moran, but a large number crushed on the handsome drummer. And he was mine. He called me up on stage that night and confessed his love for me. It was almost like a proposal, and the crowd went crazy. After the show, he took me to a club where he DJ'd the rest of the night. I'd been to plenty of clubs, but I'd never seen anyone so masterfully handle a crowd. Troy could slow them down and whip them up into a frenzy depending on the mix of music, and it made me a little awestruck. I was already in love with him, but that night just solidified that love and highlighted his brilliant talent. And really, it was that talent, an unreserved ability for him to reside in the moment, that would ultimately lead to our downfall. His downfall, I think, wondering if he's still even alive. It's not the first time Troy has overdosed, but it's the first time he has done it with intention. The first time he left a note. The first time he took a drug not as a cocktail to keep going, but rather to purposefully end his life. When we fought about his addiction, he would tell me to stay out of it, that I wasn't his mother or keeper, that it wasn't about me, that his relationship with drugs and alcohol was personal. He truly believed he was different, that the drugs didn't control him. He believed he used them medicinally, just like someone who took an over-the-counter pain reliever for a sprained ankle. He talked about his usage in such a confident way that, for a while, I believed him. He convinced me that he didn't have a problem because he knew exactly what he was doing. When he got drunk, he'd ask me, "What's wrong with that? We all do it once in a while." He pointed out that even me, the girl whose father was an alcoholic, would tie one on occasionally. And yes, while I did do shots backstage after I won an Academy Award and was so tipsy that I kissed everyone in the vicinity, it was due to the fact that I was a lightweight. I've always had a 2-drink limit, and I had 3 shots in quick succession that night. I lost control, Troy said. That it was understandable, that it was just for fun. But he also told me that was where he differed from my father. My father drank because he had to. Troy said he drank because he wanted to. It wasn't until later that it all spiraled out of control. When we land, I thank the pilots profusely, get their cell numbers, and ask that they stay here for a few hours until I can get a read on the situation. They assure me that they are on call for me until Monday morning when they need to fly back to pick up Jaden for a Monday night flight back to LA for her weekly hotel update meeting. A car is waiting for me at the jetway. On the ride to the hospital, I check my phone. No text from Danny. No text from Jason or Troy. There is, however, a group text from Damon, Devaney, and Chase. They have apparently been searching the internet for updates on Troy, have forwarded different articles, and are speculating on his status. It's really sweet of them. It feels like they are trying to support me. I appreciate it and tell them so. I decide to read the articles. One tabloid has reported his passing, causing the hashtag RIP DJ Troy to trend on social media, but Devaney says she doesn't think it's true. I'm praying that it's not. As we pull into the hospital parking lot, I brace myself for what I will learn about Troy's condition. But as we get closer to the entrance, I see that even though it's midnight, the paparazzi are out in full force. I want to tell the driver to turn around, to take me somewhere I don't have to face the harsh judgment of the cameras, but I need to get inside. I open the car door and am bombarded with a barrage of shouted questions. Jennifer, what took you so long to get here? If Troy survives, does this mean you're getting back together? Social media accounts are saying Troy is dead. What have you heard? Where have you been hiding out? Who made your dress? I look down at myself. Trying on party dresses in Jaden's closet seems like so long ago. Jennifer, will you come back and update us on Troy? We're all really worried about him. This from a woman reporter who is particularly cutthroat even though she sounds very sincere. I march past them and enter the hospital where a security guard recognizes me and tells me a room number. Is that the ICU? I ask. The guard chuckles under his breath as he shakes his head. I go to the room, wondering what could possibly be funny at a time like this. And the second I walk in, I understand. Troy is sitting up in bed, laughing and playing cards with Jason. What the fuck? I yell. You have got to be kidding me. I came all this way to find the asshole sitting up in bed laughing? Jennifer, thank goodness you are here, Jason says to me. As you can see, our boy is going to be all right. He's not my boy, I say to Jason, and then turn to Troy. People think you're dead. Troy lets out a wry smile. I wanted to be dead, Eddie. I wrote you a note and everything. Seeing you here now, though, makes me happy I survived. I'll let the two of you chat in private, Jason says, quickly slipping out of the room. I can't believe I flew all the way here for you, I mutter. Troy motions for me to come closer to the bed. I'm afraid if I do, I'll punch him right in the face. I stand rooted in my spot. He holds up a piece of paper. "This is for you. I didn't intend to ever wake up again." "Well, you didn't do a very good job of it, I guess," I say. "Wow, you're really pissed at me, aren't you?" As a matter of fact, I am. I left in the middle of a dinner with friends, rushed to the airport, got on a plane, and flew here, wondering the whole time if you were dead or alive. I didn't know what I would find when I got here. Turns out, things aren't quite as dire as Jason led me to believe. "I wanted to die, Jennifer. Apparently I can't even do that right. But you will be happy to know that once I leave here, I'll be going straight to rehab. 30 days. I feel like I've been given another chance. I survived. I'm not going to waste it." He shakes the piece of paper at me. "Please come and take this." I march over and pull the note from his hands. "Read it. It's my apology to you." "You've already apologized, Troy. I told you the last time we spoke that you had to show me you've changed because your apologies mean nothing. They are empty promises that your actions never back up." "I don't want to read this. I won't read this. I am done." I fold the paper, then rip the thing in half with force and then hand it back to him. "You are in charge of your life now. I sincerely hope you do something good with it," I say, marching out of the room and heading straight to the hospital front door. I'm on my way out when Jason comes rushing up next to me. "He's going to rehab," he says happily. "Don't ever call me again." I narrow my eyes at him in anger. I'm so mad that I can barely stand myself. I grab him by the arm and drag him out of the hospital entrance where the paparazzi are waiting. Jennifer, how's Troy?" "You should ask his manager about that," I say, walking away and hailing a cab. I'm barely in the car before I'm calling a crew to let them know I want to go home. Right now. November 19th. Jennifer. I'm so mad that I don't sleep the whole way back to KC, and I'm still fuming when I land. One of the pilots offers to drive me to the Mackenzie's house, but that's not where I need to go. I need to talk to Danny. I need to tell him what happened and what I said and did, because I know he will be proud of me. I call his cell, but he doesn't answer. I then realize it's Sunday and he probably has a game. Except that it's his bye week, isn't it? I try calling him again. Still no answer. I check the time. It's 7:30. Maybe he's not awake yet. I text him. No reply. That leaves me no choice but to text Damon and Devani, hoping one of them is either up or will hear their phone buzz. Damon immediately replies, telling me his dad is at the stadium. My mind is too scattered to ask him why he has a game when he hasn't practiced all week, but I just go with it. I have to talk to him. I ask the pilot to take me there, expecting to find the parking lot full of tailgaters. I'm surprised when there are none. "Is there a game today?" I ask. "Not today. It's their bye week." "Okay then, why don't you take me to the players' parking lot?" "I'm not sure where that is exactly," he says. We drive around the stadium for a bit until I see an area that looks familiar. "There, I think that's it." The pilot is stopped by a security guard. "I need to see Danny Diamond right away," I yell from the other side. "That's not possible, miss," he says, "unless you have a pass." "But I'm Jennifer Edwards," I say with a pout. "I know who you are, ma'am, and it's a pleasure to meet you, but I can't let you in." "Can you let Danny out? Like, can you tell him I'm here?" I beg desperately. "Please, I'll get you anything you want. Red carpet, movie premiere, you name it. Please. He doesn't have his phone with him." "No offense, but maybe he just isn't answering your call. Besides, you look a little, disheveled right now, and you're awfully dressed up." "I'm wearing last night's dress because I left dinner because—" I stop talking, realizing how it will sound if I continue. Everyone thinks Danny is still married. Some crazy girl showing up at the stadium in last night's dress wouldn't look good. I decide to use my acting skills instead. "There's this dream wish child that Danny knows, that I know, and I need to talk to him about it. It's urgent, please. I wouldn't be here in last night's dress if it wasn't. I flew straight here from LA in the middle of the night." The man squints his eyes at me. "This is the pilot who flew the plane," I add, pointing toward the driver. "He was kind enough to bring me here." That true? The security guard asks. Yes, sir, he says with a straight face. Tell you what, I'll call the workout facility. See if he's in there. Thank you. The man goes into a little booth and shuts the door. He's talking and gesturing and probably telling Danny that I look like a crazy woman. He hangs up the phone and repeats the process. Twice. Finally, he comes out of his little office and says, Found him. Proceed to the second floor. He hands the pilot a pass. The pilot hangs it in his window and then says, Is it okay if I just drop you off? I need to go home to meet my family for church. Yes, of course, I say. He parks and I thank him profusely, then get out of the car and walk toward an entrance. I realize after he's left that I can't get inside. The door is locked. I lean against a concrete column, letting my body slide down it until I end up in a heap on the ground, crying. All the anger I was carrying around that was keeping me pumped up suddenly seems to have left my body. I'm now exhausted, frustrated, sad, and honestly, I'm mad at myself for going. Danny hasn't called me, he hasn't texted me, he didn't ask me how Troy was. He probably hates me. He's probably done with me. He probably has been since the moment I walked out of the restaurant last night. I close my eyes and sob into my hands. A few moments later, I feel someone sit down next to me. What are you doing here? Danny asks. And why are you crying? I look up at him, try to gauge what his expression might mean. I came straight from the airport. Why didn't you text me last night or call? I didn't want to wake you, and I was emotional. Jennifer, maybe that's how you and Troy operated in your relationship, but around here, we care about each other. And when one of us leaves a dinner and their friends offer them their plane and everyone is worried about both them and the situation they are in, it's customary, polite even, to let the people who love you and helped you know how you're doing, that you're not dead on the side of the road or something. Because when you go radio silent, the people who love you get worried and assume the worst. Then when you do show up, it makes them kind of mad to know that they wasted hours worrying about you, that they finally got up at 4 a.m. and came to the stadium to work out because they couldn't sleep, because they worry that you're rushing back to your ex means that you care about him more than you say you do. It's all really inconsiderate. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm not used to checking in with anyone. I never want to make you worry. I was so pissed off when I left the hospital that that's exactly the point when you should have called me, so that I could have shared that burden with you. Shared the burden? I ask, looking into his eyes, the thought of it seeming so foreign. Yeah, if we're going to be a team, that's what we'll do. It's like my offensive line. When I get sacked, it really doesn't matter who missed the guy that got through. The whole line considers it their fault. They take it personally, an insult to their territory. One of them allowed penetration, which means the whole protection system is at fault. I want to share those burdens with you. I want to support you. You have to let me. You were texting my children, but not me. Why? Because I knew you were mad, and I didn't know how to explain why I had to go. It wasn't rational, more like a gut instinct. Danny wraps his arms around me. You should have told me how you felt. If you really do love me, you have to share how you are feeling with me. I must be messed up and not even know it, I tell him. I've never had someone to share stuff like that with. Maybe a few friends in my past, but it was a long time ago. Danny hugs me, just holds me for a really long time. He gently runs his hand across my hair, and eventually, I feel the stress leave my body, like he's absorbing it somehow. See, I can feel you relaxing already. He holds me at arm's length. Tell me what happened. Obviously, when I left, I believed the situation to be pretty dire based on the news reports, and before I took off, I called Jason. He told me that he found Troy unresponsive with a suicide note addressed to me on his desk, that his lips were blue. I felt incredibly guilty, like if he killed himself because of me. It's okay, Danny says. Keep going. When I got to the hospital, paparazzi were everywhere. I went inside and was sent down to his room, where, get this, I find him sitting up in bed playing cards with Jason and laughing, freaking laughing. I was so mad. Jason left the room so we could talk, but I know he could see how pissed I was. And he probably wanted you to talk to Troy alone. Yeah, that too. As soon as Jason left, Troy told me that he wrote me a suicide note, that he's never done that before, and that he truly wanted his life to be over. He gave me the note and asked me to read it. What did it say? Danny whispers. No idea. I was so angry that I ripped the damn note up. Told him to do what he wanted with his life or not, that I wasn't going to be a part of it anymore. I'm not sure if saying that to someone suicidal is a good thing, Danny says cautiously. I don't know. I got the feeling he and Jason might have orchestrated the whole thing. The good news, though, is that when I was leaving, Jason told me that Troy is going straight from the hospital to rehab. All Jason really cares about is that Troy is out in time for the Vegas New Year's Eve gig. Troy has been his cash cow, and I think he's afraid of it drying up. Honestly, I have told Troy for years that I don't think Jason has his best interests in mind anymore and that he should consider finding a new manager, but he disagrees. 1, I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself, Danny says. 2, I'm sorry they put you through that. And 3, I'm glad you are back home. I promise I'll call next time, I tell him. I thought there wasn't going to be a next time, he says. Not with him, I just mean anytime I'm gone. I don't want you to worry. I'm so sorry I made you worry. I love you, Jennifer. I'm going to worry about you because I care. And I love that about you. November 20th. Jennifer. I think we all know that I'm really not an early riser. But Danny told me last night that he had to drop the kids off early at school today and would then be coming up to see me before he had to go to practice. Needless to say, I was up and getting ready before 6 without my alarm. Getting alone time with Danny is totally worth waking up for. I'm now back in my bed, looking sexy, my makeup purposefully natural and my hair artfully arranged to look like I just woke up, looking this gorgeous. I'm wearing nothing but a skimpy silk robe. I'm positioned on the bed in a way that both highlights my long legs and strategically shows off my cleavage. I've posed like this many times before for movies or photo shoots. But this is different because instead of pretending to be waiting for the person I most desire to join me, it's actually happening. They say anticipation is half the fun, and I will admit, I'm dreaming of his reaction, hoping he will be so overwhelmed by my sexiness that he will just pounce on me. I hear the door to the office open and footsteps approaching. The door slides open. My heart is beating wildly. Wow, Danny says, his voice catching. You look. He strolls around the bed, observing me. Like you got up early. He leans a knee on the bed and puts a finger under my chin. Your makeup is very artfully applied, but the false eyelashes are a bit of a giveaway. I bat them. We didn't get any alone time last night. Oh, I see, he says with a smirk. Were you thinking of having an illicit rendezvous this morning? Well, I was hoping maybe so. Why isn't he naked yet? He says, glancing at his watch. Boy, I don't know if there's enough time. I grasp his shirt and pull him forcefully toward me. I want you, Danny Diamond, now. I set the scene. You were supposed to shed your clothing the moment you saw me lying here. I guess I didn't get the script. He rolls his eyes. And, I have workouts and practice this morning. I need to save my strength. He says all of this with a straight face, and I'm not sure what's going on until I notice the bulge in his pants. I realize he's playing with me. It's cute. And fun, now that I understand. It's also different. Troy and I never teased each other. Our relationship was playful at first, because that was always my personality. I liked to have fun, joke around, laugh. But Troy didn't like it. For him, sex wasn't about the emotional connection. It was more about the act. And maybe that's why he was able to tell me with sincerity that when he slept with other girls, it didn't mean anything to him. I'm not sure sex ever does to him. It's just sex. I also think back to what Danny said about how, with his wife, sex was orchestrated. Here I am, setting the stage. I roll my eyes at myself. I shrug purposefully, causing the robe to slip off my shoulder, revealing one of my breasts. You're completely right, Danny. And just so you know, The reason I'm awake and made up is because Jaden asked me when I got home last night if I could meet your plumber this morning. Apparently, he's a fan. I lean toward him, the robe coming fully open now. I would like a kiss, though, before you leave, providing it's not too strenuous. I mean, I might have to save my strength for the plumber. What does he look like anyway? Hot? Buff? The kind you don't mind seeing the plumber's crack? Danny narrows his eyes at me and then pounces on the bed. I'll show you hot and buff, he says, his lips landing forcefully on mine. After 40 minutes of pure bliss, Danny is lying on his back, breathing heavily. I leap on top of him, straddling him. We need to talk. About how amazing we are together? He murmurs. No, about me and sex. He arches an eyebrow at me and smirks. My favorite topic. I lied to you this morning. I didn't get ready because of the plumber. I think I might have known that. Did it bother you that I got ready for you? Like that I scripted or, orchestrated it in my mind? Oh, he says. I told you that about Lori, right? Uh-huh. I lean down to kiss his lips, my hair cascading around us. Is that why you didn't want to at first? I asked you to wake up early because I knew we'd have exactly an hour and a half of uninterrupted time together. Like you wanted to talk? I tease as I grind against him. I'm going to have no stamina at practice today if you keep that up, he says. At the same time, he grips my hips in his hands, guiding me. To answer your question, you are nothing like her. Orchestrate, script, dream, plan away. This morning, when I opened the door and saw you lying there, all dolled up, it was straight out of one of my fantasies. Let's try to fulfill another one before you leave. I'm pretty sure Danny got to practice a little late this morning. Worth it. I shower off, get dressed, and go down to the kitchen. Jaden is sitting at the island, sipping a cup of coffee. What time are we supposed to meet the plumber? He won't be around until about 9:30. You have time for breakfast. Awesome. What are you up to today? I ask as I open the fridge, surveying its contents. A bowl of fresh strawberries captures my attention. I was hoping you might want to help me. We're moving all the new furniture into Danny's house today, and although I have a few key accessories, I thought you might like to help me choose some things. Oh, that would be really fun. Can't wait to see it all come together. Jaden lets out a little chuckle. Why are you laughing? You just said, come together. I have a dirty mind. And I'm glad the children were gone by the time, you and Danny did. Oh my gosh, you could hear us? Just a little, she says, still smirking. Don't worry, I turned the TV up louder. It's funny, actually. When I did the renovations on his house, I put extra soundproofing insulation in the walls of his suite. I teased him at the time that I hoped someday he would test it out. I raise my hand. I volunteer as tribute. I'll let you tell him that. Jaden smiles at me over her cup. If you're done eating, let's get a move on. Philip has the puppies with him at work today and we'll be picking up the kids this afternoon. We need everything done before they get home and all heck breaks loose. We make our way over to Danny's house just as a moving van pulls up and 4 beefy men jump out. She shows them the home's layout and then stands at the door, instructing them where to put each piece of furniture. Miss Jaden, one of the men says, would you like the usual setup for the boxed goods? Yes, Daryl, thank you, she says. I had the garage floor cleaned early this morning, so go ahead and set the tables up there. I'm standing up at the kitchen bar when a guy pops up from the other side, scaring me half to death. Ah! I screech. Jennifer Edwards, the man says. I didn't know you were here already, or I would have gotten my ass out from under the sink. I'm Melvin Martin. He leans across the island, holding his hand out. I follow suit, and he gives my hand a firm shake. He gestures toward the modern, burnished gold faucet that he's added to the island. What you think? Reckon my favorite quarterback will approve? It's gorgeous, I say, like jewelry for the kitchen. Melvin pretend swoons. I love that. Gonna use that from now on when I'm trying to upsell faucets. It's not just something to bring water in so you can wash your dishes. It's like jewelry for your kitchen. Knew I was gonna like you. We best friends now? Of course, I say with a laugh. I know it ain't none of my business, but are you here for Danny? I stutter. I'm here helping Jaden, decorate. The puppies will be back soon, so she needed me to pitch in. I'm staying with the Mackenzies. Yep, I know. Haven't said a word about that to no one, not even my wife. She's a big fan and she would be over here in a heartbeat. After what you've been through, you deserve a place to hide out. I gotta admit, though, I believed that was all it was, you hiding out, until I saw Danny this morning before he left for practice. What did he say? It's what he didn't say. It was the look of satisfaction on his face. I'm just gonna toss this out there. I got 2K on his team winning the big game this year. If they do, I'll be 40 grand richer. Wife will be happy because when I lose, it comes out of my allowance. When I win, we split it. Not exactly a fair trade-off, but it's never been with that woman. What can I say? Been 38 years and I'm still smitten. Anywho, if there's something satisfying going on between you and my favorite quarterback, make sure you keep him happy until after the championship game. Don't go wrecking what he's got going this season. For my wife's sake. She wants new furniture for the family room, and that includes a new wall-mounted big screen for me. He gives me a grin. I might be smitten, but I can still negotiate. I want to deny what he said is true, but the fact that he noticed Danny's demeanor change after being with me makes me so happy that I have to bite my lip to keep from grinning like a maniac. I'm a big fan of Danny's too. Was in the stands when he won his first ring. After getting to know him, I'd love to see him win a third. You and me both. That looks gorgeous, Jaden says to Melvin, stepping into the room to admire the new faucet. You do good work. Thank you, ma'am. My work here is officially done. Looks like you're about done with this project, too. Yes, Jennifer is using that artistic flair of hers to help me style it before everyone gets home. Give Mary a hug for me. I just sent her another bid request for a commercial facility here in town. Will do, he says, heading out the front door, dodging movers along the way. That big sectional goes in the family room facing the fireplace, she says to a couple of the movers, and then turns to me just as a black streak comes barreling toward me. Angel, I coo. The puppy jumps up onto my leg and wants to be picked up. I oblige and let her cover my face with kisses as Philip walks into the house with Winger on his heels. You can tell which one is already better trained, although I have to give Angel a break. She is younger. What are you doing here? Jaden asks Philip. He responds by flexing a bicep. Thought you might need some extra muscle. Of course we can use help, but I don't want the puppies getting in the way and getting hurt. Philip turns to me. Jennifer, would you like to take them out back and throw the ball for them and wear them out while I help the movers? By the time you're ready for the accessories, the older kids will be home and can take over. Jaden glances at the time on her phone, a slight panic on her face. You forgot it's early release day, huh? Philip teases her. I totally did. Thank you for remembering, she says, stalking up to her husband, who puts his hand on her ass and gives her a scorching hot kiss. I consider telling them to get a room, but decide to just do as I was told. I call for Winger and set Angel down. You two want to go outside? I say, stressing the word and causing both pups to race to the back door. Guess that's a yes. Is there anything better than puppy kisses? I ask Jaden some 30 minutes later when she comes outside. Both pups are lying across my lap, chewing on my fingers, exhausted from chasing their toys and each other around the backyard. They are wonderful, aren't they? She says, as Chase, Devaney, and Damon come out of the Mackenzie house next door. They open the gate between the 2 yards and call out to the puppies, who immediately perk up and decide they've had enough rest. Danny, Jaden says, would you like to help me and Jennifer pick out some accessories for the house? You have such good taste and did an amazing job on your room. Damon replies before she can. I think since Chase and I already chose the furniture, we'll wait and see it all set up. Danny rolls her eyes at her brother. Boys. But then she looks at Chase and smiles at him. They have a brief private conversation before she makes her way over to her house, a grin on her face. Good day at school? I ask, as she and I head up the deck stairs to the main floor. Shit day at school. More drama. Why does there have to be so much drama? Oh, I'm sorry. You just have a smile on your face, and I thought... She shakes her head. The smile was because of what Chase said. I swear he's the sweetest boy ever. It's too bad he's not older than me. Although, if that were the case, all the girls would be after him. He still has no idea how hot they all think he is, especially after today. What happened? Well, you remember how the quarterback, Dalton, broke his throwing hand at the party? Yeah. Today, his backup, Ben, who has been starting since then, was screwing around on the gymnastics equipment during PE, landed wrong, broke his ankle. I was in the gym at the time for cheer, and it was horrific. Like, his foot was turned the wrong way. You probably missed it all when you were out of town, and I don't know if Dad told you or not, but our high school team is going to the state semifinals. That's why we got out of school early today. There's a pep rally later tonight, and then tomorrow afternoon is the game. Chase and Ben have been sharing time on the field, the coach rotating them to confuse the opposing defense. But this means that Chase will be starting in the freaking state semifinal game against the team that beat us last year in the last few seconds of the championship game. Although, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if Chase managed to win it. It's what he does. And that's what made you smile? She looks down, trying not to grin. No, he just told me he's not nervous because he knows I'll be on the sidelines cheering for him. And that win or lose, once everyone goes to bed, I'll order pizza, meet the driver outside, and sneak it over to his house, like I've done after every one of his games for the past 3 years. That as long as we continue that tradition, he'll always consider the night a win. She laughs. He's lying, of course. He hates to lose. But he'll be playing against some of the best players in the state. Their quarterback committed to Alabama last year and holds numerous state records for rushing, which might be what saves them. Our team will run the ball, of course, but Chase reads plays well and has a quick release like my dad. If he can connect, get in a rhythm, there's no reason he can't put more points on the board than them. She glances in Chase's direction with a content sigh and then says, I guess we'd better go help Auntie Jay get this house in shape. The second she gets inside the house, she checks out the couch in the family room, plopping down across it. Oh my gosh, this is the most comfortable couch ever. You can thank Chase and your brother for that, Jaden says. Why don't you two come out into the garage and pick out some accessories?
Danny. Jaden is walking out my front door as I pull in the driveway. I think we actually did it, she tells me when I get out of my truck. Your house remodel is complete. Thank you. I give my best friend a hug, feeling emotional. I couldn't have gotten through this all without you. You'd better go inside and make sure you like it before you start blubbering, she teases. I've got to run the boys up to school. The football team is watching some film of their opponent before the pep rally. Should I wait to go inside until you get back so you can give me the tour? Nope, I handed over the baton to your daughter and Jennifer. They chose most of the accessories together and have been working all afternoon. Jennifer completely organized your kitchen and Danny helped me with everything else. It was a team effort. I know that it probably would have been faster and easier for you to do it yourself. It means a lot to me that you included them. I wouldn't have wanted to do it any other way. So Philip is due back home any minute. I put beef stew in the oven early this morning. If you all want some before the pep rally, we'll eat around 6. She slaps me on the butt. Go on, go and see what your girls did for you. And that sentence makes me even more emotional. The words, your girls, hitting me full force. Jaden calls back to me as she opens her own front door. Oh, I forgot to tell you, you won't be able to get in your garage. The guys will be back in the morning to pick up everything we didn't use. Jennifer and Danny are excited to show you your house, so don't go straight inside. Ring the bell. Okay, I yell back. My house, my home, the place my children have grown up, the children I fought so hard for. As I stand on my front porch with my finger hovering over the doorbell, I can't help but stop to think about all the changes that have occurred in the last 6 months. About how the renovation has followed my own healing process. And now it's done. In 16 days, I'll be divorced. And in 17 days, I hope that Jennifer will move out of Philip and Jaden's guest room and in with us. I take a deep breath, thinking how I felt when Lori told me she was having an affair and wanted a divorce. How I feared the change. Now, as I ring the bell, I'm grateful for it. Dad, my daughter says, swinging the door open and looking confused. Why didn't you just come in? The door wasn't locked. Jaden told me that I needed you and Jennifer to give me the tour from the moment I walked in. She does a little clap and jumps up and down with excitement as Jennifer joins us. We've been busy today, she says, giving me a quick kiss and taking my hand. Devaney takes my other hand and says, Dining room first. We walk through the house together and they point out all sorts of things. Decor, photos, colors. They make me sit in different furniture pieces and look at window treatments and fabrics. I can tell that each item was well chosen and placed. But what strikes me most is how after 15 years of living here, I finally feel truly comfortable in my home. Before, the house was decorated however Lori wanted it, often changing based on her whims. The one consistent thing to her design was that it was always ornate and slightly overdone. I never complained about how it looked because it seemed to make her happy, but now I understand what I've been missing, what my kids have been missing. A place where we can just be, a cozy shelter from whatever happens outside these four walls. Devaney is rambling on, talking about all the friends she wants to have visit, how Jennifer is going to teach her to cook, about how the Mackenzies are going to start coming over here to watch games and eat meals. She shows me exactly where she wants to put the real Christmas tree and how we're going to hang stockings on the mantle, the red and green ones that my mother made us that don't match the decor. She picks up Angel, who's been trotting around with us, and holds her face up to her own. And this cutie gets to sit on the couch with us, and we get to have snacks in the family room while we watch TV. Ah, so you're making the rules now, I see, I tease. Not that I have any say, but I agree with her on all of the above, Jennifer says. Danny looks at her phone. Oh, crap. Dad, I have to get going. Can you run me up to school real quick? Sure. Jennifer, do you want to ride along? Jennifer takes Angel from Devaney, gets comfy on the sofa, and puts her feet up on the ottoman. If it's okay, I think I'm just going to lie here and admire our work. All right, I'll be back shortly. Jaden invited us over for dinner at 6 if we want to do that before we go to the pep rally. Sounds like a plan, she says. But when I get back, she's not ready to go. Well, at least not to the Mackenzies' house. Instead, I find Angel passed out in her kennel and Jennifer is sprawled out naked across my bed. And the view literally takes my breath away. She has the blinds shut, but light comes through a transom, causing diamond shapes to glitter across her body. It's like the universe is trying to tell me something. And in that brief moment before I join her in bed, I see flashes of our future. Me, bent on one knee, asking her to marry me, a diamond in my hand. Her coming onto the field to congratulate me after winning my 3rd ring. My last name, Diamond, blazed across the jersey on her back. Her handing me a baby swaddled in a blanket, adding another diamond to our family. November 21st. Danny. We're at the state semifinal game, watching from the stands. It's been a crazy back-and-forth game, and it's coming down to the wire. The other team is up by 3. We're too far away to kick it, I observe. Nothing left but a Hail Mary. Or the old hook and ladder, Philip offers. Oh, wow, look, Danny, Jaden says, coming to her feet. Damon just came in as a wideout. Do you think they're going to let Chase throw to him for the win? I don't know, but wouldn't that be incredible? Hell, it'd be history-making. I stand up and nervously rub my hands together. The visitors' side of the stadium is packed, on their feet and cheering wildly as our team lines up. Chase goes under center, takes the snap, and falls back into the pocket. The offensive line holds their own while the wide receivers race down the field. Chase steps to his right, avoiding a defensive player who breached the backfield and launches the ball downfield. He's going to score, Jennifer says happily, bouncing up and down next to me as the ball flies toward the end zone. It's the perfect throw. Damon is wide open. All he has to do is catch the ball. Come on, bud, you can do it. You've got to be kidding me, Philip yells out. What was that? Why? I say as our fans cry out over the dropped ball and our team's loss. The ride home is quiet. No one says much. We're all still in disbelief. When we get to the Mackenzie house, we're greeted by yipping puppies who are excited to see us. The puppies went out about 15 minutes ago, and the boys have been asleep since 8:30. They played with the dogs and wore themselves out. All fell asleep on the couch together. I took the boys upstairs about a half hour ago. They didn't even stir. The babysitter gives Jaden a recap as I shush the puppies by giving them each a treat. I'm off to pick up the kids at school, Philip says. The bus should be there soon. He goes out to the garage and then peeks his head back in the door. Maddie's mom just called. The girls want to do a sleepover. I told Haley she could spend the night but not to stay up too late. Jaden turns to me and Jennifer. I'm going to run upstairs and kiss my babies goodnight. Get yourselves a bottle of something. Beer or wine? Jennifer asks me. Beer, I reply, grabbing Philip's laptop out of his briefcase and setting it on the kitchen table. Jennifer comes back with 2 beers and sets one in front of me. What you doing? She asks, taking a seat next to me. I want to see what reporters have to say about the game. The screen comes to life, prompting me for a password. Will you be able to sign in? She asks. Sure, his password has been the same for years. JJR for Jaden James Reynolds, PDM for Philip David Mackenzie, and then 0901 for the day they finally had sex. That's really cute. Jennifer clinks my bottle against hers. We need to toast. I just need a drink. It was rough to see them lose like that. Just such a stupid play. I don't know what he was thinking. Regardless of that, she says, the team played good. They almost won. There are no medals for second place. Sure there are. My mom still has my high school track medals. I think we got them. You know what I mean. Here's to you, Jennifer says, causing me to look her in the eye, for not going out there and punching that idiot in the face after he lost the game. That I will drink to.
Jennifer. We're just finishing the beer when Jaden comes back downstairs. We hear the garage door open, and pretty soon, Danny, Chase, Damon, and Philip are inside and hovering around the kitchen island. What was he thinking? Is the first thing he says to his son. I don't know, Dad. I know he's a senior, but he's lucky I didn't punch him in the face. I want to laugh since that's exactly what I thought Danny was going to do, but the boys look grim. Regardless of how it ended, it was a great game, Jaden says, while she ladles warm beef stew from a crock-pot into bowls for them. Damon puts his hands up in the air. All right, because I know you're all dying to know how it all went down, I'll go first. Right before the last play of the game, I said to Coach, he's been throwing to me his whole life. You need me on the field. Chase always knows exactly where I'm going to be. You want to win this game? Then put me in. Let us do what we do. Really? Both Philip and Danny ask, surprise written all over their faces. Chase grins. It's true, he did say that, and he was right. Throwing to Damon is natural, easy, and we knew he would be wide open while they double-teamed our big receiver. I was open because I'm lightning fast and highly skilled, Damon interjects. Yes, you were, Danny tells him, patting his son on the back. I'm proud of you. You got in there. You ran the perfect route. Thanks, Dad, Damon says. You should be proud of Chase, too, Devaney says, causing Chase to blush. He stood out both on and off the field. We are proud, Jaden stresses. Always. Well, you're about to cry then. Show them the video, Devaney says to her brother. Damon sets his spoon down, takes a drink of water, then gets his phone out of his pocket and sets it on the counter. The scene in the team's locker room is that of despair. Players have their heads down, upset about how the game ended. As they should be. It was a heartbreaker. Chase stands up on a bench and starts speaking. We all heard the chatter on the field when the game was over. There was a lot of emotion. Some of you blamed me, some of you blamed Damon, some of you blamed Joshua. Actually, most of you blamed him. But basically, it was someone else's fault. Should Joshua have gone after the pass when his teammate was wide open? Probably not. He tried to intercept the ball from his own wide-open teammate, Damon. He failed, making them both miss. But what if things had happened the other way? What if Damon had missed it? And even though it came down to one play that didn't go our way, no single person is to blame for our loss. As a team, we never should have been in that position to begin with. How many guys missed passes in the game? What about missed blocks, missed tackles, fumbles? Our team lost tonight. That means we all are at fault for the game's outcome. I'd also like to take a moment to thank the seniors for their leadership and for all of you giving me a chance to prove myself. I hope I'll be good enough to lead this team onto the field next fall. One by one, the guys who were sitting with towels over their heads stand up. And eventually, they start clapping, ending the video with a standing ovation. I look over to Jaden, who does have proud tears shimmering in her eyes. She gives her son a hug, then gives one to Damon. I'm so proud of you boys. You sure got a lot of press coverage after the game, Philip says. Possibly more media attention than the winning team. How did you handle that, Chase? I ask. They can be relentless. I would have been freaking out if all those microphones were shoved in my face, Devaney interjects. Probably muttered something unintelligible. She shoves her shoulder into Chase's and grins. You have a calmness that I clearly lack. Chase, who isn't really into all this talk about him, has been shoveling stew and pieces of crusty French bread into his mouth. I thought it was fine. They asked me questions, and I tried to answer them to the best of my ability. Well, you did good, Devaney says. Everyone is still in the kitchen, chatting and eating. The local news is playing on TV above the fireplace in the family room as they are watching for the sports to come on to see if their team will be featured. I'm sitting on the couch, both puppies sleeping next to me. Devaney plops down next to me with a sigh. I'm so glad that we don't have school tomorrow and that I don't have to endure another Thanksgiving Day party at our house. What, you don't like turkey? No, I love turkey, but when Dad plays on Thanksgiving, it's usually an away game, and my mother has always invited all the football wives and their kids to our house, supposedly to watch the game. Not that she ever did. She liked to show off her diamonds, drink wine, and gossip, which meant Damon and I got stuck keeping an eye on all the little kids and not watching Dad play. This year, it's going to be awesome because we get to just chill. She looks over to see where Chase is and then confides. I'm also glad I don't have to go to school tomorrow. I had some junior dance team girl ask me for Chase's number. Wanted to know if I'd introduce her after the game. What'd you say? I said she'd have to introduce herself. I saw you talking to him at halftime. Yeah, somehow, no matter where we are, he always manages to catch my eye. He's always been my best friend. I've been a little hard to handle lately, and he's just really been there for me. Always, really. Why are you hard to handle? It's been a rough year. The divorce, cheerleader drama, boy drama, friend drama, mom drama, homecoming drama. Sounds like a lot of drama. I laugh. Yeah, but tonight was sort of an eye-opener for me. I realized I've been bringing some of it upon myself. I need to stop letting my mother get in my head and do what I think is right. I'm going to invite my old friends along with a couple of nice girls from the cheer squad to our tree decorating party. I hope if I do that, they will realize I don't think I'm too cool for them. I also realized that Chase will forever be cooler than me. I know in high school there can be a lot of pressure to fit in, but I also know that life isn't always about fitting in. I'm a good example of that. I've made my career out of it. Chase did that tonight. He stood out. Because he played so well? No, because of what he said to the team in the locker room. I nod my head. Hey, she says suddenly, are you going to be staying in town for the holidays? Yeah, I am. Your dad asked me to stay here until he's done for the season. And then what? We'll figure it all out. Oh my gosh, I forgot to tell you with everything that happened, losing Angel and then getting the new puppies, but I bought a house in California. Auntie Jay told me, I'll be honest, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Because you're afraid you might have to move or something? Kind of. My mom has been doing crazy things in the name of love. I want my dad to be happy, but I just don't know how it will all work, you know? I don't really either, but I can tell you that I got a house so that I would have somewhere to call home when I have to be there. Since I moved to LA after high school, I've always rented or lived with someone else. I've never owned my own home, and after everything I went through with Troy, I felt like it was something I needed to do for me. I hope things work out with your dad, but I have a place to call home either way. I lower my voice, but I will admit that I was sort of thinking ahead. It's a big family home with lots of bedrooms and a gorgeous view. Would you like to see pictures of it? I'm hoping maybe during your Christmas break we could all stay there. I hand her my phone and let her flip through the photos. She smiles and points. I think this needs to be my room. Deal, I tell her. Holy guacamole, Damon shouts. We made ESPN. He runs over to the couch and grabs the remote, flicking to the right channel as they show highlights of their game. On the bottom of the screen is the headline, 8th grade phenom quarterback throws for over 550 yards for high school team in Missouri State playoffs. Great, Devaney moans. All the girls have already decided he's hot and now ESPN. I just hope it doesn't go to his head. Do you think it will? I whisper. Probably not, she says with a smile. Isn't he only a few months younger than you? Yeah. So why have you been letting that bother you? What people say about your being friends with him? Like I said earlier, it's been a rough year, and I probably have let little things bother me more than usual. But one of the things I have decided, and this was before he became big man on a campus that he's too young to attend, is that I don't care anymore what anyone thinks of me but myself. That's a good attitude for life. We're famous, Damon shouts. No, wait, I'm famous. They just said my name on national television. I bet we even make the reel of the weekly plays that were dumb. He jumps up and down, dancing around over to Chase, who just finally finished eating. Aren't you excited? Damon asks him. Right now, I'm just tired, he replies, but I notice him catch Devaney's eye when he says it. I'm going to hit the hay. Night, sweetheart, Jaden says, giving her son another hug. We should probably all get some sleep, I add, knowing that Chase isn't really that tired. Yeah, I'm exhausted, Jaden says, yawning. I know she hasn't said anything to the kids yet about being pregnant, so I keep my mouth shut, pick up Angel, and follow the Diamonds out the front door. Do you want to come in for a bit? Danny asks me, but he's yawning too. I hand Angel to Damon and suggest that Danny walk me to my room, which is not very far, but it does allow him to give me a steamy goodnight kiss in private.
November 22nd. Danny. Mom, Dad, I'd like you to meet Jennifer Edwards, I say to my parents who have just arrived. They often come over to stay with the kids when I go out of town for games. We had a nanny when Lori lived here, but after she left, I decided to let her go too. It's so nice to meet you, my mother coos. Of course, I've coached her on what to say, what not to say, and how I don't want her fangirling. My dad, on the other hand, can't hide his excitement. He kisses both of Jennifer's cheeks, something I've never in my life seen him do in greeting, and puts on the diamond charm, clearly trying to impress her. We've seen all your movies, he says to her. Did you like them? Jennifer asks in reply. Yes, we did, of course, my mother butts in. But we're not here to talk about that. We want to know what your intentions are regarding our son. Mom, I blurt out. I'm just teasing, Mom says to Jennifer, rolling her eyes toward me. He's been a little nervous about us meeting and gave me a big list of things I'm not allowed to say. I had to say it just to get a rise out of him. We'll get along just fine, Jennifer says with a grin. Grandma! Grandpa! The kids yell, rushing down the stairs and handing out hugs. Damon, why don't you carry their bags up to their room? Nonsense, my father says, flexing his forearm. I know I'm getting old, but Jennifer grabs my dad's bicep and gives it a little squeeze. Impressive. I bet you could give your son a run for his money. Don't I know it, Dad laughs. I take a deep breath. Your father and I are going to unpack and freshen up, Mom says to me, and then we'll be back down to entertain Jennifer and the kids with embarrassing stories of your youth. She gives me a hug. I know you have to get going. Play hard. Stay healthy. Thanks, Mom. We'll go help them, Devaney says, and they need to meet their new grand dog. Once they're all upstairs, I lead Jennifer into my bedroom and kiss her. And kiss her. I can't kiss her enough, and for the first time in my life, I'm not looking forward to leaving to go to a game. I should probably get going, I tell her. You look super sexy in a suit, she says, pulling on my tie and making me want to rip off my clothes and have my way with her before I leave. But I can't. I probably have time for one more kiss, though. I'm going to miss you, she says when her lips leave mine. I'm going to miss you too. Are you sure you don't want to come to the game with me? I'm sure. I want some more time alone with you before the world knows about us. And we need to figure some things out, like you said. And Jaden says you have to get through Wednesday. Once you and Lori agree to the settlement document in court, there's no changing anything. Jaden's afraid us being together will... I know. I give her another kiss. It seriously has to be the last one. I hand her a couple of notes. Will you give these to the kids tomorrow morning? I usually give them to my mom, but you distract me. Damn right I do, she teases, kissing me again. I don't want to stop kissing you, but I really have to get going. Jennifer plops down on my bed with a fake pout, looking sexy as hell. I want you in this exact spot when I get back. That's a deal. Good luck, Danny. What she says makes me smile. I can't remember the last time Lori wished me luck. You get going, she says, getting up and smacking me on the butt. I'll take care of the notes. She sits down at my desk. I think I'll write them one too. I kiss her one more time and then reluctantly grab my overnight bag. I already told the kids goodbye before my parents arrived. I'm grabbing my car keys and wallet off the table in the foyer when the front door bursts open and Lori waltzes in. She looks at me and then around the house in horror. Danny, what did you do to my house? Where is all my furniture? What are you doing here? I ask. I came over so I could prep the house for the party tomorrow. You know the football players' wives all get together here if you're playing away on Thanksgiving Day. What did you do to my house? She says again, walking past the entry, through the kitchen, and into the family room. This is hideous. Way too casual. I'll just have to tell everyone that the good furniture is out for cleaning or something. Did you really change everything? No, wait. Let me guess. Jaden designed it. Made it more casual for you? She designed it the way I asked her to. I've never been about show. Oh, Danny, you are all show. Always have been, she snarls. Whatever, you aren't having a party here. Give me one good reason I shouldn't uphold our tradition. Well, for one, you aren't a football player's wife anymore. I try to say it calmly and not with the acid I'm feeling. Danny, she says, using her creepy, calm voice. Technically, we are still married. We haven't announced our divorce to the team yet, and until we do so, it needs to be business as usual. I'll tell everyone tonight then. If you still want to be involved with the football wives, that's completely fine with me, but you'll have to hold the party at Richard's house. I would, but it's not big enough. That's your problem, I shrug. You're not having it here. Danny, to be honest, I'm doing it for our children. I don't want them to be upset. They love getting together with the other families. It's tradition. Danny, Damon, I yell out. Do you want to go to a party with all the other football families to watch the game tomorrow? Oh gosh, Dad, no, Devaney yells from upstairs. I have plans with... Danny walks to the catwalk, sees her mother, and stops abruptly. Mom, I didn't know you were here. Lori scowls at her. I'm praying that Jennifer doesn't come out to see just what the ruckus is all about. And just what plans do you have? Danny doesn't say anything, but Damon does. We're too old for that, Mom. That's because your father is so old that he's practically obsolete. Lori sasses back as Angel comes flying down the stairs, yipping and jumping on Lori. There's a dog in my house? Get it off me, Danny. It's shedding all over my ivory slacks. I pick up Angel, cuddling her in my arms, not caring if I get a few hairs on my suit. So the answer is no, Lori, no party. And you probably shouldn't just come into the house without knocking. Who shouldn't come in without knocking? Jennifer says, coming out of my bedroom. And what's got Angel all upset? She stops dead in her tracks when she sees Lori standing there. Crap, I don't want to piss Lori off, not when we're so close to a divorce. And Jennifer coming out of my bedroom while the kids are in the house doesn't look good. Danny, Lori says, her eyes steeled with anger. I'd like to speak to you in private. I wish I could, Lori. I glance at my watch. No time, I'm on my way out the door. And what about her? She says, pointing at Jennifer. You'd better not be leaving my children with this stranger. My parents are upstairs in the guest room. And where is she staying? Jennifer saunters over to me, gives me a sweet kiss on the cheek, turns me toward the door, and pats me on the butt. You'd better get going or you'll be late. I say. She's right about being late, but I can't leave her alone with Lori. It's like cutting her artery and throwing her out to the sharks. I'll be fine, she whispers. Bye, Dad, the kids yell. I'll call you tonight, I tell Jennifer. I really don't have a choice at this point. Thankfully, Lori follows me out to the car. Oh, Danny, she's going to hurt your career, and I, for one, don't want to see that happen to you. She's such a liar. But if you don't let me have the party, I might have to tell people a few things about our marriage that probably wouldn't be seen in a flattering light. And I can't cancel because I've already sent out the invitations. I already have the caterer booked. Tell people whatever you want about me. I don't care at this point, but there will be no party in my home. You're going to regret this, she warns. I'm so pissed that I can't even reply. A nerve of her. I get in the car, slam the door, and peel out of the driveway, actually squealing the tires. At least she's out of the house. As soon as I'm out of her range of vision, I call Jennifer. Don't let her back inside. Lock the doors. What happened? She told me that if I didn't let her have her annual Thanksgiving Day party for the football wives, I was going to regret it. What do you think she'll do? I wasn't actually planning to tell the team until it was official, but I've decided to do it today, not make a big deal out of it. Let them know we split in May, signed our divorce agreement, and that it will be final in a few weeks. That for the kids, we wanted it kept quiet. I think that's good, just the basics. Yes, although I'm dying to tell them about you. It's hard to keep the smile off my face when you're around. That's good, because I plan on being around a whole lot, Danny Diamond. Later that night, after calling both my kids and my parents, I called Jennifer. It's almost lights out, but I wanted to talk to you before I went to sleep. Ask me where I am, she says. Where are you? I'm in your bed, and I'm not alone. What are you talking about? The kids and your parents asked me to spend the night. Your mother wants to teach me to make what she says is her famous French toast first thing in the morning. I think she sort of assumed I've been spending the night here anyway, but I let her know that I've been staying next door every night. And who's with you? Well, it's Angel. I know she's not supposed to be on the bed, but she's tired. Your dad was having a ball playing with her and she's bushed. Adorable and pathetic. Damon and Chase are still up playing video games, so she's in here until he's ready for bed. She lowers her voice a notch. I will admit, though, I kinda like it here. I can't wait until you spend every single night in my bed, I tell her, meaning every word. I can't wait for that either. I might even be counting down. Did you know that there are only 14 more days until your court date? I've been counting down the days, too. Does that mean once it's official, you'll consider moving in? Let's just say after that, I'm definitely open to discussing it. Play good for me tomorrow. And Danny, I'd love to see another one of your sweet signs on television. I think I can do that. I hang up, feeling incredibly happy about our future together.
November 23rd, Jennifer. Danny gets home late. The kids and grandparents are all asleep, but I had to wait up for him. He took a big hit in the second half of the game today. They were up by 2 touchdowns at the time, so their new rookie quarterback was able to finish up for him and still come out of it with a win. How are you feeling? I ask him when he comes through the garage door. I'll be fine, he responds, seemingly on autopilot. and it makes me wonder if that's what he said to Lori after games like this. I stand up, take his bag, and gently press my lips against his. I'm going to ask you again, I say. How are you feeling? He studies my face. You really want to know, don't you? Yes, I do. The announcers speculated you would undergo concussion protocol and had a possible shoulder injury. I am fine, he says with a little smirk. I don't have a concussion, but I am exhausted and do have an acromioclavicular joint injury. Nothing a good long soak in my new bathtub won't cure, especially if it's with you. The tub is big enough for two, I say, pretending to need convincing. He nods his head toward his room, and I eagerly follow. When we get in his bathroom, he locks his door and then says, Would you mind starting the water while I unpack? I drop his bag on the closet floor. We can unpack tomorrow, and you should know that I didn't come in here with you looking for sex. I'm really concerned. Please talk to me. I have no idea what a crow whatever is. I'll explain in the tub, he says, but I might need you to help me take my shirt off first. That I can do, I reply with a grin. Once his clothes are off and he is situated in the warm water, I perch on the edge of the tub. Okay, tell me. He shakes his head. Not until you get in. I don't know what hurts, Danny, I say, frustrated. As the announcer suggested, I have a shoulder injury. Everything else on me is working just fine. I let out a little huff, strip, and get in the tub, but I sit on the opposite side, facing him. He slides a hand up my leg and smiles. I feel 1,000 times better already. To answer your question, an acromioclavicular, or AC joint injury is the medical way to say I have a shoulder separation. Is that like when you dislocate it? No. The AC joint sits on top of your shoulder between your collarbone and your shoulder blade, he says, pointing to his own. The AC joint allows the arm to make both overhead and cross-body movements. Like throwing the ball? Exactly. There are a bunch of ligaments that stabilize the joint. When I fell on my outstretched arm, the force caused the ligaments to overstretch and they were damaged in the process. Does that mean you need, surgery to fix them? Have you ever sprained your ankle? Yes? You know how they can vary from a mild sprain to a bad one? Yes, I've had them before. Once they told me the sprain was so bad that it would have healed faster had it been broken. I was in a boot for months. Same thing. The ligament damage can vary from a mild strain to a complete tear. I lean closer to him, inspecting his shoulder. It is bruised and looks swollen. He responds by kissing my neck. I had it x-rayed in the locker room. No bone fractures. There's swelling but no bump at the tip of my shoulder, which would mean a grade 3 or more severe injury. It's probably between a 1 and a 2. And like a sprained ankle, it will start to feel better within a few days. They will reassess it tomorrow, so when I come home with it taped or in a sling, don't freak out. I'm fine, I promise. And I'll be fine to play next Sunday. Okay, but I manage to get out before he uses his good arm to pull me onto his lap and back to his lips. No more talking, he says. We need to focus on healing. And that starts with me inside you. I didn't realize that, I say jokingly as I nip at his neck. But I'm all for doing anything that might help you win another ring. Stay with me tonight, he says. We've moved from the tub to the bed, and I've thoroughly enjoyed helping make him feel better. I suppose I could set the alarm and sneak home early. I love lying here in his arms. Plus, I'm dying to tell you about my day. Oh boy. He laughs. Did my parents horribly embarrass me? Not at all. When I was a kid, Thanksgiving was just another reason for my father to drink. He hated having to go to my grandparents' house for dinner because he thought it was too formal. I used to love the pomp and circumstance of it, though. Grandma always used her pretty china and let me help her light the candles on the table. I remember sitting up straight, using my best manners, and feeling so very grown up. When she passed away, all the family traditions seemed to fall apart. My holidays in LA were often spent with friends, trying to create new ones that never quite felt the same to me. When I was with Troy, we didn't even bother trying, usually choosing to vacation instead. But today, it was all about tradition and family, and I know the weekend will hold more of the same. I got to know your parents and truly enjoy their company. Your mom taught me to make her French toast, which will get baked tomorrow morning." "It's a holiday tradition at my house," he says. "She's made it every Thanksgiving and Christmas morning since I can remember. She's tried a few times to change it, but Dad and I revolt. It's too good." She told me that, too. And you should know, Danny, I've fallen in love with your family just like I fell in love with you. Your parents, your kids, your friends, your adorable puppy. I'm completely smitten. He snuggles me into his chest, wraps an arm around me, kisses the top of my head, and is quickly asleep. I let out a content sigh, close my eyes, and dream of our future together. November 26th. Jennifer. It's Sunday night, and I'm cleaning up the kitchen with the kids one last time while thinking about what an amazing holiday weekend it's been. It started on Friday morning with the French toast casserole with Danny's family. After that, we all headed over to the Mackenzies to share a traditional Thanksgiving dinner with them. While Danny was at his game, his mother and I cooked. We made the French toast as well as 3 vegetable casseroles, a cranberry jello salad, 5 pies, and 3 kinds of brownies. We ate to our heart's content and happily celebrated family. Danny's parents left, and then Saturday was all about friends. They have a tradition of bringing all the leftovers to the Mackenzie house for a free-for-all while watching more football and letting the kids play together. It was fun to see Marcus and Madison again, as well as everyone who was at the Halloween party. But today was the most fun in many ways, because today, I think we maybe started a tradition of our own. Danny, the kids, and I got bundled up and drove out to a tree farm in the country. We drank hot chocolate, strolled through rows, chose the perfect tree, and then all took turns with the axe to chop it down, Danny doing so unsuccessfully with his left arm. After getting it in the house and set up, we got ready for the ornament-making party for Damon, Devaney, and their friends. There were about 30 kids here, who made and took home ornaments for their own trees. "Dad, I'm pooped. How about we order in dinner, eat in front of the fire, and decorate the tree?" Damon asks. "That's a great idea," Devaney agrees. "I vote for Mexican." "Sounds good to me," Danny says as he empties the trash. "I'll get that," I say to him. "You're not supposed to be lifting anything." "Damon, why don't you take this out to the garage?" he says. "Sure thing, Dad. I vote for Mexican too." He turns to me. "And Jennifer, if you like Mexican, you are in for a treat. Their sour cream sauce is to die for. Seriously, send me a vat and I'd bathe in it." Danny laughs. Devaney says, "He probably would, and it is really good." "I think it sounds like a wonderful evening," I say, tears threatening. "Are you sure you don't want to decorate the tree, just the 3 of you? Really, I don't want to, make it awkward. It's your first Christmas without your mom living here, and maybe—" "Don't be silly," Devaney says, coming over and giving me a hug. "Of course we want you to be a part of it. You're practically part of the family now." I look over at Danny, who looks equally touched and scared. Our eyes meet, his gaze conveying both how much it means that his children approve, at the same time he fears the attachment. "Why don't you team up with Damon and order the food while your dad and I chat for a moment?" I suggest, since he has neither confirmed nor denied his feelings on the subject. "Is there anything you don't like?" Devaney says. "I thought I might get a bunch of our favorites and we can all share." "Raw onions," I reply. "Not a fan of those or beans, but I love rice or anything with a whole lot of cheese." "Perfect," she says as I hang my kitchen towel on the dishwasher handle to dry and then make my way to Danny's study. "You won't hurt my feelings if you want this to be about just you and your kids," I offer, even though I know I will be crushed if he accepts. "I don't know," he says, pulling me close with his good arm. "Not liking raw onions might be a deal breaker. I love them, which means I'll have onion breath and you won't want to kiss me." "This is serious, Danny." "Yes, it is. Please stay and decorate the tree with us. It would mean a lot to all of us. Remember the night when you watched film with me and how different it was from what I was used to? This weekend was the same. You spent time with my parents and seemed to enjoy it. You took a bath with me after the game, cared about me, as a man, not a football player, and handled a house full of teenagers with ease." He chuckles. Of course, now anytime Damon spends the night somewhere, Angel thinks she's supposed to sleep in my bed. But I can't really fault you for spoiling her because... Oh, I already heard it's not the first time. Damon ratted you out when you were gone. Yet you didn't say anything. I was saving it to use against you, I tease. The answer is yes, by the way. To what question? He asks, looking confused. As soon as your divorce is final, if you still want, I would love to move in with you. Danny's grin widens, going full wattage. Oh, I still very much want. You mentioned telling the team this weekend. You never said if you actually did, and I haven't seen any kind of announcement or even gossip about it. I thought there would be, but I heard from one of the players' wives that Lori had regretfully canceled the party because she had suddenly taken ill. She must have decided not to tell them the truth. And what about you? I told the team I have been separated since May, that my divorce would be final in a couple of weeks, and that out of respect for my children that I wouldn't be discussing the dissolution of my marriage. After that happens, I really want you to come to one of my games. In fact, on December 10th, we play LA. I was thinking maybe you could show me your house then too. And I was wondering what your schedule looks like for the month. I plan to take off most of December, but I did get an email from my agent about a couple of opportunities that he'd like to discuss with me, and I have another photo shoot coming up. I know Jaden has meetings all this week. I was thinking I'd go with her, get that all done, and then be back to help you celebrate the divorce being final. That sounds like a plan. Now, let's go decorate the Christmas tree. Tears fill my eyes. I'd love that. November 29th. Jennifer. I flew to LA with Jaden on Monday, and it's been a whirlwind of meetings and appointments. This morning, I had my hair cut and colored with honey highlights and feel like a new woman. And since I need to explore the area around my new house, I plan to spend the rest of the day driving around, checking out shops, grocery stores, and restaurants. I'm just coming out of an adorable home decor store where I purchased a bunch of blue and white patterned mix and match dishes for everyday use and some brightly colored outdoor pillows when I get a call from Devani. Danny, hey, I say, happy to hear from her. Guess what? She says dramatically, and I know that's what I'm about to hear. Drama. What? Mom and Richard are getting married on New Year's Eve. That sounds like a fun time to get married. She lets out an audible sigh. If you want to party with a bunch of old people. I take it you aren't thrilled? No. Us kids always have our own New Year's Eve party. It's one big slumber party. All the candy and snacks we can eat. We play the board games we loved when we were little, like Candyland and Yahtzee. Stay up all night. I can't miss it. It's your mother's wedding, Danny. You probably need to go to that. She got me out of school today. We got our hair and makeup done, had brunch, and went shopping. She bought me a ton of new clothes and 2 really expensive handbags that I didn't know I needed until I saw them. She said that she assumed my father hadn't taken me shopping for a new winter wardrobe and totally spoiled me. I should have known she was buttering me up. Is that what she does? Yeah, but I mean, I get a lot of cool stuff, so it's not like it's a bad thing. And we found this gorgeous, killer, sexy gold dress that Dad will freak out over for me to wear to the wedding. She's not having bridesmaids, but I guess I'm sort of an honorary one, which means I'll be looking amazing and no one I care about will be there to see me. I haven't told Damon yet. He will be upset. He loves our New Year's Eve tradition even more than I do. Well, maybe you should ask your mom to let you each bring a friend or two. I never thought of that. I suppose it would at least make it more fun. Anyway, then after shopping, she showed me her new house. It's not technically hers yet. She doesn't close on it until after the divorce is final next week, but it's really something. It's close to the plaza, so there's a lot of great restaurants and shops nearby. And it's this old historic house, crazy big, something like 15,000 square feet, like more than double the size of our house. 7 bedrooms, 9 baths. It is really cool though. And it has an honest-to-goodness actual ballroom, like for dancing, and a dining room that seats 20, the biggest chandeliers I've ever seen. The grounds are really pretty too. I don't like Richard's penthouse because it's small, and there's nothing to see or do when we're there, but this is nice. I'll have my own bedroom and not have to share with Damon, and it's really pretty. Has a window seat overlooking the backyard. She said I could have my friends over whenever I wanted and that it was big enough for parties. In fact, they're going to have the wedding at the house. Mom says it's going to be a very exclusive affair. I can only imagine, I say, trying not to roll my eyes. It sounds incredible. It's weird, though, seeing your mom with someone else, having her marry someone else. My mom always acts like everything is perfect, but today, for the first time, I noticed that not everything really is. No one's life is perfect, Annie. I know, but she sort of got choked up when she was in the house. I think it's her dream house. She said something about it being the kind of house she always wanted my dad to buy, but she couldn't convince him to move. And how do you feel about that? I ask, sensing the need to tread lightly in this dangerous emotional territory. I was mad at her for leaving us. Now I understand that maybe it was the right thing for her. I don't like that she had an affair with Richard while she was married to my dad. I think that's wrong, but I maybe sort of get it now. And I'm going to try not to be so hard on her. I've been hard on her since she moved out. We'll probably never be close like Haley and Auntie J are, but I hope it will be better if that makes sense. It makes perfect sense. So are you coming home on Friday with Auntie J? I am. Anything exciting going on? I'm having a sleepover. Does that mean having your friends to the ornament-making party helped? Yes, they aren't mad at me anymore and have all apologized. They said that they were just jealous. It sounds like life is going well then. I think maybe it finally is. It helps now that they know what I've been going through with the divorce and all. I'm glad I could finally tell them. Oh shoot, Chase is calling me. We're going for a walk. It's warm here today, but supposed to get cold this weekend. We might get our first snow. Bye, she says, hanging up. I take a deep breath before I analyze everything she just told me, but before I can exhale, my phone rings again. Do you have plans for tonight? Jaden asks when I answer. Nope. Good. I was hoping you might like to come see something I did at the hotel. Remember that morning when I was baking? Something Cade mentioned about his client's needs stuck in my head and I mulled it over. This is the outcome. I'd love to. What time? Would around 6 work? We have some key people coming by, and I'd love to have you see it first. You're welcome to stay for the party as well. I'm probably just a little nervous, and a little nauseous, and starving. When I arrive at the hotel, she says, Look at you. You look gorgeous. I love the warm highlights. Thank you. I feel refreshed. Did you get any food? Not really. So I have a plan. Tour and then dinner. Sounds good to me. The hotel bar looked like it was open. I thought the whole place was closed down. The hotel is. The bar, as per your request, isn't going to change much. We are upgrading and expanding their kitchen as well as doing a few cosmetic upgrades, so they will be closed for 3 weeks in January. But other than that, they are business as usual. She hands me a hard hat and then leads me through a construction zone to the same dingy elevator I was brought up when I left Troy. Sort of amazing to think how much my life has changed since I was last in this elevator. When you were still in your slippers? Yeah. And the next day, I saw Danny again. I'm so glad you texted me. I am too. When did you start this renovation? Wasn't it just a few weeks ago? It's been almost a month. But when you're working 3 huge shifts 24 hours a day, it gets done a lot faster. The first 3 days were just the movers taking out all the furniture and equipment. That had to be done carefully, as some special things, like the hotel's monogrammed china, will be keeping for later use. Removing fixtures took the next 3 days. We then started on the walls. Every standard room in the hotel will get larger by almost half, cutting our number of rooms way down. And what I got approval to do on the upper floors will take the room count even lower. It will definitely have more of a boutique feel. That's one thing I noticed from the staff when I stayed here. They treated every guest like they were someone important. I remember. And your specific situation, where you needed to get away from the press that first day and then again later when you were between homes, along with Cade mentioning a client who would be in town filming for just a couple of weeks, but needed to stay somewhere with full services and she'd be so busy, got me thinking. The elevator dings as we arrive at the 14th floor. What I decided to do was turn the upper 6 floors of the hotel into residential suites of varying sizes and price points. The largest 2 will feature 5 bedrooms and an expansive outdoor terrace. All the walls and floors are being soundproofed, and new windows will be installed. Will you be able to buy them, like a condo, and live here? No, they will be more like an upscale rental. You'll have to go through a special concierge to get access for a reservation. You can't just make them online. You won't even be able to see photos of them on our website. And that hallway we took from the drive and the elevator we came up will become a very posh secret entrance that only those staying in the suites and their guests will be allowed access to. It was the perfect way for me to hide from the press, which is part of the plan for when celebrities demand privacy. What you will see is a model of our 2-bedroom suite. I haven't decided what to call them yet. Suite, cottage, and bungalow don't really fit. Penthouse sounds like a party space, and that's the opposite of what we want this to be. It's a refuge. Quiet, private, and full service. Anything you want, they will arrange for you. Each suite, no matter the size or the cost, will come with a personal assistant. Butler service will also be available. Wait, I say, putting up my hand. Something you just said. Refuge. What if you call it that? The Refuge. It's one that the team has definitely thought of. So far, they like dwelling. To me, that sounds too urban. Other options have been sanctuary, haven, retreat, villa, residence. I want guests who enter to feel like they've been wrapped in a blanket and enveloped in cashmere. Like your guest room. Luxurious, but still cozy. When Tripp asked me about what he should do, I told him to tell you to make the hotel feel like your home. Make it personal. Warm, inviting, and luxurious. The kind of place where you can curl your feet up on a chair, look out the window to enjoy a few moments of peace from your chaotic life, and sleep like a baby in the most comfortable bed you've ever felt. You told him about the cookies, too, she says, as we approach a dark teal wood door. Did you know that he ordered that my cookies be sent warm to each room every evening? I didn't know that. Very luxe, I tease. Luxe, she says. That's it. The Luxe. I see the logo handwritten in thin black ink, all lowercase letters. She stops and gives me a hug. Thank you. I've been trying to figure it out for days. She gestures toward the door. I'll let you do the honors. I rotate the gold lever and open the door. Jaden, I exclaim. You did it. The room is gorgeous. Floor-to-ceiling windows highlighted by soft sheers, herringbone wood floor, furniture and linens and velvets rest on silk rugs. The colors are mostly neutral, but the kitchen cabinets are the same dark teal as the door and Danny's kitchen island. Around the corner is a set of pocket doors that open to a den with bookcases and a cozy seating arrangement. A basket holds cashmere blankets, waiting to be curled up in. This room is really pretty. One question, though. Is there no television in here? I mean, it is Hollywood. I'm glad you asked, Jaden says, picking up a remote on a side table. This little remote controls everything in the suite, including this. She presses a button, and a large screen slides out of the ceiling and into place. The bookcases will house the latest in tech capabilities, as well as old-fashioned board games. But the really cool thing about this layout is we can set up the dining room swivel chairs into rows behind the couch to make a screening room that will seat 12. She presses another button, causing blackout shades to cover the panoramic view. Very cool. Will all the suites offer something like this? Yes. In fact, the 2 largest suites can be reconfigured to host a screening for 40. She presses another button, letting the light back in. Let's go check out the bedroom. The first thing I do is plop on the bed to make sure it's comfortable. Perfection. I hop up, refluff the comforter, and make my way into the luxurious bathroom. Double vanities, the kind of lighting makeup artists prefer, and a closet large enough to double as a dressing room. If you need to get ready for an event, there's plenty of space for a team of stylists. And this is just the 2-bedroom. Are they all like this? Yes, the core of each suite is the same, whether 1, 2, or 3-bedroom. The 4 and 5-bedroom versions will offer expanded living spaces, a built-in bar, butler's pantry, and outdoor space. The colors of the painted cabinets will vary. We'll be using charcoal, eggplant, crimson, navy, and gold along with the teal. You're really going to do it, aren't you? You're going to bring this place back from the depths, just like you did me. I didn't bring you back from the depths, she scoffs. You did that yourself. Tears fill my eyes. That day in your office, when you showed me those pictures and told me the stories of all the amazing people who have worked and stayed here, I felt it in my gut. Like my life didn't need a complete teardown. that I was worth saving, worth a new life with the kind of shine that befits me. I hope that this project turns out with your kind of shine, she tells me. I'm starving. What do you say we go downstairs and get something to eat? I'm all for that. I haven't eaten since breakfast. We're in the bar being catered to when Tripp strolls in. I heard you were down here, he says. Mind some company? I don't answer, just set my fork down, slide my plate closer to Jaden, and scoot over in the booth to make room. Have you been upstairs to see the model yet? Jaden asks him as he takes a seat. No, just arrived. It's my understanding you have a good turnout, though. Is it true that your guest list is only talent agents and celebrity managers? For now, yes. Next week, we're bringing in an international security expert. He consulted on the project, and we want him to see this firsthand while we can still make tweaks. Sounds like your team has it all under control. So far, yes. No major snags. No asbestos, and only a little lead paint so far. We already plan to upgrade all the major systems, so that's most of what will be done once all the new wall studs are in place. I'll leave you two to enjoy your dinner and see if I can sneak in and hear what people are saying. I can tell you what they are saying, I say, setting my fork down. And what's that? That they wish it were open now.
Danny. Well, look at you, I say the moment I see Jennifer's face on our nightly video chat. You look happy. Did you have a good day? Actually, I had a great day. I wandered all over the new neighborhood, bought some new dishes that are so cute. You'll also be happy to know I found a great Mexican restaurant. And you got your hair cut. You can tell? She asks, surprised. Yeah, it's layered around your jaw. It also looks like the color is a little different, but I'm not sure if it's just the lighting. She looks positively radiant. Am I one lucky son of a gun or what? Wow, she says. You're good. It was getting a little drab, needed some highlights. I can't wait to see them in person. I'm not really looking at her hair anymore. She just sat up straighter against her pillow, causing a silky camisole that's riding dangerously low on her breasts to come into view. She must notice because she tilts the camera straight at them. I bought some new sleepwear too, she says, making the camera shimmy. What do you think? I am counting down the days for you to get back here, and dreaming of what it's going to be like having you in my bed every single night. For the rest of your life, she says boldly, a perfect brown eyebrow raised at me in challenge. You bet your sweet ass, I agree, grinning like a maniac. Did you know that it's only been 39 days since you came back into my life? It sounds like such a short time, but it doesn't feel that way. That's because, for us, I say, it hasn't been just a month, more like 14 years. She contentedly leans back into her fluffy pillow and sighs. It has been a long time coming. You know how you said that redoing your house has been part of your healing process, of creating your own life? Yes. Not long after I arrived in Kansas City, there was one morning when I was staggering out of the bedroom, searching for coffee. I can picture that, I say with a chuckle. You aren't much of a morning person, are you? Not at all, she replies, shaking her head with an adorable grin on her face. I like that about you. You do? Yeah, you're snuggly in the morning. It's cute. She sighs happily. I love you. I also need to finish my story. It's sort of important. I'm all ears, I say, but I might reposition the camera myself, showing off my shirtless physique. She puts her chin up in the air and looks toward the bottom of the screen. Just a little lower, she says with a smirk. But you are telling me an important story, I tease. I think I just forgot, she says, tilting her head, admiring me. I laugh, move the phone lower for just a second before bringing it back to my face. Continue. Danny Diamond, you are one sexy-ass man. Your body is just like, damn. She lets out a whoosh of air and then shakes her head. Back to my story, but I'd like to revisit some of those naked parts before we end our call. Deal, I say. She's so much fun, and I just can't stop smiling when I'm around her. When Lori told me she wanted a divorce in May, it felt like my world was ending. It's nice to realize that my universe was expanding instead. So I came out looking for coffee, and Jaden was at her drafting table and had all sorts of photos pinned to her bulletin board of the hotel's past. People who worked and stayed there, and the original photos of the building. And you and I had just met, and my life was a mess, and it's like the hotel became about me. I didn't want my life raised. I wanted my beauty restored. Does that even make sense? I feel like I'm rambling, but seeing just the one model suite made me feel like I've come a long way. If I'm ever lucky enough to get married someday, I want it to be there, at that hotel. I nodded her, feeling a little overwhelmed. She's thinking about getting married. Hopefully thinking about marrying me. The crazy thing is, marrying Jennifer has been on my mind lately. I've been thinking about proposing. About a proposal specifically. About when and where and how I would do so. Because I know this. I'm going to marry that girl. December 3rd. Danny. Jennifer got back to Kansas City on Friday, and we've had a really great weekend. Devani had a sleepover at our house on Friday night. It was good seeing her hang out with her old friends. Jennifer ordered in a bunch of food for them, and we hid in my study, making out and watching film. On Saturday night, both kids had sleepovers with friends, which meant we had a wonderful, uninterrupted evening alone. Most of it spent in my bed, and in my study, and the shower. I let out a happy sigh. I honestly don't think I've ever felt so content with my life. My shoulder is feeling better, the team had a great week of practice, and I'm excited for tomorrow night's game against Philly. I just wish I didn't have to leave home. My mom is feeling under the weather, fighting off bronchitis, so Jaden offered to come over and stay with the kids tonight. She, Jennifer, Haley, and Devani plan to watch girly movies and paint each other's toes, or something. The team plane is taking off a little earlier than usual due to the fact that we have a storm moving in that could make our first snow of the winter a significant amount. I've heard predictions ranging from 2 to 12 inches, which means the kids are praying for a snow day, and everyone else was at the grocery store stocking up, including me and Philip. Jennifer is standing at the door with me, a dish towel in her hand, kissing me goodbye. "So, you gonna win tomorrow night or what?" she says in between kisses. "I hear Philly is pretty good this year, and Vegas is betting against you." I believe they will lose along with Philly. "I love your confidence," she says, her lips moving to my neck. "And I love you," I say in bliss as the doorbell rings. "Are you expecting anyone?" she asks. "Nope," I say, reluctantly letting her go so I can answer the door. When I open it, I find Lori standing on my stoop. "I rang the bell," she says. Once I get over the shock of it all, I notice that her mascara is smeared. Her hair is out of place and her silk blouse is buttoned wrong. I'm about to ask her what's wrong when she bursts into tears and throws herself into my arms. "Oh, Danny, Richard and I broke up. I'm so sorry about everything, but I need a place to stay, just for a few nights." She hangs on to me in a way she hasn't for years. I say as she lets go of me and goes inside. "You again," she says to Jennifer. She turns to me. "I want this whore out of my house." "It's not your house anymore," I remind her. "We aren't divorced, Danny." Devani comes running down the stairs. "Mom, I thought I heard your voice. What are you doing here?" "I'm going to be staying here for a few days," she says. "No, you're not. I'll put you up at a hotel." "Mom, what's wrong?" Devani says, throwing her arms around Lori. Lori starts crying again. "I called off the wedding with Richard. I couldn't stay there and didn't have anywhere to go." "You can stay in my room," Devani says, "for as long as you need to." She looks at me. "Right, Dad? Mom's upset. She shouldn't have to be alone." Sure," I say, not wanting a fight in front of our daughter. "Devani, honey, will you and your brother go out to my car, retrieve my bags, and take them upstairs?" Lori says sweetly. "I need to talk to your father for a moment." "Damon!" Devani yells out. Come downstairs! Mom's here! Damon rushes to the top of the stairs and Devaney waves him down. His mother gives him the kind of hug that I've never seen her give and then lets him go. Lori takes a deep breath, seeming to compose herself after the kids go outside. I hoped to not have an audience for this, she says, glaring at Jennifer. But so be it. I screwed up, Danny. I know that you still love me. I know how hard you took my asking for a divorce. My breaking up with Richard means we've been given a second chance. I'll sleep in Devaney's room while you're in Philly, but when you get back, I'll be moving into your room where I belong. I say again, sounding like a broken record. What the hell is happening here? Danny, Jennifer says, bringing me out of my stupor. You need to get going. I'll walk you out. She drags me out of the front door, but doesn't say anything until Devaney and Damon have gone inside. You're really going to let her stay here? She says, her breath fogging in the cold air. You wouldn't let me stay with Troy. That's different. It was a safety issue. Did you even hear what she just said? Why didn't you respond? Do you want to get back together with her? No, not at all. You just what? I saw the way she batted her eyes at you, played the victim. You're falling back into old habits and she's taking advantage of you, your children, and whatever this situation is. It's their mother. What am I supposed to do? Look, I have to go. I'm sorry about all this. I'll have to deal with it and her and you when I get back. You're going to have to deal with me? What the hell does that mean? I reach out and grab her hard, pulling her toward me. I'm going to be late, but I am not leaving until you tell me you're okay with this. It's just a few days. Yeah, and in those few days, she's planning on getting back into your bed. She wants to move in permanently, Danny, so dealing with me would mean we're over. If that's what you want, I'd rather know now than have to wait to hear it later. I love you. I want to marry you. I've been thinking about ways to propose to you. I've been praying that when I propose, you won't think it's crazy of me for asking too soon. Really? She says, tears filling her eyes. Yes, I want that more than anything. I'm not letting Lori stand in my way anymore. She gave me a parting gift when she left me, and that gift was my life. I feel like myself. I haven't felt like myself in years, and I didn't even realize it. It happened so slowly. You and me together is what I want. It's what I think you want, and I know it's what the universe wants, because after 14 years, you're standing here in my arms. Don't cry, sweetheart, and don't worry. I'll sort it all out when I get back. If you want to have your girls' night still, you have my permission. Got it? Got it, she says, but doesn't look that convinced. I pull a permanent marker out of my suit jacket and hand it to her, pulling my sleeve up. Will you sign it again, for luck? I ask her. Yeah, she says with a grin. She signs my arm and then gives me a steamy kiss before putting me in my car and waving as I pull out of the driveway, still wondering what the fuck just happened.
Jennifer. I call Jaden before going back inside, so she won't be surprised when she gets here. When I go back inside the house, Angel greets me. I bend down, pick her up, and give her a snuggle. She's growing so fast that, pretty soon, I won't be able to hold her in my arms like this. I make my way to the kitchen, give her a treat, set her back down, and put the brownie batter I was working on while Danny packed in the oven to bake. I'm stirring cheese into a homemade queso dip that we'll be having tonight when Devaney and Lori come downstairs and into the kitchen. Lori takes a seat at the bar. That means Mom gets to join us for our girly time, Devaney says happily, seemingly having no clue about how awkward it will be. But I have grown to care for her, and I know how much she wants her mother to like her. That's great, I say with a smile. Good thing I'm a damn good actress. I think it's going to come in handy tonight. Devaney, would you get the chips and salsa out and put them into a bowl? I ask, trying to go on with business as usual. Sure, she says. Mom, would you like something to drink? I'd love a glass of wine, Lori replies, just as Jaden and Haley come through the front door. The evening goes surprisingly well, probably only due to the fact that there are children present. But once the girls fall asleep on the couch and the clock approaches midnight, I decide to clean up the kitchen. Lori actually helps, picking up a tray of snacks and setting them on the island. Maybe we can get along. Now that the children are asleep, Jennifer, you can go crawl back under whatever whore-filled rock you came from, Lori says to me. Danny needs a cultured woman, not some Hollywood skank. Lori, Jaden says, don't you dare speak to her like that. If anyone is a whore in this situation, it's the woman who cheated on her husband. I really don't care what you think, Jaden, Lori says, ice in her eyes. You're irrelevant to me, and she points at me, wishes she could be me. Actually, Lori, I say, standing up straight, no one is going to talk to me like that or slam Jaden. It's you who has become irrelevant. You became irrelevant the day you told Danny you were cheating on him. I don't want to be anything like you. I am nothing like you. You're selfish and so wrapped up in yourself that you can't see how your actions and words affect Danny and your children. All I want is for him to know I love him. You don't respect him. You don't respect your children. They are all pawns in some game to make you feel better about the decisions you made in your life. You chose to marry a professional athlete rather than be the doctor you dreamed about. That's on you. Stop making others pay for your failures. Because it's all on you, Lori. It's all on you. Well, I never, she says, slamming her wineglass down on the kitchen counter so hard that I expect it to shatter. I'm going to bed. I half expect her to go straight to Danny's room, but instead, she marches dramatically up the stairs. If we weren't already, Jaden whispers to me, you and I would have just become best friends. December 4th, Jennifer. I decided not to spend the night at Danny's last night, letting Jaden do so by herself. Although I don't want to kowtow to Lori, I also don't want to give her any fuel for the fire. I get up, shower, and get ready for the day. I peek outside, expecting to see a winter wonderland, but am disappointed. There's only a dusting of snow on the ground. I make my way downstairs, finding a house empty of kids and dogs, and Jaden sitting at her kitchen table, video chatting. I hear Tripp's booming voice. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with how the hotel is going. I took a risk on this and you. In your case, a very calculated risk. You knew what I could do, she counters. That's why I called. I want to talk about two things, my offer to buy your company and our next project. We aren't done with this project yet, she says. I know, but I want you to come to Dallas and take a look. Start getting ideas and planning. What I was thinking is we could move crews from one place to the next. Once the plumbers are done, we send them to Dallas. The framers follow and then the drywallers, for efficiency. That's a great idea, Tripp. Why do I feel like there's a but coming? He says. If you buy my company, I want to retire, she replies. But you can't do that. You didn't let me finish, she says. I'll still consult. But I was supposed to buy the company and get you for free in the process, he says with a chuckle. Yeah, right. Jaden, Tripp says, I can't do this without you. Yeah, you could. I'm flattered and I enjoy working with you, but this schedule is difficult for me. I'm away from my family too much and I hate that. Oh, come on now, you haven't been gone that much. Tripp, you wanted me to miss Halloween. I know. So what does consulting mean to you? He asks. It means I do a maximum of one site visit every 2 weeks, and everything else will be done via video conferencing. If I'm not in charge, I don't need to be there in person. Fine, he says. It's your design talent that I want. That's the intangible that you bring to the equation. The rest is just numbers. I guess you've got a deal. Between you and your husband, you're going to break me this year. Jaden laughs. Somehow, I doubt that. What you gonna do with all that cash? He asks. Actually, Tripp, she says, how about we trade some of that cash for some of your company's Class A stocks? I can see him narrow his eyes at her in admiration. Well, I'll be. Is that a yes? I understand they aren't easy to get. Hell, darling, I'll make some new ones, just for you. How much we talking? She throws out a staggering number. That's almost everything you'll take home from the sale. Yes, and it's going in a trust for my children, so don't mess things up. Darling, I think I just fell in love, he says. I mutter, raising my hand like I'm in a classroom. Trip, Jennifer Edwards is here with me now. I think she'd like to say something. I put my face in front of the screen. Any chance I could get in on a deal like that? I'll be honest, I was afraid to invest my money. Heard horror stories about managers stealing it, so it's mostly all cash. Trip's eyes get huge. Are you serious? Yes, sir, I say politely. Oh, please don't call me sir. Yes, Trip. Better, he says. I've seen your net worth in Forbes. Are you telling me you've never invested it? No stocks, bonds, real estate, nothing? Well, I did just buy a house, and I have a few, okay, maybe like 8 exotic cars. Will you be in Kansas City for a few more days? He asks. Yes, I say, hoping I still will be, Lori's threat of moving into Danny's bed still on my mind even though it shouldn't be. In that case, we're all meeting tomorrow with my guy. For gosh sake, you must pay an exorbitant amount in taxes. He's still shaking his head when he ends the call. I've heard about his A stock. It's premium, I say to Jaden. It is, and no one ever sells it. There are a lot of people here who owe all their wealth to his business savvy. People who invested 20 years ago are rolling in it. $100 invested 30 years ago is worth something like $6 million today. She changes the subject. I still think you should have stayed at Danny's last night. I didn't think it made sense. I haven't spent the night in his house while the kids were there, and I won't until after he's divorced. I tell her what Lori said yesterday about screwing up, that she knows Danny still loves her, how they have a second chance and how she'll sleep in Devaney's room until he gets back, and then she's moving back in his room where she belongs. Oh, that's bull, Jaden says. Don't listen to her. Danny would never allow it. He could have sent her to a hotel, I counter. To that, she doesn't have a response. She just nods her head in agreement and scowls. That would have left me in a bit of a tizzy, but Danny's been texting me constantly since he left, and the fact that he told me he's been thinking about proposing sets my heart soaring. I spend most of my afternoon texting Danny and reading a potential script in the study while Jaden works. Later, she tells me that Danny's kids will be here for dinner and to watch the first half of the game, and then Philip will be staying with them until Danny gets home, which will be late.
Danny. After a decisive victory, the team got on a plane and flew back to Kansas City. It's just after 3 in the morning when I finally get to my house. I would have loved to go over and wake up Jennifer, but I need some sleep if I'm going to be able to hang out with her all day tomorrow. Well, today. I park the car outside so the garage door doesn't wake Angel and move quietly through the front door and into my room where I find my estranged wife in my bed waiting up for me and dressed in a white mesh slip that leaves little to the imagination. You shouldn't be here, Lori, I say with a sigh. You always liked when I waited up for you, she says with a sexy smirk, letting the strap slip off her shoulder. Yet you rarely did. I'm going to put my suitcase in my closet, and when I get back, I want you out of my bed. Okay, then, she pouts, if that's how you want it. That's how I want it, I emphasize, although I'm a little shocked she's giving up so easily. I take my time hanging up my suit, changing into a pair of pajama pants, and brushing my teeth. When I step into my room, I understand that she didn't give up. Sure, she's out of my bed, but she's now standing next to it stark naked. She saunters toward me and runs her finger down my chest. It's a familiar gesture, and it's funny how what used to turn me on now repulses me. I guess betrayal will do that to you. I'm not the least bit attracted to her. Not even her boobs, which I always loved. Well, truth, I liked them better before her surgery. But she was worried they sagged slightly. Who knows? Maybe Richard has been making her into his perfect woman one procedure at a time. I study her more closely, trying to remember all she's had done. Butt implants, a tummy tuck, a little face sculpting. She's still beautiful, but I didn't really notice how different she looks. Probably because they were subtle changes. A nip here, a tuck there, all meant to enhance, and they did. But as I think back to the young girl who used to run her finger down my chest with a smirk, I realize how far she's taken it. Her body is literally perfect. I see that look in your eye, Danny, she coos. I know you want me as badly as I want you. I've missed you so much. Actually, I'd like you to put your clothes on. You're making me uncomfortable. She sits back on the bed, purposefully spreading her legs. I didn't really mean it, Danny. When I told you about the affair and left with Richard, I thought you would come after me. Fight for me. Fight for us. I only had an affair to get your attention. I left because I wanted you to realize that you can't live without me. What she says pulls at my heartstrings. We shouldn't have given up so easily. I shouldn't have. I'm sorry, really I am. She holds her arms out. I never wanted a divorce, I mean it. Now I'm humiliated that I had to go to such great lengths to get you to notice me. This was supposed to be a separation so we could have an amazing reunion. It's a blip in our lives. Make love to me, Danny. Let's fix this and be a family again.
December 5th. Jennifer. I wake up at 10 in the morning, feeling like I didn't get any sleep. I tossed and turned all night. The thought of Lori staying in Danny's house had me feeling all kinds of jealous, and I was plagued by dreams where I watched them make love through the window, and others where I was a guest at their vow renewal. I know I shouldn't feel that way. I know it's my own insecurities coming out, and boy, did they do so last night. I tried to be supportive and understanding. I know she put him in a difficult situation, but it killed me yesterday to watch the easy way in which she manipulated him. Maybe it's because she's done it for years, but it's like Danny doesn't even realize what she's doing. It's like he loses his balls around her. Last night, Philip said he texted Danny and told him that the second he got home, he needed to grow a set and kick her out. Of course, he argued with him that he couldn't do that because of the children. It's a lose-lose situation for us and a win for Lori. I know I shouldn't think of it as a competition, but I do. Especially since tomorrow is the day I've been counting down to, the day Danny's divorce is supposed to be final. I get dressed and notice that I have a text from Danny. It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy every time I see his name. I sit on the bed and sigh happily, looking forward to reading whatever cute thing he had to say. Danny. Hey, Jennifer. Since I didn't have your number, I thought I'd text you from Danny's phone. In case you haven't figured it out yet, this is his wife. I've been reading through all your text messages to each other, and I just want you to know that my heart goes out to you. I know you've recently been through a lot personally, but it's time for you to pack your bags and go back to La La Land, because Danny is here, lying next to me, happily exhausted from our wonderful physical reunion. Yes, we made love many times. I know that he slept with you, and I know how easy it is to love Danny. He's such a charismatic and wonderful man. And his body, don't even get me started, but you already know that. But since I get the feeling that you're a stubborn whore who won't believe me and won't want to go away, I'll give you the details. When Danny got home from his game, I greeted him the way I always have, wearing something sinfully sexy. I told him that I missed him. He confessed that he still loved me, that you were just a distraction, something to help take his mind off me. But rest assured, all is right in the world now. I'm back with the love of my life, and I couldn't be happier. I hope you understand that I don't want you anywhere near my house, my children, or my husband ever again. I set the phone down, tears dripping from my cheeks, and try to think about this logically. If she had messaged me from her own phone, I wouldn't have believed it. But from his? I checked to see what time it was sent. 5 in the morning. I shake my head with finality, knowing it's over. I allow myself a good cry and then pull it together, stuffing all of my clothes into a suitcase. I'm going to go downstairs, thank Jaden for her friendship and hospitality, and fly home. At least I was smart and bought a house so that I have somewhere to go. But the thought of going there makes me start crying again, because I bought it with a family, Danny and his family, in mind. Taking a deep breath, I wipe my tears, grab the suitcase and tote, and make my way downstairs. I go in the kitchen, dropping my bag with a thud when I see Danny hunched over on a bar stool, deep in conversation with Jaden. He looks a little broken, and I know it's about to happen. He's here to tell me it's over between us. Something I was hoping to avoid. You're not going to believe this, Jaden says. She pours me a steaming cup of coffee, puts a warm, sticky pecan bun on a plate, and then sets them on the bar next to Danny. Here, you're going to need this. Did you sleep with her? I blurt out, because I have to know, right now. What? Danny asks, his head flying up at me. No, God no, but she wanted to. You're lying, I say, shaking my phone at him. She texted me from your phone and told me everything that happened between the two of you last night. I know you got back together. Whoa, Danny says. What are you talking about? I hand Jaden my phone, not planning on giving Danny Diamond one more second of my precious life. Why am I not surprised? Jaden says, as I shove a big bite of the roll into my mouth to keep from saying anything further to him. He doesn't deserve my words. I think you're going to have to start over, Danny, Jaden says, so that Jennifer can hear it all. I don't want to hear any more, I shout, as Jaden gives Danny my phone. Oh, shit, he says. He rubs his palm across his face. I can't even. That sets me off. You can't even what, Danny? Can't tell me you got back together with your cheater of a wife? Calm down, Jaden says softly. That's not what happened. Danny came over here this morning to talk to you because he couldn't find his phone. I guess now we know where it is. So what happened? When I got home, she was waiting for me in my bed, wearing something sexy. I turned her down. She told me that she didn't really want a divorce, that she never expected it to go this far, that she was just trying to make me fight for her. She cheated on you for a year, moved in with him, and was engaged to him to get your attention? That's what she said, yes. Obviously, that didn't resonate with me as even remotely reasonable. I told her again to leave. She asked me to make love to her. And then what? She told me that she wasn't leaving my bed until she got her way. I said fine, walked out, went and slept up in the guest room with Philip. I even locked the door. Woke up this morning, she was gone and left me a note saying she was getting her nails done and we'd continue our discussion when she got back home. He pulls a note out of his pocket and hands it to me. I read it, let out a sigh of relief, and start crying again. Danny pulls me into his arms, and I melt against him. I'm so sorry she said that to you, he says. It must have been horrible, but you must know I never would have done that to you. I told you that I'm going to propose soon, that I love you. Hey, wait, pause, rewind, Jaden says. Propose soon? Danny nods at her and looks into my eyes. Then he kisses me. A lot. I'm lost in a daze of Danny's lips when I hear Jaden mutter, I know what to do. I pull my lips away from Danny and turn toward her. She picks up her phone and scrolls through the contacts. I have no idea what she's got in mind, but I pray she's not going to call Lori so the three of us can work things out. Danny keeps me held tightly in his arms as she sets the phone down, turns on the speaker, and holds her index finger to her mouth, letting us know to keep quiet. Richard, she says pleasantly when a man's voice answers. This is Jaden Mackenzie. You live next door to the Diamonds, right? Dick Rash replies. That's correct, and I wanted to talk to you about Lori. Is she there? He asks, sounding relieved. I've been trying to reach her, but she won't answer my calls or texts. I'm starting to get worried. I never imagined she would go back there, or I would have tried to get a hold of one of the kids. She showed up at his house. Her house, really, until the divorce is final, on Sunday night. That's when she left me, he says with a sigh. It's all my fault. I accidentally cheated on her. I stifle a giggle at the accidental cheating part. She didn't mention what happened, Richard, Jaden responds. Just that the wedding was off and she needed a place to stay. Are her and her husband... He stutters, barely getting out the words. Are they what? Together, getting back together. Is that what you want, Richard? Absolutely not. I want to marry her. The cheating, it's not new, and it's not ongoing. It happened before she left her husband, when I couldn't get her to commit to me. She kept telling me she was going to file for divorce, but it just never happened, and I thought we were over. I was upset. That's understandable, Jaden says with a grin. The question, Richard, is do you still want to marry Lori on New Year's Eve? Yes, I would like to very much. She's an amazing woman, and I would be honored to call her my wife. I'm not sure if you are aware of this, but she's supposed to be in court tomorrow to finalize their divorce. With you two broken up and her staying with Danny, there's no saying what she will do if you don't get over there and make up with her tonight. But please, Richard, don't tell her that I told you. Her children told me what happened in confidence, and I wouldn't want to break that. I understand. Jaden, you know Lori quite well, correct? Yes, we've known each other since college. How should I make it up to her? What do I say? And I'm thinking, poor Richard. He really does love her. He'd have to in order to put up with her. Well, Richard, that's the easy part, Jaden says cheerfully. She's mad, but I think she misses you. I bet if you showed up, apologized, and offered an expensive gift in return, maybe she would go home with you. I don't like that she went back to their house, he says. Her children are there. Yes, and so is Danny Diamond. I watched his game on TV last night. He has started doing something new when he scores, forms a heart with his hands. I thought maybe it was a sign that he was still in love with her and trying to win her back. It made me feel a little sick, to be honest. Does Danny want to get back together with her? Jaden rubs her hand across her face, and I know what she's thinking. It's the same thing I'm thinking. Hell no. I don't know what's happening between the two of them. Do you think she would, sleep with him? She was awfully upset. And technically, they are still married, Jaden says, letting her comment hang in the air. I'm headed to the store now. She wanted a set of Louis Vuitton luggage for our honeymoon trip, and I sort of balked at the price. Shouldn't have. Could you do me a big favor, Jaden? I'd owe you forever. In fact, anything you want, cosmetic surgery-wise, I'll do for you on the house. Can you make sure she's there around 6? I'll do my best, Richard, Jaden says noncommittally, and then hangs up. Oh, you're good, I say to her. And now we wait, Jaden says. If it's okay with you, Danny says to Jaden, I'd like to wait with Jennifer up in her bedroom. That causes us both to smile.
Danny. Richard, what are you doing here? Lori says as she flings open the door. I grab Angel and run into the formal dining room so that I can hear everything said and peek out the window. Sitting on the front stoop is a huge set of luggage. I came to apologize, Richard says sincerely. You rushed out of the house and didn't let me explain the situation. Lori crosses her arms in front of her. What's there to explain? You cheated on me. Technically, yes, but I was upset because you wouldn't file for a divorce. I thought you were just stringing me along, and that's hard for a man's heart. I love you. I want to marry you. He moves out of the way and gestures toward the pile of luggage. I was saving these for our honeymoon. He lies. I bought them ages ago and had the store hold them. A full set of your favorite luggage seemed like the perfect wedding gift, symbolic of how I hope to travel through the rest of my life in luxury with you. I gotta give old Dick Rash credit. He's pretty smooth. And knowing Lori, those are the exact words she wants to hear. Oh, Richard, she cries out dramatically, wrapping her arms around his neck. I've missed you so. Will you please forgive me and come home with me? I've missed you terribly. What follows after is a gross display of personal affection. Dick Rash is a messy kisser. Jennifer told me that on set she learned how the perfect kiss should look. Let's just say if I were a director, I'd be yelling cut right about now. But maybe that's what Richard represents to Lori, the ability to not be perfect, to make a little mess of her life. And I suppose if you thought you always had to be on the way she does, that you always felt you had to impress, that could be attractive. They suddenly stop kissing, and Lori tells him, I'll go grab my things. Shit! I run through the dining room and into the kitchen, pretending I didn't see or hear anything. But it doesn't matter. Lori doesn't have a clue as to my whereabouts as she heads up the stairs to Devani's room, gathers her belongings, and quickly makes her way out. She doesn't stop to tell me or the kids who are downstairs that she's leaving. I give Angel a kiss, tell her what a good girl she is, and then set her down to run free. She rushes straight to her water bowl. She takes a few laps then, and before I know it, she has both her front paws in the bowl and is digging in the water. Well, that looks like so much fun, I say, picking her soaking little self up. That's a no. No, Angel. Come on, let's go tell Jennifer the good news. December 6th. Danny. I get up early and decide to make breakfast for the kids. Wow, Damon says, coming down the stairs. You're cooking bacon. And pancakes. Go tell your sister. Danny! He bellows. Get down here! I roll my eyes and chuckle. I'm getting ready, she yells from her room. Dad made pancakes! Oh, she says, rushing down the stairs. What's up? Today's the day, I tell them as I dish them up each a plate. It's our court date. Are you nervous? Devaney asks. No, but I wanted to talk to you about a few things that are happening regarding me and Jennifer. Are you getting married? Devaney says at the same time Damon asks. Did you get her pregnant? Neither, I reply. But if those things were to happen, how would you feel about it? Thumbs up on all accounts, Dad, Damon says, including the bacon. It's perfection, crispy but not burned. Well, thank you. Devaney shakes her head in agreement and smiles. It's obvious you're in love with Jennifer. You're almost silly around her, mushy. If it wasn't so gross, it might be cute. I'll take that as a compliment, I laugh. I think you both know that Jennifer has been... Dad, stop hemming and hawing around and just spit it out already, Devaney says. I still need to curl my hair. Fine, I say. I asked her to move in with us. I'm going to propose at Christmas, and I want your blessing, I guess. You'll always be my first priority, Damon finishes. We know, Dad. I roll up my sleeve and show them the tattoo I got on Monday night. She told me she wouldn't move in until we had some kind of commitment. You got a tattoo? Of her name? My daughter says, looking slightly horrified. Isn't that a little, permanent? Yes, that's the point, I say. My daughter studies my arm. It almost looks like she wrote it. That's because she did. The night we met all those years ago, she signed my arm, just like this, I admit. Devaney says. I've been wanting a tattoo, and Mom says that I shouldn't get one unless it means something to me, that it's personal. Like I shouldn't get a dolphin because I saw one on spring break kind of thing. All your tattoos are deeply personal, aren't they? Yes, they are. Your birth dates, my championships, my college. Has she seen it? Devaney asks. Not yet, but I'm hoping she'll think it's enough of a commitment for now. So what do you think? I think it's really romantic, Dad. She's a good cook, Damon says. And my friends all think she's hot. I'm all for her moving in. Would you like some privacy tonight, Dad? Devaney asks. What do you mean? Both kids roll their eyes at me. Dad. Oh, actually, I was thinking you might want to come out with us tonight. Celebrate. Let her know you're happy to have her. Where would we go? Damon asks. Devaney smacks her brother. It's not always about your stomach. No, this is about Dad's dick. Damon, I scold. He just snickers. Well, it is. We need to choose a place that Jennifer would like, right? Devaney says sweetly. I think that would be nice, I agree. Has she ever been to our favorite barbecue place? It's nice, but not too fancy, Damon offers. On our first real date, I wanted to take her there, but didn't. Your mom and I weren't divorced, and I was worried about us being seen together, so I brought home takeout. So then it's perfect. We'll go there for dinner, and when we get home, Damon and I will make ourselves scarce, my daughter says with a grin. Cool, I love that place, Damon says. I clean up the kitchen and send the kids off to school, then call Jennifer. I don't know what I should wear, I say. I'll be right over. What's the problem? You look very handsome, she says to me, eyeing my navy suit when I answer the door. Are you ready for this? I don't know that you're ever ready for something like this. I want the divorce, but I'm still sad about it. That's understandable. 15 years of marriage is a long time. Yeah, I say, finding it hard to put into words how I'm feeling. She glances at her watch and kisses me goodbye. I guess next time I see you, you'll officially be a free man. Yeah, I reply. I go outside, get in my old truck, and drive to the courthouse. I'm barely through the front door when I see Lori. She's dressed like she's going to a funeral. Black knit suit, black stockings, and designer patent leather pumps. I take a seat on the bench next to her, and when she looks up at me, I'm surprised to find tears in her eyes. It's sad today, isn't it? She says. Yeah, it is. I'm sorry for whatever I did or didn't do. That's just like you, Danny, shouldering the blame for something you had no control over. Say what you want about our marriage, but two great kids came out of it, and I hope we can all get along for their sake. And that means you not trying to jeopardize my relationship with Jennifer. I was hoping she'd rush off and not tell you, but then Richard came back and I didn't care anymore. I didn't like it though when she came out of your bedroom. You can thank her for being adamant about not sleeping with me when the children were there before I was divorced. You should know, however, that we're dating exclusively now. Oh, your boyfriend and girlfriend. How cute, she mocks. I hate what you've done to the place. I chuckle. That doesn't really surprise me. Look around you, Danny, at all these people. They all seem sad. There was a guy who just went in who was begging his wife to give him a second chance just minutes before they went inside. I don't feel that way, though. Your world seemed so big and mine seemed so small, and it made me feel lonely. And when you feel that way, you start looking for attention. Richard pays attention to me. He thinks I'm interesting, and it's nice to be the center of attention when you walk in the room. At one point, Richard told me I didn't need any work done. He told me I was beautiful. I told you the same thing, all the time. But coming from you, it didn't matter. The truth is, I earned every dime of what you're giving me in the settlement because I became Danny Diamond's wife. I lost myself in you. I'm going to marry Richard, but if he doesn't make me happy, I won't wait 15 years to end it. Are you saying that you've been unhappy for our entire marriage? I ask incredulously. I wouldn't say unhappy. I just never felt secure in our marriage, and that was exhausting. I'd tell myself that we were just growing up, getting older, that we had kids, that your career was different than most. I made all the excuses for us, but it boils down to one thing. You didn't love me the way I wanted to be loved. I'm sorry you felt that way. I tried hard to make you happy. I know you did, she says, but I will always be the one game you could never win. It didn't matter how hard you tried, I wouldn't let you. Honestly, I've been cheating for pretty much our entire marriage. I felt the need to compete with you. It's not you, it's me, my insecurity. I know that now. Richard made me see that. Sounds like he's perfect for you, I say as a bailiff calls our names. We stand up and together we walk into a small courtroom. There's only a judge and us. No lawyers, no mediators, no family or friends. Just us. I have your signed affidavits and financial and custodial agreements in front of me. Lori Diamond, do you agree to these terms and the dissolution of your marriage? I do, she says, which is kind of funny, being that those are the same words we said to start this all. And you, Daniel Diamond, do you agree to these terms and the dissolution of your marriage? I do, I answer. He signs a paper and says something about how we're officially divorced. As we're walking out, Lori says, That was over faster than I expected. Just 15 years too late, I reply under my breath. Jennifer is waiting for me outside the courthouse, leaning against a gorgeous exotic car. I can't believe my divorce is over, that I'm free to start a new life with her. In the courthouse, I felt sad. Sad that my marriage had come to this point. I know that it takes two to make a marriage fail, and I obviously wasn't giving Lori what she needed to be happy, but I think she was right that part of the problem was that she wasn't happy with herself, that her insecurities consumed her. I really hope that with Richard, she finds what she's looking for. I'm about to say something to Lori when she turns to me. It's so embarrassing, you being with her. The hatred is clear in her acidic voice. Acting like you're in love. Okay, we're officially divorced. No more Mr. Nice Guy. No, Lori, what was embarrassing was you cheating on me. I'm lucky, though. Jennifer is so easygoing. It's such a refreshing change from life with you. And I owe you for that, so thank you. For what? For leaving me, for filing for divorce. Wow, that's harsh, she says, shocked I would ever say such a thing. No, it's not. I wanted a divorce many times in our marriage, but I worried about the kids. Although I don't like the way you went about it, at least you had the guts to do what I couldn't. Devaney said you met Jennifer a long time ago, when she was little. Yes, when I was in LA with my agent. I knew back then that she was the one, but we were newly married, and Devaney was only a few months old. I told Jennifer we couldn't even be friends because I knew if I didn't, I would eventually cheat on you. And that's something, no matter what kind of ups and downs we had, I have too much integrity to do. And here I thought Jaden was the perfect one. Apparently it's you, she snarls. I really don't get your jealousy over her. You should see a doctor about that. It's just so sudden with Jennifer. Is that what you want to teach our children? I've been honest with our children. They know I met Jennifer years ago, and they know about the choices I made because I explained it to them. Have you explained your choices? I stop. There's no need to get into this. I don't have to argue with her ever again. Look, you're happy, and I'm happy. We have two beautiful and amazing children. Our marriage wasn't perfect, but whose is? We need to show the kids that we're adults who can get along, just like we always have. And now you can marry Richard. I don't call him Dick like I usually do, just to be polite. Jaden once told me you broke girls' hearts, but they all still liked you after you were gone. She thought that was an admirable trait. I wanted them all to hate you. Maybe you need to work on your confidence, Lori, because the man you chose to marry with looks at women's body parts all day. I only look at footballs. So I'm a bitch? When we met, people fawned over me. You didn't. I like that about you. Still do, actually, I say sincerely. She smiles. I'm sorry, Danny. I'm sorry, too. If you're going to be home today, I thought we'd bring the Ferrari over to Richard's place and drop it off. Are you going to marry her? She asks, looking toward Jennifer again. We have a lot to figure out logistically, but I hope so. Well, at least I don't have to go to any more football games and pretend to enjoy them. Have a good life, Lori, I say. Is that what this is? You're being nice to me at the end, just like college? Life's too short and too precious to waste it on making people hate you. Oh, yes, Danny Diamond wants everyone to love him. Yeah, I do. I'll be civil with you for the children's sake, Danny, but I'm not sure I ever really liked you. I just happened to fall in love with you. I don't bother to say anything in reply. It's not worth my effort. But what's standing out in the parking lot is. I take off and run toward Jennifer, pick her up, twirl her around, and kiss her deeply. What are you doing here? I ask her. I know you have to give up your Ferrari today, so I thought I'd give you something better. This is a divorce gift from me. Weren't we supposed to pick something out together? I say, not letting go of her. I don't ever want to let go of her. Well, I had this car in my collection, and I thought you'd like it. I mean, if you don't love it, that's cool. We can go shopping for something else. Mostly, I just wanted this memory of me giving you this car and telling you what we're going to do in it later, she says, and then whispers something naughty in my ear. I raise my eyebrows in delight. I love it. Perfect, she says, because I love you. Whoa, this car is dope, Damon says, coming out into the driveway when we get home and taking in the black Lamborghini Centenero Roadster. Where'd it come from? Your mother got the Ferrari in the divorce, so Jennifer is letting me drive this. Actually, she says, I'm not just letting him drive it. It's a gift for your father. Sweet. Can I go for a ride in it? Damon asks. Sure, why not? Jennifer replies. Can I drive? He asks. I don't think so, Damon, Jennifer laughs. This car has a highly responsive V12 engine with 770 horsepower on a carbon fiber frame. It's also a limited edition, one of only 20 made to commemorate the 100-year anniversary of Ferruccio Lamborghini's birth. Good try, though. Sounds expensive, and you're just giving it to my dad? Yeah, I am, she says. You're crazy. I don't care how in love I am, Damon says, shaking his head and staring lovingly at the vehicle. I'd never give a car like this away. When they get back from their drive, Jennifer finds me in the study, going over the playbook for our game against LA on Sunday. And it's got me thinking. Jennifer sits in the chair next to me. Is it weird you haven't shown me pictures of your house yet? I ask. No, she says adamantly. Because I want you to experience it the first time the way I did. And how was that? I only saw a picture of the outside of it, and I knew right then that it was the one. My realtor thought I was crazy when I told him I was going to make an offer before stepping foot inside. If I show you pictures, you'll have already seen it. It'll be familiar. I want you to see it for the first time when you walk through it with me. I want to see the wonder in your eyes as each part of the home unfolds. I can't help but smile at her. You are very passionate about this house. Do you talk about me like that? If I could tell people about you, I'm sure I would, she sasses back. I lean over and give her a kiss. You can tell the world now, and the kids and I are taking you out tonight to celebrate. Remember the barbecue we had here in the dining room? Yes, it was delicious. That's where we're going. I see. It's our coming out party, she says with a smirk. Sort of, but no one will pay much attention to us there. If we fly out to LA together on Friday after my practice and you come to my game, well, that might be a different story. She leaps onto my lap and kisses me again. Oh, Danny, that'll be so much fun. Can we take the kids with us? Or Philip and Jaden? We could all go to the game. I say, running my hands up under her shirt. I thought you might want me to yourself. It's a big house, and the master bedroom is quite private, she says in a sultry voice. I promise we'll have plenty of alone time. Let's ask Philip and Jay to join us then. Perfect. That way I'm not sitting there alone. I could get you a ticket with the other football wives, I offer. You know what? She says. My agent has a box suite. His wife, Palmer, is a huge football fan. I'll see if we can sit with them. She starts to get up. I grip her hips. Wait, I have something to show you. Roll up my shirt sleeve. She looks at me kind of funny. Okay, why? Just do it, please. She does as I asked, revealing my Jennifer tattoo. Danny, is that permanent? Yep. When did you get it done? Why am I just now seeing it? Because I've been hiding it from you since I got home from the game Monday night. One of the guys on the team is a tattoo artist, and he did it on the plane ride home. That's why I asked you to sign your name before I left, and I kept it covered during the game so it wouldn't rub off. It's beautiful, she tells me, softly running her finger across her signature. That's my name, permanently tattooed on your body for all the world to see. Forever. I push her hair away from her face and lock eyes with her. That means you're going to have to stay with me forever. I think I can do that, she says, pressing her lips against mine. After a good 5 minutes of kissing, I tell her, that, or I'm going to have to only date girls named Jennifer from now on. She gives me a playful swat and leans her head on my shoulder. I swear, this feels too good to be true. How did we get so lucky, Danny? I don't know, but I'm not going to screw it up this time. Me either, she says dreamily. I know it's not exactly a proposal or anything, but your name is tattooed on my arm. I feel like that's a pretty big commitment. Move in with me, today, immediately. She tenderly kisses my neck, working her way up to my ear. I'd love that more than anything, Danny. Let's go get my stuff.
Jennifer. I'm lying in Danny's bed, in Danny's house, my clothes hung neatly on one side of his closet. We had a wonderful evening. Dinner with the kids, who both seemed genuinely excited that I was going to be living with them, and who suspiciously had lots of homework to do in their rooms when we got home. Danny carried me over the threshold to his room, bolted the door shut, stripped me naked, and threw me on the bed. Sex with him is indescribable. He's passionate, bold, incredibly hot, full of stamina. His tenderness is the thing that probably surprises me the most, though, and the love. It's a heady mixture that fills my head with visions of our happily ever after. After our romp on the bed, he led me into the bathroom, where there were bouquets of orange roses everywhere. We took a warm bath and talked about everything: life, love, and most importantly, our future, together. December 8th, Jennifer. I missed seeing you yesterday morning, Jaden says when I wander over there around 9 to retrieve the pile of scripts that I left in her office. How's it going? I feel very domestic. I made everyone smoothies today. Her phone rings. Oh, hey, Cade. Sure, she's actually right here. She hands me the phone. Hey, what's up? I greet. What's up is you haven't answered your phone for like 2 days. Oh, yeah, sorry. It's been busy. Danny's divorce got finalized and I moved in with him and the kids, so you've been enjoying it, he interrupts. Exactly. Well, the reason I'm calling is I heard through the grapevine that you are coming to Danny's game in LA and were maybe hoping to sit with us. The grapevine, huh? Did Danny call you? No, but he talked to Carter, so I'm calling to formally invite you and the Mackenzies to join us in our suite. And in case you forgot amid all the amazing sex you're probably having, tomorrow is my birthday. Palmer is throwing a little get-together at the Good Guy. Oh, very trendy. And very exclusive, he adds. We'll start at the bar around 7 and move to a more private spot outside around 8:30 for dinner. We have you down for 4. That sounds perfect. Thanks, Cade. And in case I forget to tell you later, happy birthday. Thank you. The Good Guy, Jaden says when I end the call. That's where all the celebrities go, isn't it? Yeah, it's a cool place. Do we have anything cool enough to wear? She asks. You can wear whatever. I pause. Actually, that's not true. I'll go in your closet and pick a few things out for you, and if you don't like them, we'll find something when we get to the house. My assistant has had the pleasure of unpacking all my clothes and organizing my closet over the last week. And you know what? I'm going to have hair and makeup fix us up. What time will we arrive? We're set to take off at noon, which should put us at your house around 2 LA time. Perfect. We'll look amazing. Good, because my pants are starting to get a little tight. When are you going to tell the kids? We have an ultrasound scheduled for next week. I'm thinking around Christmas. I'll have to figure out a fun way to tell them.
Danny. This is it, Jennifer says excitedly. I know she wants me to love her house as much as she does, and I don't want to disappoint her. We pull into the drive of a beautiful home. It has a relaxed coastal vibe and traditional lines. It's gorgeous, I say, giving her hand a squeeze and feeling instantly relieved. I look around the neighborhood. The homes are spread apart on large lots with lush landscaping, and there's a mix of architectural styles from Spanish stucco with tiled roofs to clean-lined modern mansions and more traditional board and batten coastal homes. We get out of the car and she leads me up to the sidewalk to the front door, unlocks it, and then starts to go in. Not so fast, Missy. I surprise her when I swoop her into my arms and carry her over the threshold. She wraps her arms around my neck and sighs. Oh, Danny, how did I get so lucky? You were dealt a royal flush, I tease. What do you mean? She looks perplexed. All diamonds, I say with a laugh. She lets out a content sigh. I'm glad I got all diamonds. Wow, look at this place, I say once I finally look up. I set her down and walk straight through to the windows. What a view! She jumps up and down. I know! Do you love it? I think I need the whole tour to be sure, I say. You'd better show me. She leads me through the entire house, and I do love it. Mostly, though, I love seeing how excited and happy she is. She was broken and not exactly herself when she first got to Kansas City. I understand all too well how it feels to be betrayed by someone you love and how it can adversely affect your life. Now she looks whole again. The girl I fell in love with at the beach so many years ago. Her sparkle and joy is flowing through her even more so today. And once I tell her how I feel, I think she'll be even happier. I start to speak, but she puts her finger in front of my mouth. No verdict until after you've been outside. She runs in front of me, turning around to give me a sexy smirk, and she gestures with her finger for me to follow her. I take off after her, catching her in my arms before she can open the door to the backyard. Take my hand and run with me, she says. I let go of her and do as she asked, only to discover she's leading me straight to the edge of the pool. Are we really doing this? I yell. Jump! She giggles as we both fly up into the air, hands locked together, and land in the very chilly pool. You're crazy, I say when I come up for air. I know, but it was fun. Tell me what you think now. I swim over to her, pulling her close. Her hair is wet, slicked back off her face, her clothes clinging to her body. The water is cold, but I feel warm inside. Happy, young, in love. I've been to California many times over the years and always thought it was a pretty place, but that's it. I never imagined myself living here because it seemed so different from what I knew, what I grew up with, what I wanted for my life, for my kids. I love you, but I will admit this was the piece of the puzzle that worried me. I know that you fit seamlessly into my world. You being in Kansas City with us has been easy. It's felt natural. I was a little nervous that when we came here, I wouldn't be able to fit that way into yours. But this house, it's not just a house, it's a home. It's practical, comfortable, and beautiful, all at the same time. This house is you. No, it's us. When I stepped inside, I felt like I did when I'd first met you, a little overwhelmed by its perfection, and not perfection in general, I mean perfection for me. She looks at me with tears in her eyes. Happy tears. What you just said makes me so incredibly happy, she says with a shiver. But I'm freezing. Whose stupid idea was it to jump in here anyway?
Jennifer. What Danny said in the pool earlier today struck me. How we would fit into each other's lives is something that has worried me. Not only was I concerned about him being comfortable in my home, but also in the spotlight that comes with my career. Would he ever go to a movie premiere with me? Would he hate being there and complain the whole time like Troy did? I rarely took Troy on the red carpet with me. After one drunken scene, Kate told me that he wasn't allowed. And it was lonely walking by myself. I wanted to share my big moments with the person I loved. From the second we arrived at Cade's birthday party to the moment we left, Danny, Philip, and Jaden all had a good time. Danny already knew the Crawford brothers, but everyone else, including my friend Rachel and her husband, he met for the first time. Danny was as charismatic with them as he is with me. When he converses with people he meets, it's with real interest, not just superficial small talk. Danny has no problem with the intense spotlight and even seems to relish in it, but it's clear, based on his friendships, that he doesn't need it. He doesn't crave it. He's a man I would be proud to go anywhere with. I have to admit, I might have even fallen more in love with him because of it. And I show him how thrilled I am the second we get home and into the bedroom. Good thing he doesn't have a game tomorrow because I thoroughly wear him out. December 10th. Jennifer. Kate and Palmer greet us when we get to the suite. Kate hands me a cocktail, and then I follow him down to the windows where his brother and Danny's agent, Carter, is set up with a phone, laptop, and a couple of pads of paper. Hey, Carter, I say. Jennifer, it's so good to see you. I understand this weekend is sort of you and Danny's coming out party. I guess, sort of. You don't think it's too soon, do you? I wonder. His wife is getting remarried at the end of the month. Not much we can do about it now, Cade says, pulling his phone out of his pocket and showing me a tabloid photo of us. I didn't even know anyone took a picture. We were just at that little Mexican place by my house. The problem is that the public doesn't know that Danny is divorced. There's talk of an affair, and that isn't good for his endorsement deals. We look happy, I say, sighing over the photo. My arm is wrapped through his, and we're laughing at something he said. We had had such a fun, low-key day. Hanging out with Philip and Jaden by the pool, just talking and enjoying the view. Later, we went out for a drink. I drank delicious margaritas and was feeling a little tipsy when we got home. I thought Danny had to head to the team hotel, so I was pleasantly surprised when he told me he got permission to stay at the house. I grinned and told him I was going to take advantage of that situation. And I did. I spoke to Danny before the game. He and his ex agreed on the wording for a press release, but he never sent it out. I'm about to do that for him, Carter tells us. What's it say? I ask. Carter reads aloud. Professional quarterback Danny Diamond and his wife of 15 years, Lori Diamond, who have been amicably separated since May of this year, appeared in court last week for the formal dissolution of their marriage. Simple and to the point, Cade says. I like it. No mention of her affair either, Carter says with a wry smile. Of course not. I laugh. The press will ask him about it in the post-game conference, I'm sure, Carter says. I told him to be prepared for it. What did you tell him to say? That he doesn't discuss his personal life. I'll let you two hash this out. I need to get back to my beautiful wife and greet our guests. I'm working, Carter says in response, before turning back to me. Cade says your image took a hit being with Troy. He thinks being seen with Danny, the golden boy of football, will be good for you, like you're getting your life back together. That's the last thing I care about, Carter, and you know it. I do, but what would you think about having a little fun after the game? Surprising Danny. How would I do that? He leans toward me, telling me his plan. What do you think? I think it's going to be really fun, and very much me. The old you, Carter says, slapping me on the shoulder. It's nice to have you back. Well, look who the cat dragged in, Knox Daniel says, strolling in with his wife Katie, as well as Keaton and Aiden. Oh my gosh, Knox, I didn't know you would be here. I want you to meet my friends, Danny's best friends, Philip and Jaden McKenzie. I wave the two of them over. We've actually met, Aiden says. Yes. Keaton and Aiden have presented Moonwish checks to Danny's philanthropy, Diamonds in the Rough, a few times over the years, Philip explains. How are you? Jaden asks sweetly. We're good, Aiden replies. So Jaden, I heard about your company redoing an iconic Beverly Hills hotel and that it's going to be beautiful. Before Jaden can answer, Palmer cuts in. She's brilliant and very busy, but luckily for us, she's been reviewing the plans for our remodel, and she's found some of the most unique finishes. It's going to be a long haul, but we can't wait until the project is complete. And Jennifer is our new neighbor. She just bought a home in Pacific Palisades near ours. This was Danny's first trip out to see it, I interject. That's great, but there's something important that Keaton and I wanted to talk to you about, Palmer states. Kate told me you're due to start pre-production on a movie in February, but that he could get you out of it. Why would he need to do that? Because a special script came across my desk, Keaton says. One written by me, Knox adds, beaming. He had a lot of help from me, Katie says. It's about three sisters who are sort of estranged. Their mother guilts them into forming a book club because she has cancer and wants them to have each other when she dies. Spoiler alert, she does. And the book club holds them together. Of course, Palmer says, it also delves into each sister's individual life and why they weren't close, some of the choices they made. It's a family drama, but heartfelt, a feel-good movie, heavy on the romance. Who would play the sisters? Me, my sister-in-law Ashlyn, Palmer says, and hopefully you. Dream cast right there, Cade says, grinning. My three best girls. Girls who pretty much launched your career, Knox teases. Don't forget me, Keaton says. Who will you play? I ask her. She does that thing she's famous for, the little smirk, the surprised look on her face, and then the full, wide smile. I'm actually going to direct this one. Really? Do I even need to read the script? Absolutely, Cade says, while Keaton and Palmer shake their heads. I should add that it's set in the Midwest, Keaton says, sweetening the pot. I lock eyes with Knox, my eyes filling with tears. Oh, Knox, I say, wrapping him in a hug. Ah, sugar, You were such a mess when you stopped by the vineyard. It inspired me. Let me guess, I say with a laugh. My character's life is a disaster? Yes, ma'am. Do I get a happy ending at least? I wonder. Of course, Keaton says. Those are the only kinds I do. Well then, I'm in. Jaden has been standing sweetly beside me, listening. She pulls me into a hug. That's amazing news. See, sometimes life comes to you. Speaking of that, Aiden and Keaton say at the same time before going, Jinx, to each other. We'd like to talk with Jaden about a little work, Aiden says, nodding toward an empty table. While they chat, I joke around with Knox, Katie, Palmer, and Cade. Cade's youngest brother, Cash, and his wife, Ashlyn Roberts, show up as well. I hear we're going to be working together again, Ashlyn says, giving me air kisses. She and I were in a psychological thriller together about 4 years ago. Word travels fast, huh? I say, turning to Cade. Don't look at me, he says, chuckling and pointing toward his wife. Guilty as charged, Palmer admits. What can I say? I'm pretty pumped about this. What they didn't tell you is, this isn't a movie, Cade says. It's a miniseries that will be aired on a cable movie network. But there will be 3 books, Katie says. We'll have series tie-ins like Keaton did for her movie series. What we expect is, with the great cast we are putting together, it will become a regular dramatic series. And because we are all mothers, Keaton says, we'll work our filming around our schedules the best we can. The national anthem starts playing, so we all stop talking, stand at attention, and then watch the opening kickoff. On the very first play, Danny throws a long bomb and hits a receiver at the 30-yard line, who was so wide open that he ran untouched into the end zone. Now that's the way to start a game. Carter cheers and high-fives me. The game continues in Kansas City's favor. Their offense is on fire, and their defense is wreaking havoc on the other team. What were you talking to Aiden about? I asked Jaden during a TV timeout late in the 3rd quarter. They bought more property around their vineyard and want to build a hotel. They have plans from 3 architectural firms, but they don't feel any of them. They have a large wish list, and none of the firms were able to deliver their full package. Do they want you to design it? I think they need a sounding board. It would be more of a consultation role, she explains as her phone rings. Oh no, she says a few moments later. How is he doing? She listens and then says, have Chase call Dr. May down the street and have him come take a look before you drag him to the ER. Actually, can you put me on video first? Her video screen is filled with the face of her youngest, Madden. Mama, he says, crocodile tears welling in his eyes. I broke my arm when I fell out of the tree. Oh, baby, does it hurt bad? Not too bad anymore. I cried a lot when it happened, but now that Chase told me not to move it, it's better. But it has a weird lump, see? Oh, Jaden says. Honey, put the babysitter back on. She turns off the video and then speaks into the phone. Sorry I doubted you, Brianna. You're right. I'll call Dr. May and ask him to meet you there. We'll leave now, fly fast and get there as quickly as we can. Madden broke his arm, huh? I say. Yes, I need to get Philip. We have to head home now. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. You absolutely should go. Cade must have overheard the conversation because he has Philip with him. Breathe, Philip says to Jaden. She puts her head on his chest and mumbles something. I know. Let's go. After an epic win against the highly ranked LA team, Carter takes me down through the bowels of the stadium with his all-access pass. We stop outside of a room and he says, Here, put my suit jacket on and roll up the sleeves. I do as he said and then add the stylish hat and sunglasses his wife wore to the game. Keep your head down and stay in the back corner of the room. It is always pretty packed. You're an actress. I have to assume you understand good timing. I smile at him. That I do. You told Danny that the press release about his divorce went out, right? Does he know about the photo? He does. I showed it to him when we spoke before the game. He opens a door, peeking in a room. All right, let's go. The PR guy up front is sorta in on it. I had to tell him so he'd be sure to choose you. When you ask your question, you'll raise your hand, but you'll be holding this. He hands me a red team pennant and leads me inside. The room is packed, and players are lined up to do their post-game interviews. Kansas City's coach finally finishes up his interview, and then Danny steps in front of the microphone. "Danny! Danny!" is yelled. Each reporter wants to get the attention of the PR guy standing next to Danny. He's asked all sorts of specific questions about the game, individual plays, and the team's championship odds. And then, finally, one reporter asks about the heart he's been throwing up after he scores. "It's for someone special," is all he says. "Yes, but we saw the press announcement earlier that you and your wife recently divorced. We want to know who the heart is for." "I don't answer questions about my personal life," he says. "I'm here to talk football." I put my hand high in the air, waving the pennant. "In the back," the PR guy says, indicating that I should talk. A microphone is shoved into my hand, but I still keep my head down. "And that someone special is Jennifer Edwards, correct?" I say, allowing my voice to have the southern twang I grew up with, trying to disguise it. "As I said," he reiterates. "You can say what you want, Danny Diamond, but everyone saw your new tattoo when you were warming up, and there are photos of you and Jennifer having dinner together from last night." I move into the open and take off the hat. Once those around me realize that it's me, they shift to give me space. I saunter toward the front, and I'm halfway there before I take off my glasses, putting them in my mouth and chewing on the end. "Maybe she wants to talk about your personal life," I say with a grin, moving closer. Danny beams at me and holds up his hands in defeat. "Well, I guess there's no denying it now." He chuckles. "I'll admit it, I am crazy in love with Jennifer Edwards. Any other questions?" The room erupts, no one bothering to raise their hands anymore. "How long have you been dating? How did you meet? Will you be moving to Los Angeles? How will this affect your game?" "Let's save all that for another day, shall we?" he says as I walk on stage, give him a PG kiss, and then escort him off the stage. "You are crazy," he says, pushing me against the wall just outside the room and giving me a very steamy kiss. "And you had a good game." "That we did." "And you didn't get hit too many times." I give him a sexy smirk. "I see what you're getting at," he says, leaning into me and pinning me against the wall. I have one more piece of news. Madden broke his arm. He's fine, but Philip and Jaden headed home late in the third quarter. "That means we have the place all to ourselves," he says with a wide grin. "Meaning we are going to swim naked in our pool under the moonlight."
December 19th. Danny. I called Jaden. "You doing anything important right now?" "Just working in my office. Why?" "Jennifer is out shopping, and I have something I need to show you." "Come on over. I'm wrapping all the gifts from Santa. As the younger kids hear things at school, I have to be trickier. I have special wrapping paper that only Santa uses and have to try to disguise my handwriting." I make my way over to her office. The kids have early release today to kick off their Christmas break, and I'm sure she's trying to get everything done. "What's up?" she asks. She has Christmas music playing in the background and is surrounded by rolls of paper and ribbon, but it's her ponytail and makeup-free face that takes me back. "Do you remember when you used to make me play lookout so you wouldn't get caught unwrapping and rewrapping your presents that you couldn't figure out based on the package?" She lets out a hearty laugh. "That's why I use so much tape, so the kids can't do what I did. They'd never be able to unwrap these without me knowing. I want them to be surprised. Although really, Haley is the only one who would do something like that. The rest would rather play with the boxes than the toys sometimes. You used to want to unwrap my gifts too." "I know, I was so bad. But that was part of the fun for me. I will admit, I do use a little less tape on Haley's, just in case." "You're a good mom." "Thank you. So what did you want to show me?" I pull out my phone and show her the first photo. "Oh, Danny, what a beautiful ring. When are you going to propose?" "Yeah, I was thinking Christmas morning." "That's amazing," she says, giving me a hug. "I'm so happy. All I've ever wanted is for you to be happy." "I know. Help make me happy now so I can make Jennifer happy. And help me decide on a ring. The jeweler sent me photos of a ton of rings, and I've narrowed it down to these. They're all different. Jennifer doesn't seem to wear much jewelry." "Remember when she came to the football game way back when? She had on jewelry then. It was funky and fun, but classic. I think she buys cars, not jewelry. Maybe you should buy her one of those instead, she says with a laugh. I'm just kidding. The ring you get Jennifer just needs to scream how happy you are to be with her. It's a true love ring, and it doesn't have to be big. She stops and purses her lips. Scratch that. It doesn't have to be big, but it does have to be bigger than anything you've ever given Lori. And that's not for Jennifer because you know it won't matter to her. It's for me. Because after many years of being cordial to Lori when I wanted to scratch her eyes out, I deserve to see Jennifer in a ring that's so incredible in cut, color, and size that Lori will be jealous. And when that happens, I can take pride in the fact that it's due to me that you and Jennifer were reunited. The largest single stone I ever bought was just under 3 carats, and I remember because she told me Brady's wife had 4. I told her that Brady's wife worked. That pissed her off. Couldn't tell you on total weight. I can't remember either, but I do know that the engagement ring Richard bought her was 3 carats. Show me the rest of the photos. She scrolls through them, blowing them up and comparing them. There are a couple of colored stones, one a ruby, the other a pink diamond. There are solitaires in various shapes. She says. Can we narrow them down by getting rid of the ones I don't like for her? Sounds like a plan. They're all very different, she says, carefully studying each photo. Do you have a favorite? I have a couple of favorites, but I want to see what you think first. I think I already know your favorite, she says. Is it this one? You're good, I smirk, but then you already knew that. I was going to start by cutting out the ruby ring and the pink diamond. I don't see her with a colored stone for some reason. Your favorite is hopelessly romantic, and this one, she says, scrolling to a large pear-shaped stone, is classic. I don't think you could go wrong with either. I think you have to go see them in person to decide for sure. Agreed, I'm planning to do so tomorrow. I'd offer to come with you, but Jennifer and I are going Christmas shopping. Plus, I really do think you should see them and go with your gut. I don't think you can make a wrong decision either way. Awesome. Now I'm going to check on the lights. What lights? Oh, I'm having a few things added to our usual decor. Like what? You'll see tonight. See you later. And thanks for the help.
Jennifer. I've been shopping most of the day. Danny already has his shopping done. He told me that Lori always did elaborate gifts for the football families. This year, he's donating to their favorite charities. For his friends, he always orders smoked turkeys from some little town in Texas. He says everyone loves them and that we'll be receiving the 2 he orders for himself in a few days. He does a gift exchange with the Mackenzie family, and although he offered to add my name to the cards, I didn't want that. It's my first year of really buying presents. Although I'm in touch with my mother, I only go home every couple of years, usually during the summer when my father is on his annual fishing trip. I used to send nice gifts to her, but she complained that they were too fancy, so I started choosing a beautiful card and filling it with a check instead. I give Danny a quick call when I leave the mall, asking if he needs me to stop and pick up anything at the store or if we have dinner plans. We're good, he says, but text me when you pull into the neighborhood so I know when you're almost home. I agree and do so, thinking it is sort of an unusual request, but when I pull into the driveway, I understand why. The front of his home, which gets professionally decorated every year in all white lights, has been transformed to an explosion of color. What did you do? I ask, hopping out of the car rather than putting it in the garage. It's so pretty. He takes me in his arms and kisses me. I want us to have the most colorful first Christmas together. Not that I want you to stop kissing me, but did I see soldiers by the front door? Yes, you did. What do you think of the blow-ups? Tacky or trendy? Definitely tacky in the most beautiful way. I mean, Santa, Frosty, and the Grinch? Amazing. Although, I say, pointing, the lit sculptures are pretty cool too. I especially love the football Santa and your team's logo. Wait until you see this, he says, pulling out a remote. All of a sudden, holiday music blares from hidden speakers, and the lights on the roof and in the landscape move to the beat. Did you really do all this for me? The house looked beautiful before. Remember the reckless Halloween flowers? This is my Christmas version. He pulls mistletoe from behind his back and hangs it over my head. I don't need an excuse to kiss you, but I'll take it anyway, I say, wrapping my arms around his neck and kissing him as the light show continues around us, thinking that this is going to be my best Christmas ever. What did you really think of being in LA? I ask, realizing we should probably take our PG-13 makeout session somewhere more private. I had fun in the pool, but to answer the deeper question, we'll figure it out. The new project set in the Midwest sounds like it would work out nicely. I can't move the kids while they are in school, so we're looking at 4.5 more years until Damon goes to college. But I kinda liked the glittering celebrity life, he says with a smirk. You're already a celebrity, Danny. There were billboards of you in LA. They're everywhere. True, but I've never really lived like a celebrity, like you did. That was more because of Troy. His job required us going to lots of clubs and glitzy and exotic locales. I sort of gave up me to be with Troy. And I gave up you to be with my daughter, he counters. I look at the lights surrounding us and wonder, what was your first wedding like? Was it one big party? Actually, no. It was a small destination wedding. Family only. That's crazy. I figured you had something over the top. Something like this. Next one, he says, taking my hand and bringing it to his lips. I was going to say if we get married, but I feel like that's not right. When we get married, what do you want? What I really want is to have a private ceremony, just you and me, in the backyard of my house while the sun sets. I want to hold your hands, look into your eyes, and make promises for only you to hear. That sounds very romantic, but probably not legal. It doesn't have to be legal or condoned by a church for us to make a commitment to each other. He hangs his head. I thought you wanted to get married, have kids. Oh, I say with a grin. I most definitely want both of those things. I want a big, fat wedding, all our family and friends. Remember I told you that I'd like to have it at the hotel Jaden is redoing? There's a rooftop balcony where we could say our vows. Not the same vows we say at our private ceremony, more traditional ones, the have-in to hold stuff. You know how redoing your house has been therapeutic for you? Yeah. As I mentioned to you before, that's sort of how the hotel is for me. It's the place I went when I was at my lowest. It's the place where a friend from the past met me and brought me back to you. It's also the place that was going to get torn down instead of rebuilt to new splendor. I feel like its renovation matches the changes I've made in my own life. It's a special place, lots of history, and I'd be honored if our wedding were a small part of it. That's absolutely where we should have it then. Are you proposing? I say, teasing. Not yet, he says, as snowflakes start falling down around us. That's okay. I look up at him and smile. Today has already been magical enough.
December 20th. Danny. Where's Jennifer? Damon asks, rummaging through the kitchen for a breakfast so late that it might as well be lunch. She's out doing some last-minute shopping with Jaden, Devaney says, taking a moment to look up from her phone. She's been sitting at the island, furiously texting someone about something that is obviously highly important to her. Since you're both here, I thought we could have a family talk, I say to them. Sure, Dad, Devaney says, while Damon gets 4 waffles out of the freezer and puts them in the toaster. I pace a little in front of the island while I think of exactly how to broach the subject. I'm so excited to propose that I feel like I could burst, waiting for the day to come. Finally, I just blurt out, I'm going to ask Jennifer to marry me on Christmas Day. That's cool, Damon says, getting syrup out of the pantry and acting like I told him it was raining out. Cool, I reply. Yeah, we like Jennifer. I mean, you're living in sin together now, Devaney says. You should probably just get married. I know that, Devaney. You have heard some of this, but I guess I just feel the need to ask for you guys' blessing. I want you to know that I loved your mom, but I think there's a difference between love and true love. And as the two of you get older, start dating, and eventually consider marriage, I think it's something you should know. Your mom was different because she was outside of my circle. She wasn't impressed with the fact that I played football. There were a lot of girls who were too impressed that I did, and there were girls who only wanted to date me because they thought I'd go to the NFL and make money. Which you did, Damon says. I'm hoping to use that myself to snag a hot babe. While choosing a girl who only wanted me for money would have been bad, choosing a girl who really didn't understand my love for the game probably wasn't wise either. I think your mother and I both had indications from the start that things between us just weren't quite the way they should have been, but we had been raised to work through the tough times. I guess what I'm saying is that when it comes time for you to choose your partner, be sure the person of your dreams shares your dreams. That makes sense, Damon says. Although Uncle Philip says that a hot tub is the key to a successful marriage. You and Mom didn't have a hot tub. Maybe that's what went wrong. It's not the hot tub, I say. It's that when they spend time in there, they talk with no distractions. They plan and dream together about their future. Is anyone going to finally admit that Mom was having an affair with Richard? Devaney says, dramatically throwing her arms in the air. Ever? Fine, she was. Does that make a difference? Yes, because it makes me feel guilty, she says, putting her head down. I saw them kiss one time after an appointment. I wanted to tell you, but didn't want to hurt your feelings. Did you tell anyone? Just Chase. Let's talk about that too, I say. I lied to my parents all the time. Want to know why? Because I felt like they wouldn't understand or would get mad at me. I'd like us to start being honest with each other. Things are going to happen in your lives. Peer pressure, sex, driving, drugs, alcohol. The decisions you make regarding those things can have a profound effect on your life. You're becoming adults, and those decisions are yours to make. I know your mother sort of laid down the law, told you what you could and couldn't do. I feel like that kind of dictatorship breeds lying. What I'd like is for you to be able to talk to me about your decisions before you make them. I want to help guide you because I've been there before. And I know, Devaney, that some stuff might be awkward to talk about with your dad, but I'm here for you both. No matter what, I'll always have your backs. We have your back too, Dad, Damon says. We like how happy you are around Jennifer. We know the story of how you met and all that, and just really aren't that surprised that you want to marry her. I don't want you to feel, like I'm abandoning you or anything, or choosing her over you, or any of the other crazy things kids can think. We're a little old for that. If you want our blessing, you can have it, Damon says. Can I go now? The guys are texting that they're going to start the ping pong tournament without me. Of course you can go. He grabs his coat, heads toward the door, but turns back around and says, Good talk. Kids, Devaney says, shaking her head at him. So, how are you going to propose? You know you can't just get down on one knee anymore. You have to have a plan. It has to be special. I don't think Jennifer is looking for anything extravagant. Dad, she says, rolling her eyes. Every girl wants something extravagant. It doesn't have to be expensive or a big trip or anything, but it should be planned, and there should definitely be a photographer there to capture the moment, and probably rose petals or signs or something. I took your mom on a picnic for our anniversary. Yeah, no. She whips out her phone and shows me a social media site full of pictures and stories of the way people propose. Look at this one from the other day. Couple is moving in together. He goes to get the moving van. She's kind of pissed when he gets the wrong size until she opens the door and finds the back filled with balloons and streamers and a sign that says, Will you marry me? Wow, I get what you're saying, I reply after reading a few posts. I was just going to wrap it in a box like a normal present, and when she opened that one, I was going to ask her. Maybe I need to rethink that. Give me your phone, she orders. She hits a few buttons and then says, Study these, see what you can come up with. I'm sure there are lots of cute holiday proposal ideas, and you can always search the internet. Okay, I'll see you later. I'm headed over to whip some of those boys at ping pong. At least it's not beer pong, I think to myself before calling Philip. You working today? Feel like a beer? I ask. Actually, I was just getting ready to call you. It's 5 days before Christmas and I haven't bought my wife a gift yet. You know I'm not a last-minute shopper, but things have been so crazy at work with Trip buying the company that all I've done is pull together reports with my CFO for the last week. I have some rings at the jeweler for Jennifer. I need to decide. And your wife has been hinting for a pair of real diamond hoops to replace the fake ones she wears all the time. Maybe we could help each other. Rings? Like the engagement kind? Yes, sir. I'm planning to propose on Christmas. That's great, Danny. Let's do it. Beers and then the jewelry store. I'm sure the sitter will be happy to stay until Jaden and Jennifer get home from shopping, although when I spoke to them, they were enjoying a very long lunch. I think Jaden has had her shopping done for a few weeks, so this is more of a social outing. Jaden might be done, but Jennifer isn't. She sent me a photo of the trunk loaded with shopping bags. I think she's going a little crazy since it's our first Christmas together, like as a family. Wow, isn't that amazing to think that after all this time you could get so lucky? That's why I'm putting a ring on it fast, I tease. Can't let that one get away. When we're finishing up lunch, Philip says, "Have you thought about how you're going to propose?" Devani asked me the same question. When I told her I was just going to let Jennifer open the box with the ring on Christmas morning, she showed me this website with all these real-life proposals. They were incredibly creative, but what I want to know is, when did asking someone to marry you turn into such an event? Since the kids started doing homecoming and promposals, don't you remember when Nick's nephew made a whole Easter egg treasure hunt for his girlfriend, with the huge stuffed bunny at the end holding a sign that said prom? I assume she loved it, I ask. Yeah, she did, but now imagine if he someday proposes for real. He's got to do something even better. Okay, I see. I guess if I wanted it to be like how we met, I'd take her to the beach and ask her. Except we won't be there because I have a game on Christmas Eve. Honestly, Danny, she's going to be thrilled with however you propose. Do you think she'll say yes? I mean, I know she wants to marry me, I just don't know if it's too soon. I think the timing is perfect. Let's go. We're greeted the moment we walk into the jeweler. Since it's the holidays and there are quite a few seasonal employees, I asked the owner if we could meet in private. I trust the core staff, but don't want to risk word getting out before I actually propose. And since Jennifer interviewed me after the game, everyone knows we're an item. We're here to see Samuel, I say, but there's no need. He's already coming out of the back to get us. Once we're situated in his office, he sets out a velvet tray and a jeweler's loupe. I always look through the loupe when he tells me to, but honestly, I really don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for. Alrighty, Samuel says, opening a case full of rings and setting each of the 7 that I showed Jaden onto the velvet. I know I sent you pictures, but they don't do them justice. So let's go through them one by one. If there's one that you don't like, we'll put it to the side and narrow it down. Philip and I nod. I haven't told Philip my favorite yet. I sort of want to see what ring he thinks Jennifer would like the most. We're seeing a trend in brides choosing larger precious stones wrapped in a halo of diamonds. This ruby ring is a perfect example of that. I have a favorite based on the photos, but I'd like to know what you think when you see each one, I tell Philip. He nods, understanding. I think the ruby is a no, the pink diamond there too. Your wife said the same thing, I chuckle. Okay, Samuel says, continuing. Bachelorette number 3 is a 2.5-carat Asher-cut square. The horizontal facets and nearly flawless stone mean this beauty packs a punch. He holds it up, allowing it to catch the light. Look at it sparkle. That one looks like my wife, Philip says, turning to me. Did she comment on it? No, but you're right, it does, I agree. Our 15th anniversary is this January, Philip tells Samuel. Set that one aside for me. Very well, Samuel says, trying to keep from smiling at the idea of selling us each a ring today. Bachelorette numbers 4 and 5, both similar in that they feature the very popular diamond halo, but each look very different due to their fine shapes. Although not the shapes you want your woman's body, Samuel says with a chuckle. The pear-shaped and the Marquise diamond have been making a comeback. I could see Jennifer liking the pear-shaped one, Philip says. It's unique. It's large enough, but not such that she wouldn't feel comfortable with wearing it every day. This pear is a brilliant cut diamond, weighing in at just over 2 carats at 2.34. A unique platinum mounting features another 122 single-cut diamonds, adding another 1.6 carats. Your wife thought that would be an option, I say as Philip scrutinizes the ring. I agree that it's a contender. He picks up the marquise cut ring and rolls his eyes. Definitely not a marquise. Been there, done that. Thank God it's finally over, he says, referring to the engagement ring I bought Lori. And although all the rings so far have been beautiful, I think I pictured Jennifer with something a little flashier. Like this cushion cut, Samuel suggests, holding out another ring. Vintage diamond weighing in at 4.07 carats, VS1 clarity. I personally love the setting on this with its tapering and octagonal linear borders, and those 74 diamonds add an additional carat. This is beautiful, I say, rethinking my choice. What do you think, Philip? It's my favorite so far, but I think I misspoke before. Jennifer doesn't need a flashy ring, she needs one with personality, if that makes sense. Which brings us to Bachelorette number 7, the jeweler says, showing off the last ring with a flourish. Besides the large ruby you set aside earlier, this is definitely the boldest of our options. He hands me the ring. This stunner is encrusted with diamonds, offering brilliance no matter the angle you look at it. From the rolled band to the 400 round, brilliant cut diamonds to the central stone that's just over 4 carats. That is most definitely a Jennifer ring, Philip gushes. Although I probably shouldn't say that until I know which one is your favorite. Is it the cushion cut? No, it's this one. I slide the ring onto the tip of my pinky, imagining placing it on Jennifer's hand and feeling overcome with emotion. Philip pats me on the shoulder. She's gonna love it, man. Our chosen rings are put in pink velvet boxes. Philip picks out pretty diamond hoops to give Jaden for Christmas. We give them our credit cards and are out the door with less cash and a lot more love in our hearts. You got emotional over a ring, Danny, Philip says, giving me a grin once we're in the car and headed home. I know, what's up with that? I fire back. Do you remember when you went with me to pick up Jaden's ring? I think back. Philip and Jaden had gone to help me pick out Lori's ring. To kill time, I asked Jaden about her idea of a perfect ring. She sketched it on a little notepad in front of her. Later, when she wasn't looking, I ripped it off the pad, threw it at Philip, and told him he should save it, that he'd need it someday. Which was funny because even though they had been friends since practically birth, they had never dated. I do remember that you got tears in your eyes when you saw it. There was a lot riding on that ring. My life, my happiness. If you recall, I proposed on our first real date. You were so in love with her. Still am, Philip says. And if you also recall, I did the proposal up pretty big myself. Yeah, you did. Sent her to the spa, had flowers delivered, bought her a new dress, had her picked up in a limo, sent her down memory lane where she got special charms relating to your past for her bracelet, had her dropped off at the restaurant with the view, proposed, and then took her to a surprise engagement party with all your friends and family, where she got up on stage and told everyone she said no. One of the worst moments of my entire life, he says, nodding. Which is what I don't get. I'm proposing to someone I met over a decade ago and who's only been back in my life for 2 months. I don't want to do it in public. What if she says no? Jaden didn't end up saying no that night. She just had to talk her way through it. She thinks out loud, always has. Jennifer might have to do the same. What matters is that, in the end, she'll realize there is no other answer for her, because I know she's in love with you. Thanks, Philip. I hope you're right. You're still going to propose on Christmas morning, though, right? I nod. Yeah, I am.
December 21st, Jennifer. The kids are upstairs, getting their bags packed to go stay with their mother for a few days to celebrate Christmas. She's moved into her new house, and Devani is actually excited to spend time there, which is good. The kids need to have a healthy relationship with their mother. The doorbell rings, and I open it to find Lori standing there. She shakes her head at me. Still here? Yes, I'm living here now, actually. She lets out an audible sigh. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. And don't even get me started on Danny's relationship with Jaden. You'll always be second best in his life. Just be sure you're okay with that. I think his friendship with Philip and Jaden is amazing. He's lucky to have such great friends, I counter. Yeah, I thought that at first too, until she was sneaking off to a hotel room with him in the middle of the day. She's not as perfect as she seems, and neither is Danny. I did my best to hold our relationship together for 15 years, and it was exhausting. When you're not competing with his fans, there are his friends. Why aren't they your friends too? Because I'm a bitch. That's what they will tell you, but really, it's because I thought we could do better. Danny could have been a pillar in the community. Instead, he preferred to spend weekends in the neighbor's backyard, drinking beer and eating off paper plates. You're a celebrity. You're used to a different lifestyle. The kind of lifestyle I've always wanted. You'll be bored in a month. Just don't get pregnant or else you'll be stuck with them all. I stand there with my mouth open, trying to come up with something to say when the kids come down the stairs and head out with her. I go next door, the conversation still on my mind. I know it's silly. I know I shouldn't believe her, but she didn't seem like she was being bitchy. It was like she really, truly felt that way. After some pleasantries, I finally blurt out to Jaden, have you and Danny ever, let me guess, she says with a sigh. You've been talking to Lori. How'd you know that? Because she is the only person I know who would think Danny and I are having an affair. She also thinks Danny should have moved up the ladder from a friend standpoint, because we aren't good enough, not classy enough. We eat buckets of chicken. We have picnics and barbecues that don't involve waiters and fine china. Because for us, it's about the relationships and not about the pomp and circumstance. She studies me. But only you can decide if Lori's right. Although you should know after us all being in Los Angeles together that we move just as easily in social circles with celebrities as we do with our friends in the backyard. Do you want to know why? Why? Because to us, they are no different. When I decide who to be friends with, it's based on if they are a good person, not what they do for a living or how much money they have. I feel like I finally belong, I say. And Lori would rather have the illusion of success than actual life success, Jaden states. Life success? What makes your life happy? That's not being rich and famous. Although having money is nice, sometimes it can create bigger problems. We've seen it happen with a few of Danny's former teammates. You want more, you spend more, you get wrapped up in the lifestyle. The lifestyle almost takes on a life of its own. That's how it was with Troy. I nod. Glamorous lifestyle, not so glamorous life. Exactly. We live a not so glamorous life, but our hearts are full of friendship, family, and the intrinsic joy they bring. Isn't that kind of a reverse snobbery? You have money, you have your own plane. That's something most people consider pretty glamorous. Have you ever seen me post a photo of myself flying like a G6? Of me drinking champagne while everyone else works around me? No. We bought the plane because of the importance of our family time. It's a work-life balance possession that we are incredibly fortunate to be able to afford. But it's a means to an end. It's a luxury in that it allows me more time with my family, and that, for us, is the ultimate in fine living. We don't keep buying bigger houses or own a bunch of luxury vehicles. Any designer handbag I own, which is a total of 4, has a purpose and was bought because a successful businesswoman needs to look a certain way. When we packed up Lori's closet after she moved out, she had over 400 designer bags, many still with tags. It's no wonder she wanted a bigger house. She needed a bigger closet for the stuff she was buying. If I buy another bag, it's probably because I've worn one out. I just replaced my large designer tote because the strap broke from carrying heavy samples. The way you choose to live is no one's business but yours. I don't know if it's true, but I read somewhere that you have a small exotic car collection, that you're a car fanatic. I am, but I rarely drive them, I admit. Why not? Don't they bring you joy? They do bring me joy. They are sort of like milestones in my career, my splurge. I should drive them more, though. Makes sense, she says. How do you do that? I wonder. Do what? You never make me feel like you're judging me, I reply. She laughs. Probably because I'm not. But why aren't you? Who am I to judge your lifestyle? I know Lori thinks that I think I'm perfect, or that Danny thinks I'm a saint, or that Philip and I couldn't possibly be happy all the time, but I believe if you work hard and follow your passion, if you have balance in your life, sometimes it can feel pretty special. She sets down her cup of coffee and looks seriously at me. I don't talk much about this because the memory is so painful, but when I was pregnant with Chase, I was in a car accident. There were complications and I flatlined. I had visions, dreams, a near-death experience, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what it was exactly, but it has stuck with me. It was the ultimate bad dream, and I'll never forget what I saw. Will you tell me about it? I'm curious what she saw, especially since I got the impression she wasn't into psychic phenomenon. A lot of people don't believe in these types of experiences. I didn't really used to believe in them, and I can only explain what I saw and how I felt. I was in what I'll call Heaven's waiting room. There was a TV in that room, and I got to watch a scene of Philip's life without me. He was with a pretty brunette and had an adorable child. They were in our backyard, and he looked happy. Happy without me. And if I had died, of course I would have wanted that for him, but She gets tears in her eyes and wipes them. I'm sorry. It was just so vivid, and literally every day, when I wake up and see him lying next to me, I think how lucky I am to be living this life with him, and maybe it gives me a slightly different perspective. I'm living my dream life. Lori wasn't. I really think she hated that I was happy. Probably hated that I'd survived. When it happened, Danny never left the hospital. She thinks it's because he loved me. And it's true. I love him fiercely, and I know he loves me. It's just that she couldn't wrap her head around the fact that you can love people and not want them sexually. You can love your friends. Besides, Danny was really there for Philip, not just me. Philip had to take care of Chase but didn't want me to wake up alone. Danny stayed by my side so Philip could leave to be with Chase. They are best friends too, and they love each other. I'm surprised, as jealous and insecure as Lori was, that she didn't think they were having an affair too. I burst out laughing. I'm sorry. I take her hand. I shouldn't be laughing when you're telling me something so personal, but I snicker. I can't picture that. It's okay. And just so we're clear, I'm not trying to defend my life choices to you. I'm trying to explain the difference between what Lori saw and my intention. I will say, though, you've questioned me about something Lori has said before. I'm not going to explain or defend again. I put up with that crap because of Danny for years, and I'm done with it. If you're not confident enough in our friendship or your relationship with Danny to accept that, then maybe you don't belong together. Because, honestly, you should have talked to him about this, not me. She stands up abruptly. If you'll excuse me, I have to go pick up Haley from dance practice. Yeah, sure, I say, feeling a little like I got scolded by my mother. All my insecurities rise to the surface. Tonight I have a dream, clearly influenced by my talk with Jaden earlier. I'm not sure if I'm dead in the dream, but I am somehow watching a scene play out from above. Danny is in the backyard of my house in LA. He's throwing a ball for Angel, who runs like the wind to retrieve it. She runs back to him and drops the ball at his feet, eagerly waiting for him to do it again. Motion catches my eye. A woman comes out of my house. A woman who is not me. She's pretty, petite, and although she looks a little like Lori, it's not her. She's got a baby on her hip, and another child is holding her hand. The child sees Danny and yells out, "Daddy, you're back home!" "I am," he says, picking the little boy up. "How was your trip?" the woman asks after giving him a kiss. "It was good. I had fun visiting my friends. And look," he says, showing her his arm. "I got another tattoo while I was there." She gently slides her finger over the Roman numerals that now fill his arm. "It's beautiful. What a beautiful life we have." "That we do," he says, taking the baby out of her arms and kissing her again. I wake up with a start and realize that I shouldn't ever let anything Lori says influence my feelings. I'm living my dream life with Danny, and that's all that matters.
December 22nd. Danny. You were completely right yesterday, Jennifer says to Jaden. I'm not really paying attention. I'm staring at the fireplace and thinking about how we spent most of last night lying in front of it, naked. I know, Jaden says with a grin. And I'm sorry I sorta just left. What are you two talking about? Philip asks, bringing me out of my reverie. He and Jaden got a sitter and came over tonight. We were all planning to go out to dinner, but got quite a bit of snow today and decided to stay in. With Danny's kids still at their mother's house, it will be fun to just have a quiet night here. Lori, Jennifer says as she sets the charcuterie board she prepared earlier on the kitchen island. What did she do now? I ask, shaking my head. When she picked the kids up, she said some things about you, Jennifer says, plucking a candied almond off the board and popping it in her mouth. That we are still having an affair, Jaden says with a chuckle, but the laugh can't hide the instant change in her demeanor, which tells me everything I need to know. That Jennifer asked her about it, and Jaden told her in no uncertain terms how she felt about the question. You should have spoken to me about what Lori said, I say to Jennifer. She nods. Yes, I know, and from now on I will. I'll give Lori credit, though. She sure knows how to push people's buttons. No more talk about Lori, Philip says, raising his glass in the air. To snowy nights by the fire. I'll drink to that, I say, bumping my hip into Jennifer's, reminding her how much fun we had doing exactly that last night. The kids will be back for Christmas Eve, right? Jaden asks. She's sipping on a cranberry juice instead of the Moscow mules I made for the rest of us. Yes, Jennifer replies. It'll be just me and Angel until then. Danny leaves for the Miami game tomorrow, so I'll be wrapping presents and cooking for the next 2 days. And watching my game, I interject. Of course, I wouldn't miss it, she coos.
December 23rd. Jennifer. I cooked all morning and have been taking my time wrapping each present. I watched a tutorial on bow making, and I'm thrilled at how beautiful the packages under the tree look. Angel has been having a ball too. She stole a roll of curling ribbon and has strewn it all over the house, and I've been giving her the empty rolls, which she growls at, shreds, and then runs around the room, tossing the pieces up in the air. When they fall to the ground, she pounces on it, takes it in her mouth, and shakes it. I've already sent Danny and the kids about 100 videos because she's so darn cute. I'm thinking about how this Christmas is going to be so different for me. I'll be surrounded by family, by friends, by love. I almost have to pinch myself to believe that I'm actually here, in Danny's house, and that it's now our house. It's just so incredible. I think I've earned some wine and it's past your dinner time, I tell Angel. I'm putting food in her bowl and standing in front of the open refrigerator, trying to decide what I'm going to eat when my phone rings. I run back into the family room, expecting it to be Danny. When I see a number with a Los Angeles area code, I'm immediately disappointed. Hello? I say. Am I speaking to Jennifer Edwards? A woman's voice asks. Yes, I say with a sigh, figuring next she's going to try to sell me some health insurance. This is Mary Ann Summerfield from CS Memorial Hospital. I'm calling in regard to Troy Malone. Is he in the hospital? I ask, wondering why he's not still in rehab. Yes, he was brought to our facility an hour ago. We have a document from the last time he was here showing that you have medical power of attorney regarding his care. Oh, we aren't together anymore. Last time he was admitted was because he tried to commit suicide. I flew 3 hours there only to find him sitting up in bed, laughing. He won't be doing that this time, she says. Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. He's in the ICU in a coma, and you might have to make some difficult decisions. Like what? I ask. And what if I don't want to do this? if he should stay on life support. Oh my God, it's that bad? I'm lucky the couch is directly behind me because my knees go weak and I slump into it. Yes, ma'am. If you refuse, the hospital will attempt to find his closest blood relative. His parents are both deceased and he was an only child. I'm not aware of any family. His situation is pretty dire. We aren't sure if he will make it through the night. Our job is to save. He was resuscitated at the scene, again in the emergency trauma unit, and a third time in the ICU. Only someone with his medical appointment can issue a do not resuscitate. What happened? Overdose. I don't have the toxicology reports back, but a potent mixture of drugs was found on the scene by the first responders. Would you like me to have a doctor call you once we know more? Yes, thank you, I say numbly. Angel must know something is wrong because she jumps up on my lap, giving me kisses. It's then that I realize that tears are rolling down my face. You're such a good girl, I tell her, giving her a hug. What am I going to do? I remember my conversation with Danny after the last time I went back to LA because of Troy. How he said we're a team. I decide to text him. Me. I know you're with your team, but could you call me? Danny. Is everything okay? Me. No, it's not. A few moments later, my phone rings in my hand. Hey. I breathe out. What's wrong? He asks, his voice panicked. I just got a call from an LA hospital. Troy is in ICU on life support. Oh my gosh. What happened? I thought he went to rehab. I thought so too. Last time he was in the hospital, Jason must have given them a copy of his medical power of attorney. Since we weren't married, it was advised that we have them, so we would be the ones to make decisions for the other should something like this ever happen. What about his family? He doesn't have any. Then you have to go, he says, causing me to start bawling. I don't know if I want to. She said I might have to decide if they should keep bringing him back, if they should keep him on life support. How can I do that? And it's Christmas, our first Christmas, and I don't want you to be mad at me. Jennifer, calm down. You need to go. It's the right thing to do. I understand and will support you the best I can. Grab your purse and a phone charger, lock up, and take Angel over to the Mackenzie's house. I'll call and let them know you're coming and to see how fast their pilots can get to the airport. Okay, I sob. I love you. I love you too. It will be okay, Jennifer. He'll be okay. I hang up, and operating on autopilot, I do exactly what he told me to do. A few minutes later, I am knocking on the Mackenzie's door while Angel scratches at the bottom, wanting to get in. Oh, Jennifer, Jaden says, pulling me into a tight hug. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I don't know a whole lot other than it's really bad. I start crying again. And I know I shouldn't, but I feel guilty, like I could have done something more to help. I thought he went to rehab, she says, leading me inside as Angel takes off, racing downstairs. The kids and Winger are down there. She'll be in good hands. I know she will. And I thought he went too. I should probably call Jason. He might not even know yet. Philip is going to drive you to the airport. Why don't you call him on the way? Philip comes into the kitchen from their bedroom. He doesn't say anything, just does the same thing Jaden did. Hugs me. His hug is a little different because he's big and strong like Danny, and it makes me ache for him. What a mess, huh? He says, releasing me. I nod in agreement. Jaden hands me a backpack. Take this with you. What's in it? Just stuff I thought you might need at the hospital. A change of clothes, toiletries, a sweater, a few snacks, and a phone charger so you can keep us updated. Philip's phone buzzes. Pilots are en route and the plane is being fueled. Let's go. He gives Jaden a kiss. She gives me another hug. And once I'm in the car, I call Jason. Jennifer, this is a nice surprise. What can I do for you? He says. Jason, when's the last time you saw Troy? I ask. A few days ago. His 30 days in rehab was over, so I picked him up. We had a celebratory lunch and I took him home. He's doing really great. Has a new Zen mindset. You'd be proud. I just got a call from the hospital. He's in the ICU. They don't know if he's going to make it. He overdosed. Jason is quiet for a moment, and then he lets out a deep breath. That's it. I'm out. What do you mean? I didn't sign up for this, and I've had it. I'm not going to allow him to ruin another family holiday because he doesn't care about himself. I'm sorry he did this. I'll be very sad if he dies, but I'm done. I understand how you feel. I just thought you should know, I say, and then hang up. Doesn't sound like that went too well, Philip comments. No, it didn't. The flight went incredibly fast because I somehow managed to sleep the whole way. I expect paparazzi at the hospital, but thankfully, there is none. I assume nothing has hit the press yet because I think Damon would have texted me if it had. A front desk clerk asks for my identification, gives me directions to the ICU, and lets them know that I'm on my way up. I'm buzzed into the unit by a nurse. Jennifer Edwards, she says. I'm Mary Ann. We spoke on the phone. I'm sorry if I was rude. I was just in shock. Troy just got out of a 30-day stint in rehab. That's understandable, she says. Let me page the doctor. You need to be updated on his condition. The police would also like to speak to you. They are working with the hotel and witnesses, trying to piece together what exactly happened. How is he? I ask. He's hanging in there. His heart has stopped 3 times. He's had 2 seizures and a stroke. Come on, I'll take you back. I follow her down a hall of rooms made from curtains with patients in the beds between them. There are all sorts of high-tech noises and busy nurses doing procedures. I've never been in an ICU before, I admit. This is where our sickest patients come. Our highly trained staff is able to take care of people with serious conditions, like heart attacks, strokes, and major respiratory issues. Some are post-surgery, and because we are a level 1 trauma center, we treat patients from severe accidents and things like gunshot wounds. Our patients are monitored bedside around the clock. Mr. Malone is back here. I step in front of Troy's bed and immediately cover my face with my hands. I know it's a shock, she says, stepping away. I'll let you have a few moments with him. I don't understand it. Why an incredibly talented man who was at the pinnacle of his career would be so reckless with his life that he ended up here. It's one thing to get in an accident, but to fill yourself with drugs and alcohol, it's just so sad, and I feel so helpless. There's a chair on one side of the bed. I squeeze past all the medical equipment and sit down before I fall. Tears blur my vision as I slip my hand under his. It's Eddie, I say softly, wondering if he can even hear me. That's it. I just wanted you to know that I'm here. I lay my head down on the side of his bed and sob quietly. Miss Edwards? I hear a woman's voice say. I put my head up and rub my eyes. She hands me a tissue. I'm Dr. Matthews. I shake her hand. Would you like to come with me? The police are here to update us. Yes, thank you. We step into a small office just off the ICU, where an officer is already seated. We're introduced, and he says, Here's what we know so far. 3 days ago, on the evening of Wednesday, December the 20th, the victim, Troy Malone, checked into a suite at the Los Angeles hotel where he was found. He hired a group of high-priced call girls. At one point, there were as many as 11. He was a regular customer of 2 of the girls. They were with him during his entire stay and are the ones who called 911. They say he was not drinking alcohol on the first night but was mixing cocaine with cannabis. The following day, he added alcohol and sexual enhancement drugs. He still has a significant amount of cocaine in his system, the doctor confirms. They were of age and gave sexual consent. One is not of legal drinking age, but both admitted to drinking during their stay with the victim. Troy, I say. His name is Troy. Yes, ma'am. They submitted to a blood alcohol test on site, and neither had alcohol in their system at the time. They did the right thing calling it in, even though they were worried about all the drugs still in the room. Based on our investigation, we believe this to be a self-inflicted act and that there was no wrongdoing on the part of the girls who were with him, other than their profession. Thank you, officer, the doctor says, dismissing him. After he leaves, she sits back down. I think I'm ready to hear about his prognosis. She opens a file folder and takes a moment to update herself. We don't know his prognosis at this point. He's been revived on 3 occasions and he's suffering from strokes and seizures. His kidneys are failing. He's on life support and in a coma. The next 24 hours will be crucial. The nurse mentioned I might have to make some difficult decisions. When will I need to do that? Well, if you believe that he wouldn't want to be resuscitated, we can put that in order. Like, how's his brain? We won't know for a while. His brain is injured from a lack of oxygen due to the overdose. In severe cases, brain injuries from overdoses can cause a vegetative state. We're dealing with each medical issue as it comes up and working to rid the drugs from his system. There's a knock at the door and the nurse peeks her head in. He's had another seizure. The doctor nods her head and then turns to me as she rushes out the door. Why don't you step out into the waiting room? I look up at the large clock hanging on the wall in the waiting room. It ticks annoyingly loud and lets me know it's now midnight. Hard to believe I've already been here for over 4 hours. There are people in the waiting room, some sleeping, others pacing nervously. I consider calling Danny, but don't want to wake him or anyone else. It's 2 a.m. back in KC, so I grab my phone from my back pocket, realizing I should probably at least check my texts and give Danny an update. I'm shocked to find my inbox flooded with messages. I click over to one from Damon and read a news article. International DJ and Twisted Dreams drummer Troy Malone found in tragic situation. This just in. International DJ and Twisted Dreams drummer Troy Malone is in critical condition at a local trauma center after overdosing. Our sources say Malone, who was fresh out of rehab, spent the last 3 days partying in a VIP suite at a Los Angeles hotel with numerous prostitutes, one of whom made the 911 call when he became unresponsive. Longtime love, Jennifer Edwards, who split with a DJ a few months ago and recently announced that she was dating professional quarterback Danny Diamond, is rumored to be by his side. I decide to send Danny a quick text, asking him to call me before his game. He calls me back immediately. How are you holding up? Is the first thing he asks. It's bad, Danny. It's really, really bad. How are you holding up? He says again. I'm okay. It's all a little overwhelming, you know, to be responsible for someone who betrayed you. I was in with the doctor and he had another stroke. His body is still full of cocaine. Blood alcohol level was sky high. He's been revived 3 times, had heart attacks, strokes, seizures. Oh, and get this. Jason didn't know about it. He thought Troy was at home being a good boy until Vegas. He said when Troy got out, he acted like a new man and had a new outlook on life. Apparently, that was one that involved prostitutes, drugs, alcohol, and sexual enhancement drugs. Sounds like a pretty volatile combination. It was. And I don't know what to do. How do you keep letting doctors revive a man who clearly didn't want to live? Was there a suicide note this time? No, he was probably too busy having sex and doing cocaine for that, I say, throwing my arm up in the air. You have every right to be mad at him, Danny says softly. You don't deserve to be put through this. How is it that you know exactly what I'm feeling? Because I'm mad at him too. His behavior is affecting our lives. It's causing you stress, and that hurts me because I care so much about you. I break down again. I'm sorry I'm crying. It's just that I've been trying to be brave and listen to and understand the situation. When I first got here, I just wanted to get in Troy's face and scream at him. I don't understand how someone so incredibly talented and smart could do this to himself. But then I saw him lying there, helpless and alone. He doesn't have any family. Most of the people he partied with were paid. And today, when I told Jason what happened, thinking I'd get a little support from him, he quit, said he'd had enough. So I'm really all Troy has. You're a good person, Jennifer, and you're doing the right thing. As far as if you should let them continue to revive him, you have to go with your gut, with your heart. They told me something else, Danny. An overdose injures the brain and can leave the patient in a vegetative state. Would anyone want to live like that? Probably not. Are you ready to tell them? I sigh. For some reason, no, I'm not. I know this is different, but when Jaden had her accident, she lost a lot of blood and flatlined. But they kept working on her. They didn't give up, but they didn't know if there would be adverse brain issues because of it. We were lucky there weren't. She told me about her experiences during that time. Do you think Troy is going through something like that? I don't know. But if he survives and wakes up, maybe it will give him a new outlook on life, Wouldn't that be something? Which leads me back to my dilemma.
Yes, it does. Seriously, you have a good intuition when you listen to it, Jennifer.
I've been listening to it very much since you came back into my life.
I want you to know that any time, day or night, even in the middle of one of my games, if you need me, you call me. I'll have someone holding my phone during the game. If I need to, I'll fake an injury, go in the medical tent, and call you. I promise.
You're seriously amazing. I love you.
I love you too. Have you remembered to eat anything?
Not yet, but I'll get something out of the backpack Jaden sent with me. You go back to sleep.
All right. Good night, baby. I love you.
I hang up the phone, feeling refreshed and ready to face the ICU again. December 24th. Jennifer. It's been a day, or a week. I'm not even sure how long I've been here or for how long I've been awake. The clock doesn't really matter in the ICU. It's all just time layered between significant medical events. Seizure, stroke, flatline, revive, collapsed lungs, erratic heart rate, kidney failure, heart attack, flatline, revive, assess, react, revive, assess, react, revive. Miss Edwards, the doctor says to me, Troy's had a rough go of it, and we need to stop the seizures. We'd like to put him into a medically induced coma. How does that work? I ask. Like, how do you make it happen? We'll administer a drug until we see a specific pattern in the electroencephalogram, EEG for short. That's the thing that monitors his brain waves, right? Exactly. Our goal in doing this is to protect the brain. As you know, we think Troy might have woken up for a brief time today. Right, he came out of the coma, and now you're saying that you want to put him back in one? Yes, because we think it will stop the seizures. And how long will he have to be in one? Like, how long can you keep him in one? It varies by patient, but I think in his case, it could be as long as a month. The body is powerful. It wants to survive, to heal itself. We want to do everything in our power to help with that. The seizures will continue to stress both his body and his brain. That makes sense. Okay, questions. Do you think he can hear me? Do you think he knows that I'm here? I believe he does know. Thank you. But that doesn't mean you need to be here every second. I can't leave yet. And I can't imagine what it must be like for you to have to make medical decisions for someone who must have hurt you. You have a good soul, Jennifer. Devaney. Damon and I are about to get dropped off at home from celebrating Christmas with our mom and Richard, and although we actually had a surprisingly good time, I'm ready to go home. Jennifer has group texted us a few little updates, most of them trying to convince us that she's okay. But as we walk in the house, Damon and I both look around in shock. There are piles of beautifully wrapped presents under and around the tree. There are domed cake stands on the island filled with Christmas treats. I go into the kitchen and open the fridge. Look at all this food she made for us, I say to my brother.
It was supposed to be our first Christmas together, he says, shaking his head. Stupid Troy.
Yeah, let's take our stuff up to our rooms and then go over to the Mackenzie's house, I suggest, but when we get to the stairs, I can see the dining room. Look at that. We drop our bags and peer into the room. Damon goes,
Whoa, that's so Jennifer.
It is, I agree, taking it all in. She's got the table already set, and it's adorable. There's a red and white striped tablecloth, and layered on top of it are red metallic chargers, red and white polka dot dinner plates, and Santa salad plates. Little red mittens with pom-pom trim hold the silverware, and the napkins are green and white check. There are centerpieces made from candy canes and red silk flowers. Hanging from the new chandelier is a crazy explosion of ribbons, bows, ornaments, and white boas. I've never seen anything like it in my life, and you can be sure no designer helped her with this. It's crazy, over the top, and perfectly us.
She's going to be stuck in LA on Christmas, all alone, Damon says.
I glance at my watch, and we have just enough time to do something about it. We race over to the Mackenzies and tell Auntie Jay our idea. I like it, she says, but I'm not even sure if our pilots are willing to leave home on Christmas Eve.
Chase sticks up for me by saying, Mom, if I recall, Mr. Larry's kids are going to be with their mother this year, and Mr. Mitchell and his family already had their Festival of Lights celebration for Hanukkah earlier this week. Maybe you could sweeten the deal by putting them up at a really nice hotel on the beach. My dad would gladly pay for that, I agree. Auntie J raises an eyebrow at me. Your dad doesn't know anything about this wild plan. You're going to have to come see this then, I say, grabbing her by the arm and leading her out the door with Chase and Damon following. Oh my, Auntie J says, tears filling her eyes. She went all out, didn't she? She takes out her phone. All right, I'll see what I can do. A few moments later, she hangs up, and I already know based on what I overheard and how she upped the ante that it's on. When Jennifer and I were shopping the other day, she bought new plastic totes to store all of this decor in after the holiday. Danny, go find them and then pack up all this dining room decor. Damon, go get the big Yeti cooler out of the garage, put some ice in the bottom, and then fill it with all the food she made, and be sure to get what's in the freezer. For the treats that don't need refrigeration, put them in the reusable shopping bags from the grocery store. Chase, find something you can put all the tree decor in. Pack up the gifts. We're taking it all. Set everything by the front door when you're finished. I'll round the other kids up and get our stuff packed, and we'll plan on leaving. She glances at her phone. In 2 hours. If we time it right, we can meet the team plane at the airport. Your dad can hop off it onto ours and we'll take off. Oh, crap, I say. Can we even get in? Jennifer's been letting me stay at her house when I travel there for work. You're lucky because I have a key. I throw my arms around Auntie J and hug her. I'm glad you didn't think it was a crazy idea. Oh, I still think it's a crazy idea, she says, kissing the top of my head. But sometimes crazy is good. Although I think you and Damon should be the ones to spring this news on your dad. I will call him right after his game. He'll be happy, won't he? I have a moment of self-doubt. Yeah, sweetie, he definitely will. Oh my gosh, I just remembered. What about the ring? Dad was going to propose on Christmas morning. I think with everything that's going on, you might want to postpone that. Do you know where he hid the ring? She asks. It's in my room. Zip it somewhere safe in your backpack and bring it with. Jennifer. Miss Edwards, there's a very persistent man outside who would like to speak to you. He said his name is Jason. The doctor, who is standing near Troy's bed, reading through all the reports and assessing Troy's condition, nods at me, letting me know that I can go. Your chair will still be there when you get back. Can I bring him in here? I ask. If you'd like. Is he family? No, but he's all the family Troy's got. I go out to the waiting room to find Jason. He looks distraught. I'm sorry for all that I said. I'm sure my unloading on you was the last thing you needed at that moment. It's okay. I completely understand. I felt the same way after Amsterdam and the suicide attempt. He's manipulated us both, Jason admits. We probably need to announce something in the press. There's a lot of speculation going on right now. I feel like I've barely had a moment to breathe since I arrived here, whenever that was. It's been one scary moment after the next. Would you like to go inside? He responded to his name earlier, but they are going to be putting him into a medically induced coma here at some point. I'll warn you, though, he's a mess. Lots of tubes, ventilator to help him breathe, and he's been having seizures. Yeah, I would. I walk Jason to the ICU. There's only one chair, and we have to leave a lot of space around the bed for the doctors and nurses to maneuver, which has been often, so I let him spend some time alone with Troy. What he said was true. I should make some kind of statement, or maybe just a simple social media post. I think about what I want to say. Part of me wants to do a transformation shot. Troy on stage, lights around him, bigger than life, and on top of his game, and then what he looks like now. His grayish skin, the tubes and wires. I want to show people what happens when you're reckless with your life. Reckless. That word makes me think of Danny. From the note on the crazy Halloween bouquet he sent me to our toasts and the way I decorated the dining room before I came here. We really haven't been reckless. It just feels that way because we're finally happy and in love. And maybe that's why Troy was reckless. Maybe he kept looking for something he couldn't find at any cost. No before and after photo.
No trying to teach anyone a lesson. Just a simple post. I pull my phone out and study a photo of Troy from a few years ago. He looked healthier back then, and I realize that he was declining before my eyes. It makes me feel guilty. But I can't change the past. Even though I wish I could. And if I could, we all know where I would go back to. That night on the beach. But part of me wonders, if I did, if I would appreciate Danny and our love as much as I do now. I close my eyes for a moment and then twitch, realizing I almost just fell asleep. Standing. Maybe I should go sit down. I post the photo and try to figure out what to say. As you have probably heard, my former love, Troy Malone, is currently in the ICU fighting for his life. I'm here with him, and it's been really tough. Hard to see a man who seemed larger than life reduced to this. For the most part, Troy hid his addiction to alcohol pretty well. When he added drugs into the mix, our relationship was forever changed because of it. I was at this very hospital about 30 days ago because Troy wrote a suicide note and took some drugs. I flew to LA because I believed it to be a dire situation. What I found when I arrived was him sitting up in his bed, laughing. And I was so mad. I told him that he was in charge of his life now and that I hoped he would do something good with it. After that hospital stay, he checked himself into rehab for 30 days. He recently got out, and I was told that he was doing well, feeling in control of his life for the first time. I don't know what he was thinking. I'm not sure I ever did. But I do know that his situation is critical, and all we really can do now is pray. Jason comes out of the ICU, red-eyed and looking shell-shocked.
Do you feel incredibly guilty?
Yes. I've asked myself over and over what I could have done to help him more. I also sort of saw you as the bad guy, pushing him. He shakes his head.
I thought the same about you. Troy pitted us against each other on purpose to shift blame from himself. He didn't want to take responsibility for his actions with either one of us. Much easier to tell you I was pushing him and he was doing the best he could. It made you feel sympathetic toward him. At least, that worked with me. I was so happy he was going to rehab. I wanted so badly for him to perform in Vegas. I wanted that gig for him. For you. Sure, I'd have earned money from it, but it's not why. I could have booked a multi-city Euro tour and earned the same. Thought it would give him a more stable life while still allowing him to feel the glory of the spotlight. He breaks down, throwing his arms around me. I thought I could help him. I really did. This isn't our fault, Jason. Once he composes himself, I show him the post I saved. I like it. It's heartfelt.
Thank you. I'll post it now, I say, hitting the button to do so. I also really appreciate you coming here.
I was driving my wife nuts, he admits. She sent me out for eggnog even though we have 2 gallons in the fridge. She knew I needed to come here.
And now you can go home to your family and be even more grateful for them.
You're right.
He starts to leave, but then turns back around, handing me a book.
I almost forgot. I stopped by the house, found this notebook by his bed. He had it with him that day we had lunch. He said he wrote letters and songs and lyrics in it while he was in rehab. Thought you might like it.
Thanks, Jason, I say. And Merry Christmas. I take the notebook and go back into the ICU room where I curl up in the hard leather chair and open the book. 2 hours later, and I'm crying. There were notes to me, some begging for forgiveness, others saying he hated the sight of my face. There are emotional lyrics showcasing a variety of feelings ranging from the deepest love to the lowest in self-loathing. His words are tragic and beautiful. They touch places in the core of my being. They are pieces of a tortured life of lavish wonder. But it's the end that upsets me the most. Maybe because I know they might be the last words I ever hear from him.
Fuck this shit. I'm going out and having some fun. Live or die, what difference does it make? I've lost the only girl who made a difference. And regardless of what I've told her, I know deep down, that's all on me.
I feel my phone buzzing on my lap.
How's he doing?
Danny asks when I answer. Sort of better, sort of worse. They put him in a medically induced coma because he was having so many seizures, which is good because it has stopped the seizures. The bad news is they don't know if he will ever come out of it or if his brain will even function properly. I don't want to talk about it. Tell me about your game today.
We won. Last second field goal. Have you gotten any sleep?
A little.
Why don't you go home and sleep in your own bed, even if it's just for a few hours? You don't want to get run down and sick. There shouldn't be germs in the ICU.
I don't know, I say, worn out from even thinking about it. I'd have to get a car and…
I have a car and driver sitting outside the hospital right now waiting to take you home. You know, it's Christmas Eve. Santa won't come if you don't.
I should make a naughty comment about that, but I don't have the energy, I say with a little chuckle.
That's exactly why you need to go.
I look over at the nurse's station. You know what? I think you're right. Thank you for setting up the car for me. That was very thoughtful. Troy's shift nurse steps into the space. Sorry, I know I'm not really supposed to talk on the phone while in the ICU, but a friend of mine called because he sent a car to drive me home. Thought I could use some sleep. Do you think it's okay if I'm gone for a little while?
Of course. We have your number and we'll call and update you on any major changes in his condition.
I find the driver easily. He's in the lobby holding up a placard. It doesn't have my name on it, rather just the shape of a diamond, which makes me smile. He hands me his driver's cap and a pair of reading glasses and suggests that I tuck my hair up underneath and put on the glasses, as there is quite a bit of press milling around outside. His simple trick works. No one pays any attention to us as we leave out the front of the building. The second I get in the car, I must fall asleep, because when I'm nudged awake, the car is in my driveway. I let out a relieved sigh, the sight of my home instantly improving my mood. Thank you so much, I tell the driver, giving him back his belongings. I don't have any cash. I'm sorry. Let me go in the house.
Oh, no, ma'am. Mr. Diamond is taking care of everything. You get some rest.
I thank him and let myself in through the garage. The first thing I notice is the smell. Probably the neighbors all cooking their Christmas Eve dinners, I think. But as I approach the door leading into the mudroom, I hear the yip of a puppy. What the heck? Devani opens the door. Angel heard you come in. The dog runs toward me. I lean down and pick her up, allowing her to lick my face. What are you doing here? I ask her. How did you get here? Why don't you come into the kitchen and I'll explain, Devani says.
No, you won't, Damon yells out. It was my idea.
When I step into the kitchen, I can't believe my eyes. Danny is here. Philip and Jaden are here. All the kids are here. Both dogs are here. And my house is decorated. What looks like the tree from Kansas City is by the fireplace. The table is set for breakfast with all the dishes I bought. Even my chandelier has all the crazy ribbons and bits that I put up there. Merry Christmas, they all say. I get a group hug from all the kids, and kisses from both puppies. Tears threaten. I push them back, not wanting to lose it. I can't believe you did all this. I'm astonished.
The pilot thought we were a little crazy when we brought our Christmas tree in the plane, Damon jokes. We waited for you to eat dinner, Danny says. It's set up in the dining room.
I must look like a mess.
You look perfectly fine, Jaden says. And you've got to be hungry.
We thought we'd eat and each open one present, and then we have to get to bed, Devani says. She turns to me and whispers, at least the little kids need to think we're in bed.
Come on, Philip says. Everyone go take your seat.
Everyone files out, leaving me and Danny in the room. He's a couple feet away from me, and I'm just staring at him, wondering how in the world I got so incredibly lucky. I shake my head at him, tears filling my eyes. This is crazy. I can't believe you all did this. He nods and takes a step toward me. I'm pretty sure if he touches me right now, I will both simultaneously fall apart and be put back together. Back together in a different way than I was before. The pieces adjusted so I perfectly fit into his life now. He wraps his strong arms around me and pulls me close.
I'm sorry you've had to go through this alone, but know that you're not alone. Even when we're not together, me, the kids, the Mackenzies, our friends, we're all.
He leans back a little and looks into my eyes,
and then he grins. Your offensive line. Our job is to love and protect you. That's why we brought Christmas to you. And I'll be honest, though, I can't take credit for any of this. The kids came home from their moms and saw all that you had done, how much you care about all of us. They immediately went over and told Jaden their plan. I was informed of it after the game. Told that, as soon as my team plane landed, I was to get off, run over to their plane, and get on board so we could take off. They packed it all, brought it all. I did help decorate here. I knew it was going to be our first Christmas together. I'm excited, actually, that it's here. This house symbolizes your new beginning, our new beginning as a family. Oh, Danny, I say, pressing my lips to his. We're ready to eat, Damon yells from the other room. Stop making out and get in here. Damon, Devani admonishes. Never a dull moment, I say, putting my hand in his. I just realized how hungry I am. I perk up a little after the wonderful meal and enjoy watching the children each open a present. Philip brings me a glass of wine and a piece of the chocolate peppermint pie I made. Thank you for all of this. How did you get this all here? You're welcome. And some really big coolers. You look tired. I am more worn out than sleepy. The last however long I've been here have been very up and down for me emotionally, and for Troy physically. Jaden plops down next to me. This pie is freaking delicious. Which is why I'm taking Jennifer's, Danny says, snatching my plate. What are you doing? I want that. You are coming with me. I ran you a hot bath and you could eat it in there. Then you are going to bed. Santa won't come if you aren't in bed. I burst out laughing. We wouldn't want that, now would we? I reply as he takes my hand and leads me to the master bedroom.
December 25th. Danny. What are you two doing up so early? I asked Devani. She and Chase are snuggled up on the couch in front of the fireplace. You know I can never sleep on the night before Christmas. Which means she keeps me awake, Chase chuckles. We were also hoping to talk to you before everyone else got up. What about? I asked, taking a seat, trying not to freak out. Why does she sound so serious? Why is Chase really down here with her? Oh God, she couldn't be pregnant, could she? We brought the engagement ring with us, but didn't put it under the tree like you'd planned. Because, well, she purses her lips and furrows her brow. Because we don't think you should propose, Chase finally says for her. We think you should propose, just not today. It just doesn't feel right, Dad, Devani explains. Troy being in the hospital is obviously weighing heavy on her. She looked beat last night. She was. I appreciate you guys bringing the ring, but I agree. I'm not planning to propose today. Oh, good, Devani says, looking relieved. Normally, we would go wake everyone up now so we could open presents, but we're not going to do that this year, Chase says. We want to let her sleep in. Are you talking about me? Jennifer says, scuffling into the room, a fluffy robe wrapped around her. Because it's Christmas morning and I can't wait to open presents. Awesome, Devani says, jumping up. Come on, Chase, we get to go jump on some beds. Jennifer sits next to me on the couch and gives me a kiss. Merry Christmas, Danny. Merry Christmas, Jen. The sound of my voice is drowned out by 6 happy children and 2 dogs rushing down the stairs. Santa was here, Madden yells. Santa was here. I was afraid he wouldn't know we switched houses, Ryder agrees. We're going to go let the puppies outside and then we'll open our stockings, Devani yells as she runs by.
Jennifer. Christmas morning is amazing. I've never celebrated quite like this before, and it's fun to take part in their traditions. Opening stockings is a free-for-all. We see what's in them at the same time and are allowed to eat our candy right away. Breakfast is put in the oven while presents are being passed out. Everyone sits in a circle and takes turns opening a gift. When you take off the wrapping paper, you wad it up and throw it across the room to either Philip or Danny, who has a trash bag to keep things from getting too messy. Getting through all the gifts with this many people takes a lot of time, but I love being able to see everyone's reactions. As soon as the food is ready, we take a break to eat and then start back at it. It's a wonderful time, and I try really hard to be fully in the moment, but I find myself distracted. I'm constantly checking my phone to see if there are any updates. At one point, I feign a bathroom break so that I can call the nurse on duty because I haven't heard anything. She basically tells me that Troy's condition remains unchanged. Danny must notice because he pulls me aside after the gifts are all opened and the kids are playing with them.
You need to get back there, don't you?
I shake my head. I don't need to. Nothing has changed, but
You feel like you should be there.
yes, I say, looking at the floor. And I feel guilty about that. Seriously, Danny, this has been the best Christmas of my life.
Mixed with the worst,
He says, pushing my chin up and looking into my eyes.
Go get dressed and we will head to the hospital.
We?
Yeah, you and me. We're a team, remember?
Oh, no, it's not fair to your kids for you not to be here.
I won't be able to stay too long. The plan is to have Christmas dinner later this afternoon, and then we have to fly back. I have practice in the morning. But I do want to go with you, at least for a bit.
That's really nice of you, I say, brushing away tears. When we arrive at the hospital, I realize it has undergone a transformation since I was last here. Paparazzi are out in full force. Troy's fans have left a mass of signs, trinkets, and flowers outside the entrance. A few appear to be holding a candlelight vigil. Should we try to disguise ourselves or find another place to get dropped off? I ask Danny. It's a bit of a circus.
Just take my hand. It will be okay,
he says sweetly. We're recognized the second we get out of the car. Reporters and fans call out my name.
Jennifer, what can you tell us about Troy's condition?
Jennifer, is it true that you have medical power of attorney? We keep walking. Danny's head is held high. I try to do the same while keeping my emotions in check. Danny, are you jealous about Jennifer being here? Danny stops in his tracks and turns around.
Who asked that question?
He asks. I did. People want to know, a female reporter says.
Sometimes in life, we are called upon to do the right thing. Jennifer is doing the right thing, and I fully support her.
Some hospital visitors are trying to get past the reporters who have gathered around us. He moves to part the crowd for them and then says,
Please be respectful of the fact that Troy is not the only patient in this hospital. There's really no need for any of you to be here. It's Christmas. Go home and spend the day with your families. If there's a change, Jennifer will post on her social media.
He wraps an arm around me and shuttles me inside. Troy looks about the same as he did when I left last night. An update from his doctors tells me that while there is no change in his condition, his body is struggling. They basically prep me for the worst while working toward the best, and tell me that all we can do is wait. February 4th, Jennifer. And wait, we did. It's been weeks since Troy was brought to the hospital. I've been here a lot, probably more than I should have been. But Danny has been incredibly supportive and understanding through it all. I make my way into the ICU and back to Troy's room, discovering there hasn't been any change since yesterday. He's still here, still on dialysis due to his ruptured kidneys. But there has been some significant progress. He was taken out of the medically induced coma and off the ventilator. Breathing on his own for the first time since the overdose is a big milestone. The second was the brain function tests showed that there was in fact function. He will have some physical, emotional, and cognitive damage, but based on his age, with rehabilitation, they are hoping he can overcome most of it. The main takeaway is that he isn't brain dead. And that, for me, is a huge relief. Kansas City made it through the playoffs, and they've been in LA all week to prep for the big game, a game I definitely won't be missing. But very early this morning, I kissed Danny goodbye and then headed here. I'm sitting next to Troy's bed, flipping through the pages of a women's magazine and reading random things out loud when there is movement from the bed. Troy's arms are flailing. At first, I think he's having a seizure, but then I come to the realization that he's awake and trying to pull his feeding tubes out. I grab his hand and loudly say his name, which causes his nurse to come racing into the room. Troy, it's okay. You're in the hospital. It's Eddie. I'm here with you. His eyes are wild, but when I speak, they move in my direction. And he looks at me. He actually looks at me.
It's okay, I reassure him. He opens his mouth like he wants to say something, but no words come out. We'll talk after they take the tube out, I tell him, running my hand down his arm. Relieved tears prickle my eyes. You're awake, Troy. You're finally awake. From that moment on, there are a litany of doctors and nurses coming to see him, and one test after another. They take the tube out of his throat and offer him a little water, which he's able to drink. And at one point during it all, he turns to me. Eddie. I lose it, start bawling. So many times it was suggested that I take him off life support, but I didn't. I don't know if it was stubbornness or my own weakness that wouldn't allow me to do so, and I worried all the time that I was making the wrong decision. But hearing him try to speak my name is the sweetest of sounds. It lets me know that I did the right thing. Hours later, a nurse suggests, Jennifer, you should take a walk, go get something to eat. The test will continue throughout the course of the next few days as we assess his situation. Okay, I say, taking a deep breath. I'll run down to the cafeteria, grab some coffee. I take the now too familiar walk to the cafe and notice patrons raptly watching the television. I look up at it. Oh shit, the Super Bowl game. I rush out of the cafeteria and sprint down the hall, back to Troy's room where I grab my phone. I have numerous calls and texts from Danny, his kids, Jaden, and Philip, probably wondering where the hell I am. I hit Jaden's number. Jennifer, she says, sounding relieved. We've been worried about you. I'm so sorry. Troy woke up, and there were tests and procedures, and I lost track of time. I'll drive back and meet you at the house. The house? Jennifer, the game starts in less than 30 minutes. We're here at the stadium, in the suite. Oh my God, I have to get there. I have to let Danny know I'm there. I just have to, I say, starting to cry. You'll never make it in traffic. But that's okay. I can get a hold of Carter, have him tell Danny you're on your way and what happened. I'm an idiot, I sob hysterically. I have been spending all this time with Troy trying to do the right thing, and I'm going to miss this. I can't miss this. He needs to win. I need to be on his wall. Jennifer, calm down. You'll be able to get here for some of the game. Wait, what? Hang on, Philip is talking to me. Here, she says. You talk to her. Philip comes on the line. Remember Melvin, the plumber who worked on Danny's house? Yeah, I say, wondering what the heck that has to do with anything. His brother Denny is one of LA's finest, and we got him into a VIP party last night with the teams. He told me if I needed anything at all, to call him. I'm calling him now. I hear Jaden talking in the background. With traffic, she won't get here for 2 hours based on this navigation app, which is usually spot on. I can't believe that I spent the day with the man I don't love anymore instead of the one I do. I'm a shit girlfriend. Hell, after this, I probably won't even be that anymore. I hear pieces of Philip's conversation. Philip Mackenzie, favor. The missus. The Crews, even if they don't win. Uh-huh. Sure, perfect. Philip comes back to Jaden's phone. Jennifer? I'm here. In precisely 15 minutes, an LAPD helicopter is landing at the hospital. Captain Denny Martin, Melvin's brother, is going to pick you up. He'll land close to the stadium and have a patrol car take you in. Are you serious? Yes, but do you have your ticket and passes with you? He asks. If you left them at the house, then I don't know that there's much we can do. I do. I put them in my purse this morning so that I wouldn't forget. Thank goodness. All right then, say goodbye to Troy and get your ass here where you belong, he says, and then hangs up. I rush to the nurse's station with Philip's words ringing in my ears. Say goodbye to Troy. I've gotten to know the staff, and they seem to appreciate the food I keep having delivered to their station. Huge favor, I say to one of my favorite nurses. What you need? Do any of you have any makeup I can borrow? Today's the Super Bowl. I'm supposed to be there. And you're dating that hot quarterback, Danny Diamond. Yes, I am, I say, praying it's still true. I need to get to the game, but I look like a mess. The nurse surveys me. You've cried a lot today, as would be expected. It was a big day for you and Troy. Say goodbye to Troy. I'm just going on break. Come to the restroom with me and I'll have you fixed up in a jiffy. I follow her.
When we get to the bathroom, she pulls out a bag full of makeup and brushes. In less than 5 minutes, she smiles at me and lets me look at myself in the mirror. "You're a genius," I say, standing up and giving her a hug. "Thank you so much." "My husband and I have a bet," she confides. $200 to spend any way we want and some sexual favors. Of course, I put my money on the hottie QB. Maybe this will give me a leg up on winning. "He has to win," I mumble, remembering that day.
"You know how people make dream boards to motivate themselves?"
he asked. "Like with stuff they want to buy or places they want to visit?"
"Exactly. This is my dream wall," he explained.
"But there's nothing on it."
"That's because I visualized what I wanted to hold. A third mural like the ones over there with confetti raining down, my children by my side, the fans cheering, the team going crazy, the pride and years of playing and practices, the injuries and pain, the pushing my body, the travel, and the missing my family, all accumulated in one humbling, thrilling moment of victory. But when I just closed my eyes, I saw something different."
"What did you see?"
"You in the picture,"
he said, resting his chin on my shoulder. I clutched my chest, my heart racing, and then turned around to face him. "I'd love to be in that picture, Danny." "Do you know how I get to the helipad?" "Sure," she says, giving me directions. "Are you going to tell Troy you're leaving, or do you want me to let him know?"
"Say goodbye to Troy."
I glance at my watch, noting that I have just enough time to do what I need to do. "Troy, I have to go," I say, returning to his room. "It's been 44 long days since I dropped everything and flew here. I've been by your side since then. Watched you have strokes, seizures, procedures. I've considered taking you off life support. I've stressed, cried, cared, and loved. For one of the most talented men I've ever met, you're an idiot. You're an addict. But for some unknown reason, you're alive. Your brain isn't fried. Your body still mostly works. I'm going to give you one piece of parting advice that I'm going to take myself from this day forward. We have one life, Troy, and I'm going to start living the life I've always dreamed of. You should too, because I sure as hell know you didn't dream of this."
"Eddie,"
he stutters. "Yeah?"
"Thank you."
"You're welcome. Your rehabilitation is going to be tough because you're going to go through it alone. You've alienated everyone. You haven't had one single visitor besides me and Jason. To the party friends, you're a reminder of what they could become. The prostitutes you were partying with were afraid of getting into trouble, so they left you unconscious for a while before deciding to call for help. But if it wasn't for them, you'd be dead. Maybe you wish you were, but I don't think so. You had it all. Your fans love you. They left trinkets and posters and candles and flowers for you in front of the hospital. If you stay clean and get your life in order, they will support you." I kiss him on the forehead. "Take care of yourself, Troy. But know that our relationship and whatever friendship we might have had is over."
"Love you."
You always say that, but please, be honest with yourself from here on out. You loved alcohol and drugs more than you loved me. I'm so incredibly glad you are alive, glad you woke up, and glad you're going to get better. I just have nothing more to give. You made it this far. Find wherever inside of you that your will to live is coming from and use it to get better. Goodbye, Troy. I rush out of his room, down the hall to the elevators, and then up to the top floor. I get lost but quickly backtrack and find where I need to be. A few moments later, a policeman comes through a locked door with his hand held out.
"Jennifer Edwards, I'm Denny Martin. Let's get you to that game."
Denny leads me to the police helicopter, I get buckled in, and we're off, flying over the city. We touch down a few minutes later, on the outskirts of the stadium parking lot in a space reserved for police. Denny looks at his watch.
"We're cutting it close. Hurry."
We jump out of the chopper, run to a police golf cart, and take off again. We're met at a side door to the stadium by an officer and Philip, who, even though he arranged for me to get here in time, doesn't really look happy with me.
"You've got to be all in,"
he says, shaking his head at me as he rushes me down a tunnel. I told Troy it was the last time I'd see him. That chapter is over. He takes a lanyard from his back pocket that will allow me to get on the field and throws it over my neck.
"Go,"
he says, pointing to the door.
Carter will meet you inside and take you to Danny.
Danny. Warm-ups are over. We've gotten pumped up in the locker room and we're now back on the field waiting for the national anthem to begin. After that, it will be game time. In what could be the defining game of my career, my third ring. I've played games while experiencing a range of emotions in my personal life, but the fact that Jennifer isn't here, well, I can't say that it doesn't hurt. I get why she needed to be with Troy, and I've been supportive, but I definitely have my game face on. I used our time apart to prepare for every aspect of this game. Danny! I hear my agent's voice from somewhere behind me, and I turn in his direction. He's standing on the sidelines. With Jennifer. She rushes toward me. I'm here, she says, and I'm so sorry if I distracted you. It wasn't my intention. The good news is that Troy woke up, and it was just crazy with all the tests, and I lost track. I don't let her finish her sentence. I just kiss her. Hard. The even better news is that I told him goodbye, she says, pulling her lips away. I know I barely got here, but that doesn't matter now. You supported me, and it's my turn to start doing the right thing for us, and that's living our life together. Like, if you still want to. Remember my empty wall? I ask, my face mere inches from hers. That's all I thought about on the way over here. You're here now. I kiss her again. That's all that matters, and you can be sure I plan on impressing my girl today. Oh, she says with a sexy grin. I mean, I'm pretty knowledgeable about the game of football, and I'm not easily impressed. Just you wait, I say, letting go of her as the singer of the national anthem takes her place on the field. Just you wait. That almost sounds like a threat, Danny Diamond. Oh, it is. Next time I see you, it'll be back on this field, I say, pointing down, with confetti raining down on our heads in victory.
Jennifer. The game is a defensive battle. At the half, the score is tied 6-6, the result of a couple of field goals for each team. The skybox we're in is filled with family and friends. Other than greeting everyone and a few high fives after good plays, I haven't been super social. I'm nervous. A wreck, really, and I'm pacing. I've never felt like this before, like everything is riding on one game, one event. The halftime entertainment annoys me. It seems like it lasts too long, although Damon, Chase, and Devaney seem to love it. Philip and Jaden are as calm and collected as usual. Maybe it's because they are used to it. Maybe it's because they love Danny, whatever the outcome. Maybe it's because it's not the first championship game he's played in. Maybe they don't think it's that big of a deal, like it is to me. I want to be in the picture on his wall. I want to be out there with confetti raining down on us. But so far, the offense is just not delivering on the field. Danny's being rushed in the box. When he rolls out, it's a hurry-up situation or he's getting sacked. The offensive line doesn't seem to be opening up holes for his running backs. The receivers are either well covered or dropping passes. Jaden stands in front of me, holding out a beer. You look like you could use this. Thank you. Don't worry, Danny's going to win. How can you be so sure? The offense is sputtering, they just can't get anything going. She smiles at me. Danny is incredibly driven. So is the other quarterback, I counter. He wants the picture. He wants you. You need to believe in it up here, she says, pointing first to me and then to the suite we're in, as much as he does down there. She points to the field. Seriously, Jennifer, you need to enjoy this. Win or lose, it's probably the last time we'll all get to see him play. Her lips move into a smile, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. You're right. I nod my head. Plus, they're bound to make some adjustments at the half, right? This is a big game. Guys who play brilliantly all year can get a little shell-shocked by it. I'm expecting a much more exciting second half. And make sure you have your pass on and ready to go. You're going to need it. What do we do? I ask, realizing I don't even know. When the game is almost over, the winning team's family will go to their designated area, she says. We're lucky because it's just straight down from the box. Will you be going down there?
We haven't before, but Danny managed to get the three of us passes this year, so yes. They're back on the field. And Jaden was right. The second half is more exciting, but it's exciting in a nail-biting way. The offenses for both teams get going, and it's back and forth scoring. With only 4 minutes left in the game, Kansas City is down by 12, a score of 24-36. Danny is chewing on the sleeve of her sweater, watching every play with anticipation. I have the urge to pace, but I stay in my seat between the kids. Danny goes 3 and out, so we punt to the opposing team. Fortunately, the kick is good, and they have to start deep at the 7-yard line. The play starts, and the quarterback drops back into the end zone to throw a pass. There's a player wide open downfield, and my heart drops into my stomach. The quarterback releases the ball, but then one of our defensive linemen leaps up and tips it. Somehow, the ball then drops down into his arms. Ah! Everyone in the box yells. Then it's, run, go, go! Then more cheering as he takes a few steps into the end zone for the score. After an extra point, the score is now 31-36. A field goal won't win it, Damon says, biting his lip. We've got to hold them on this drive, Chase agrees. Make them punt and get the ball back with enough time to score. That's what we'll do, I say. Danny's got this. Kansas City's got this. Look, Devaney says, pointing. The other team's families are going to the spot we're supposed to go to for the celebration ceremony after the game. They must be pretty confident. Well, there isn't much time left, Damon counters. I'd be going down there now too if Dad's team were winning. Not to sound catty, I say, but we'll be making them move. You're awfully confident, Philip says. He and Jaden have been sitting in the row behind us. I turn around and smile at them. Oh, come on, you guys. You know Danny's going to win. And while I'm feeling confident up here in the suite, what happens on the field isn't very reassuring. The opposing team gets a first down on their second play, and even with timeouts, it's going to be tight if we don't stop them. Fast. They just keep running the ball, Damon says. We could use another interception. The quarterback does the same play again, seemingly just trying to run time off the clock by handing off again to his tailback, who runs straight into one of our linemen. The defender punches the ball out of the runner's hands as he's going down, causing a pile-up and for everyone to scramble for the ball. We're all out of our seats, watching the instant replay. I think we got it, Damon says, but the opposing team starts signaling that they recovered. The referees continue to pull players off the pile until there's only one left. Our team. With the ball. The crowd goes crazy. The suite goes crazy. 12 seconds and 1 timeout. Ball at the 20, Philip says. No problem. But then the opposing team throws down the red flag, challenging the play, saying their player's knee was down before the ball came out. We watch the replay again. It's close, but he definitely fumbled the ball and the call stands. We all cheer again. Danny takes the field with his offense. Chase grabs Devaney's hand. She grabs mine and I take Damon's. I feel Jaden's hand on my shoulder. He's got this, she says. I know he does. Danny lines up. The ball is snapped and is promptly sacked. A timeout is called to stop the clock. Danny gets up, and you'd think he'd be pissed, but the camera shows him in the huddle, talking calmly with his men. I wonder what he's saying to them, and if it will matter. They take the field again. This is it, Jaden says. The last play. And I know what she says is meaningful. Not only is it the last play of the game, but it's also probably the last play of his storied career. Danny lines up on the field. The ball is snapped. He drops back to pass. He's open in the end zone, Damon yells, jumping up and down. Throw it, Dad, throw it. And Danny does just that. If you didn't know it was the championship game, you'd think he was tossing the ball to Damon in the backyard. It looks effortless and lands right in the receiver's waiting arms. Touchdown! We all yell as time runs off the clock. Oh my gosh, he did it. We tear out of the suite and race down toward the field. It's a little awkward since the other family is trying to get back up, but we don't care. Moments later, confetti flies as we rush onto the field. Danny's surrounded by reporters. He moves them aside and opens his arms as we rush into them. I'm crying, he's crying, the kids are cheering. Championship ball caps are slapped on our heads. Devani whispers into her dad's ear and then slips something into his palm. His look is one of astonishment, and I'm dying to know what she just gave him. Devani and Damon step back in some choreographed championship-winning dance that I don't seem to know. I watch as Danny gets down on one knee, and I wonder what he's doing. Is he picking up some of the confetti to save it? I look at the kids to see if they are doing the same, but they are just standing there, grinning. Danny looks up at me and takes my hand. Jennifer Edwards, the love of my life, the woman who has had my heart and soul since the day I met her. Will you make me even happier than I am after winning my 3rd championship game and marry me? I cover my mouth and nose with my hands, barely able to grasp the beauty of what is happening. Danny Diamond is asking me to marry him at the championship game with confetti raining down on us. His picture is going to be better than either of us imagined. I take a deep breath, letting it out with a shudder as he shows me what is in his palm. A little pink velvet box. He opens it, revealing the most beautiful ring I've ever seen. A big, fat, heart solitaire ringed with halos of diamonds that glitter like crazy under the stadium lights. Holy shit, I say, jumping up and down. Yes! Danny places the ring on my finger and then picks me up, twirls me around, and kisses me. Jaden, you'd better order a whole truckload of fried chicken and champagne. We've got some celebrating to do, I yell out, even though I know she probably has Danny's hotel tub already full of ice and chilled bottles.
Danny. When the locker room celebration is over, we all go back to the team hotel and celebrate some more. Eventually, the kids and Jaden get tired, so Philip takes them back to the house. Jennifer stays by my side, having a ball, partying with my teammates until the wee hours of the morning. It isn't until the last bottle of champagne has been drunk that we get driven back to her house as the sun is rising. She's holding my hand tightly as I lead her through the house and to her backyard. Even though it faces west, the colors of the sky are beautiful. I take her into my arms on her deck with the view and say, I know we'll plan a wedding, and I know we'll say our vows, but I want to do that thing you talked about. I want to recite our promises to each other. Now? She asks. Yes. But I didn't plan anything. That's the point, I tell her. They're supposed to be raw and come from your heart. She nods, leans in, kisses me, and then takes a step back, grabbing both of my hands and looking into my eyes. We're easy, Danny, wonderfully, amazingly easy. You taught me that real love, true love, is nearly effortless. It's a state of being, not a decision. Call it fate, if you will, but accept it. Accept that it's beyond our control, that our being together is just plain right, like the world is now correctly aligned for us. You, me, destiny, that rhymes. So do we, I say. Your name is poetry on my lips. Your touch glistens over me like the sun on the waves. Your hand in mine both arouses and comforts me. Our bodies mold seamlessly, a perfect fit. Oh, I agree with you on that one. I think it's quite possible that you were literally made for me. And I promise you that I will never again let anyone or anything stop us from finally experiencing the kind of life and love we have with each other. But I also have expectations. I expect to be loved completely and fully by a man who loves himself and won't self-destruct the second I look away. I expect to be treated with respect by you, your children, and your ex-wife. I say with a grin, taking her hips in my hands and bringing her in closer. I appreciate your understanding that I'm a package deal. I expect for us to have fun, to laugh together every single day, and to be reckless in love always. I'm ready to share my life with someone who deserves my love and who will love me back forever. I'll take your forever and raise the ante with a couple of kids. There's a lightness in her voice, but I know she's quite serious about this. You're going to be needing a few more tattoos. Not just another championship one, but at least 2 of the Roman numeral birth dates, too. I'm not sure I can top that. I kiss her. My love for you, it rises from the ocean, its depth unfathomable. Now you're just being silly, she says, kissing me again. My love for you is hotter than the sun. That's almost as hot as you, I tell her as I let my hands glide suggestively across her hips. Oh, Danny Diamond, what am I going to do with you now? She repeats the words she said to me that night on the beach, letting out a wholehearted laugh. I bet I can come up with a few ideas, I tell her, leading her back to the house and into the bedroom. We hope you've enjoyed this production of That Ring, That Boy Book 5 by Jillian Dodd, performed by Wyatt Baker and Kate Marson. This has been a Findaway Audio Works production. Text copyright 2019 by Jillian Dodd. Production copyright 2019 by Jillian Dodd. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.